I should have taken the van, my stepdaughter said, her voice normal but her expression still a little strained. We shouldn't have come at all, I grumbled, pushing harder on the stubborn hatchback of my Rabbit. For such a small car, it held way too much junk. We'd barely been at the store 20 minutes. I shop at Walmart all the time and never leave with this much. We didn't even stay for the midnight deals, and somehow I still ended up with a haul that definitely wasn't on sale. Who even does that? Relax, she said, forcing cheerfulness. It's Black Friday. Everyone goes nuts on Black Friday. I glanced around the packed Home Depot parking lot, our backup spot since Walmart's was a lost cause. The place was swarming with people, and I swear half the Tri-Cities had shown up, and this was supposed to be the quiet Walmart. Clearly, I muttered. Then she hit me with it. We should hit Target next, Jessie said, way too casually. They've got the new instant spoils, the Dread Pirates Booty 4 for half off, and there's talk of a shortage before Christmas. Oh great, codpieces and golden corsets. The Dread Pirates Booty 3, or as the diehards called it, yeah, try saying that 10 times fast, was already the pack's obsession. Every other week, they'd haul in their laptops, set up in the meeting room, and play until sunrise. Vicious werewolves pretending to be pirates online. It was a miracle no one had gotten stabbed over loot yet. Shortage rumors, huh? I rolled my eyes. How convenient. She grinned, her cheeks pink from the cold, looking more like herself than she had all night, especially after her mom bailated on Christmas plans during Thanksgiving dinner. You're such a cynic. Dad's rubbing off on you. So off we went, hunting for digital treasure in the Target parking lot, which looked just as chaotic as Walmart's. Unlike Walmart, though, Target hadn't opened yet. A massive line snaked around the building, disappearing into the dark. Midnight was 2 minutes away, and I had zero interest in joining that mob. They're not even open, I pointed out, already dreading the idea standing there. I couldn't help but compare the scene to some old war movie, rows of determined faces, tension thick in the air, except instead of rifles, they clutched shopping bags and coffee cups. Jessie caught my expression and let out a laugh. I shot her a look. Don't even start. This was your brilliant idea. She widened her eyes, all fake innocence. Me, I just thought it'd be fun to check out the deals. How was I supposed to know it'd be a war zone? Figured a little retail therapy might take her mind off her mom's latest round of empty promises. What I hadn't counted on was Black Friday shoppers moving with the precision of a SWAT team. The parking lot was a gridlock of minivans and subs, all circling like vultures. Up front, a guy in a red Target vest inched toward the doors, keys in hand, looking like a sacrifice to the shopping gods. He's doomed, Jessie muttered as the crowd surged forward the second the lock clicked. The poor kid barely made it inside before the stampede followed. Yeah, no thanks, I said, watching an elderly woman hip-check another out of the way. Jessie nudged me. We could always hit the mall instead. I stared at her. The mall? You mean the Kennewick one, the one that's probably already a zoo. She grinned. Okay, hear me out. The stand mixer I wrecked making brownies is on sale, $100 off. If I can snag one, I can replace it with my babysitting cash. Get that done and I swear we can bail. I sighed. Or I could just give you the money and we avoid the chaos altogether. She shook her head. Nah, family rule, you break it, you buy it, no shortcuts. For a second I considered arguing, but the stubborn set of her jaw told me I'd lose. Fine, I said. But if we get trampled, I'm haunting you. To the mall, I groaned, peeling out of the chaos of the Target parking lot and merging into the madness of Columbia Center Mall traffic. Into the lion's den we go, battling hordes of coupon-clipping soccer moms and bargain-hunting warriors. Jessie gave a sharp nod, miming a sword salute. And cursed be anyone who dares retreat. Try misquoting Shakespeare in front of Samuel, I double-dog dare you. I shot back, and she burst out laughing. Being a stepmom was still new territory, like balancing on a wobbly tightrope coated in oil. Jessie and I got along, sure, but we'd had our share of awkward moments. Hearing her genuine laughter made me think we might actually pull this off. The car ahead of me slammed on its brakes, and I stomped on the Rabbit's pedal. That old hatchback was a relic from my high school days, but I kept it running out of stubborn nostalgia, and because, as a mechanic, keeping a vintage beater alive was the best kind of advertising. The brakes held strong, stopping us with a whole 4 inches to spare. I'm not the first to butcher Macbeth, Jessie said, sounding a little winded, though she had no idea I'd just overhauled the brake system last weekend. I clicked my tongue in mock disapproval as we waited for some hesitant driver to finally turn left onto the highway. It's the Scottish play, you should know better. Some things you just don't say out loud, like Macbeth, the IRS, or Beetlejuice. Unless you want our mall trip cursed before we even get there, she grinned. Oh, I only worry about that when I'm staring into a mirror whispering Bloody Mary. Does your dad know you watch horror movies? I asked. My dad bought me The Exorcist for my 12th birthday, she shot back smug. You didn't even ask who Bloody Mary was. What kind of movies are you into, Mercy? I stuck my tongue out at her. Maturity was clearly my strong suit. Traffic around Kennewick Mall wasn't as bad as I'd feared, just the usual bumper-to-bumper crawl. But I knew once holiday shopping kicked into high gear, snails would outpace cars in this mess. Mercy, Jessie asked suddenly. Yeah. I swerved to dodge a minivan cutting me off. When are you and Dad having a baby? My whole body went cold. The air vanished from my lungs, my hands locked on the wheel, and then crunch. We rear-ended the SUV ahead at a solid 30 miles an hour. Pretty sure Macbeth had nothing to do with it. Minutes later, we sat on the curb outside the mall, emergency lights painting Jessie's neon orange hair in strobes. She bounced her legs, either from nerves or the biting wind. "This is my fault," she muttered. The temperature had dropped, and every gust felt like ice. My head throbbed as I tried to piece together the accident. One thing was certain, Jessie wasn't to blame. I rested against the cold metal base of a streetlight, pressing the ice pack to my swollen cheek and nose, which had finally stopped bleeding. "Captain goes down with the ship," I muttered. "This one's on me." A wave of panic had hit me earlier. Jessie's question had caught me off guard. The idea of a baby didn't scare me, not really. In fact, part of me liked it. So why the sudden meltdown? The aftershock still buzzed in my skull, sharp as brain freeze, or maybe that was just the impact from the steering wheel. The Rabbit was vintage, which meant no airbags, but at least it crumpled like a good German car should, leaving us banged up but alive. Bruises didn't show much on me, not like Jessie. Give it a couple weeks, and no one would even know we'd wrecked. Even through the haze of pain, I could hear the woman from the SUV still yelling at the cops, her voice shrill enough to crack glass. If she had that much energy, she was fine. Her husband just stood there, staring at their dented bumper like it held the secrets of the universe. Then the cop said something, and she exploded like a firework. "She hit us," she screeched, launching into a string of curses that would make a sailor blush. The alcohol in her voice only sharpened the edges. I winced. Each word felt like a hammer to my skull. "I got it, though. Even if the accident wasn't your fault, dealing with insurance and repair shops was its own special hell." Guilt gnawed at me, but Jessie's flinch snapped me back. "Ben's got better material," I said quietly. "That British accent makes everything sound classy," she shot back, relaxing a little as the woman redirected her rage at the cop. "And Ben's smart enough not to cuss out officers," Jessie added, full of misplaced faith in Ben's judgment. Then her eyes widened. She just spotted the only real casualty of the night. "Wow, Mercy, check out the Rabbit." Been trying not to, but I couldn't ignore it forever. The little rusted car was wedged against the SUV in front, its front wheels lifted about 6 inches off the ground, the nearest one bent out of shape. The whole front end had crumpled inward, leaving the windshield way too close for comfort. "It's done for," I muttered. If Z were still around, maybe he could have worked some magic, literally. He taught me most of what I knew about fixing cars, but some things needed more than just skill. They needed Fey touch, and Z was long gone, tucked away in the Walla Walla Fey reservation ever since the Grey Lords made their big power move. One dead senator's kid later, and poof, the Fey vanished, reservations and all. The road leading to the local one just stopped being 10 miles. Now it looped at 8 with no sign of the place. Rumor had it one reservation vanished behind a wall of blackberry thorns. Another story claimed the military tried bombing one, only for the planes to blink out and reappear over Australia. The photos online backed that one up, along with the president's awkward apology. For me, it just meant no backup when the shop got slammed or I needed a break. No last words with Z either. I missed him, not just because my poor Rabbit was now scrap metal. "Could V been worse," I said. "At least we weren't in the van again." Teenage me would have bawled over the Rabbit, but I wasn't that kid anymore, and Jessie didn't need my drama. "Synchro Vanagons gotta be rarer than a rabbit, right?" she mused. She'd picked up a thing or two from helping around the shop, though mostly she just giggled at Gabriel, my part-timer home from college. With him gone after break, I'd be back to flying solo. Business wasn't exactly booming, and training someone new felt pointless. The thought of shutting down nagged at me, but I shoved it aside. "Easier to get wrecked in a Vanagon," I said, forcing a grin. "No crumple zones. There's a reason they stopped making them." The loss of the Rabbit and too many sleepless nights had me feeling low, but Jessie didn't need to know that. So I kept it light, like everything was just fine. Neither of us would have survived a crash like that if we'd been in the van, and I was beyond done with this stupid wheelchair. Jessie snorted. "Mercy, let's be real, everyone's over you being stuck in that thing. It wrecked my leg on my honeymoon, long story, last summer, along with my hands, leaving me useless with crutches or even pushing myself around." Yeah, I'd been a real joy to be around. The woman was still yelling at the cops, but the other driver started heading our way. Maybe he wanted to check my insurance, but the sudden chill down my spine told me otherwise. I tossed the ice pack aside and got to my feet just in case. Jessie was still staring at the wreck. "Still," she said, not even noticing I'd moved. "I loved that little rabbit. This was my fault. I'm so sorry." Then the guy charged at her like a rabid dog, spewing words that would have earned him a mouthful of soap if my mom had heard. Jessie's eyes went wide as she scrambled up, nearly tripping. I stepped between them and, borrowing a little authority from my werewolf husband, who happened to lead the local pack, snapped, "Enough." His glare shifted from Jessie to me, mouth opening before he froze. The stench of booze rolled off him. "I was driving, not her," I said, keeping my voice steady. "I hit you, my fault." "I'm insured, your car'll get fixed, sorry for the hassle." "Damn spick," he spat, "wrong on both counts since I'm native, not Hispanic," and swung at me. Sure, I'm just a coyote shifter, not some hulking werewolf, but years of karate had taught me how to handle guys like him. Big, drunk, and sloppy, his size didn't mean much. I sidestepped his punch, twisted my hips, and used his own momentum to slam him face first into the pavement. Didn't feel great for me either, thanks to the wreck still aching in my neck and hip. I stayed light on my feet, but he wasn't getting up anytime soon. Before he could twitch, a cop had a knee in his back and cuffs on him, smooth as anything. "No more driving tonight," the officer said, almost cheerful, "and definitely no more swinging at people. Looks like you're heading to the slammer to sober up." "Slammer?" I asked. The older cop, who looked like he'd seen it all before, rolled his eyes. "Nielsen's got a thing for old movies." He handed me a ticket for tailgating and nodded toward the guy in cuffs. "His girlfriend's already in custody for assaulting an officer. He's getting booked for a Dewey. You want to press charges." We all saw him throw the first punch. I shook my head, exhaustion hitting me. "Nah, just tell him to have his insurance company contact mine." A loud screech of metal cut through the air as the tow truck hauled the SUV away. My car sagged onto the pavement with a groan, steam hissing from the busted radiator. Jessie shivered beside me, and I knew we needed to get out of the cold. "When's your dad coming?" I asked. She tried calling him while I was stuck dealing with cops and paramedics handing me ice packs. "I called," she said, biting her lip. "No answer. Tried Daryl too. Nothing. I should have told you sooner." Adam not picking up, that wasn't like him. He wouldn't just vanish while we were out in the chaos of holiday shopping. Hell, he'd actually offered to come, which would have been a disaster. The man couldn't handle Walmart on a slow Tuesday. Daryl not answering was strange too, but not as alarming. Then my phone buzzed, a text from Bran. That was weird. The Marok didn't do texts. I opened it. The game is afoot. "Bran's quoting Sherlock Holmes now," I muttered as Jessie leaned in to read it. I tried calling him back. My fingers were too numb for texting, but the line was dead. Next, I dialed Samuel, his son, and got his voicemail. "No, it's fine," I told the receptionist. "If Dr. Cornick's not around, I'll just head to the No point leaving a message. Brand's cryptic text had already put me on edge. The panic attack that caused the wreck didn't help either. I ran through the rest of the pack. Warren, Honey, Mary Jo, Ben, phones off, straight to voicemail, off again. Then I tried Paul, who'd probably rather leave me stranded than lift a finger, though he'd move mountains for Jessie. As the call rang out, it hit me. Werewolves loved their secret codes. Not a wolf thing, just a side effect of too many ex-military types in the pack. They made the Boy Scouts look unprepared. I knew about the codes from growing up around them, but I'd never learned them. After all, I wasn't one of them. Adam probably would have started teaching me the ropes now that I was officially part of his pack. But between river monsters, broken bones, and pack politics, it wasn't surprising it hadn't been a priority. Paul stayed silent too. Judging by Brand's vague text, I was guessing it meant no phones allowed. Great, just great. Jessie and I were stranded at the mall until someone finally picked up their useless phone. If this turned out to be some kind of drill for the secret emergency protocol, I was going to lose it. And if it wasn't, my gut twisted and the panic attack that had led to my accident suddenly felt a lot more ominous. I was tied to Adam and the pack. What if something had happened to them? I reached for those bonds, searching. "Mercy," Jessie cut in before I could fully connect. "I don't know what's happening," I admitted. "Let me try a few more people." Kyle was my next call. Not a werewolf, so maybe he hadn't gotten the memo about the phone blackout. Plus, as the partner of the pack's third-in-command, he might have a clue. Straight to voicemail. No message. Next up, Elizaveta, the pack's witch. She was on retainer, and after seeing Adam's monthly payments, I had zero guilt about calling in a favor, but no luck. Maybe she was caught up in the late-night shopping chaos, or maybe the whole pack was out there and I was just overreacting. "What are the odds the entire pack decided to hit the mall at midnight?" I muttered. "Not great," Jessie said dryly. "Most of them are like Dad, crowds and noise make them twitchy. shove them into a packed store, and it's a disaster waiting to happen. Honey might be the only one brave enough to try. Exactly, I agreed. Something's wrong. We're flying solo here. Jessie pulled out her phone. I'll try Gabriel. Gabriel, my go-to guy for everything, was stubbornly pretending he wasn't head over heels for Jessie. They'd broken up before he left for college, if you could even call it that, but at Thanksgiving dinner he'd been laying on the charm, even with Adam watching. Love doesn't care about timing. When he wasn't in Seattle, he crashed in my tiny trailer just across the yard from our place. After a blowout fight with his mom about him hanging around werewolves, he'd moved in. Now it was his home base. Whenever he visited, Jessie's head shake confirmed he wasn't on any pack emergency list, and my stomach twisted tighter. Had something gone wrong with the werewolves while we were away? Damn it, I muttered, reaching again for Adam through our mating bond. The connection hummed steadily between us, but reading deeper signals always took work. When I'd fretted about this to Adam before, he'd just flashed that easy grin of his. Some mates need constant mind melds, he'd said. Remember how you felt when we tried that? He'd laughed when I started apologizing. Relax, sweetheart. I don't need to crawl inside your skull 24/7. Just knowing you're out there is enough. God, I loved that man. Ignoring my pounding headache, I pushed through the mental barriers I'd built, protection against being overwhelmed by an alpha's raw presence, until I finally brushed against Adam's consciousness. Everything all right, Mercy. The familiar rumble snapped me back to reality. Dale, the tow truck driver, stood there, eyebrows raised. I knew most local tow guys' perks of running an auto shop. Hey Dale, I said, forcing normalcy despite the icy dread creeping up my spine again. My teeth chattered, but hopefully he'd blame the cold instead of the panic attack I was barely containing. We're in one piece, but it's been a rough afternoon. He eyed my crumpled rabbit. Want me to haul it to your garage, or should we skip straight to the junkyard? I studied his grease-stained jacket as an idea struck. Dale, if you're towing my car, any chance you could squeeze 2 passengers in? My husband's not answering, and I've got another vehicle at the shop. Sure thing, he said easily. The truck cab smelled like week-old fast food and overripe bananas as we rattled toward my shop. I kept up idle chatter about his granddaughter and fuel prices, anything to distract Jessie from how my nails dug into my palms. Because beneath the small talk, our bond screamed with Adam's pain and fury. Someone was hurting him. The shop's familiar scent of motor oil and metal wrapped around me like armor when we arrived, my safe place to figure this out. The tools hung exactly where they belonged. The workbench gleamed under fluorescent lights. Everything looked right. Everything except the wildfire of terror burning through our bond. The salvage yard glowed under bright halogen lights, casting long shadows over the few skeletal cars left to donate parts to the living. 4 vehicles sat in the repair lot, one more than there should have been. I gave Jessie's knee a reassuring squeeze before hopping out of the truck to help Dale unhook my rabbit. Without a word, Jessie hurried inside the shop, pausing just long enough to eye the extra car. The door swung open too easily, and she didn't flip the lights. Smart kid. She knew better than to announce her presence when something felt off. Dale clapped a hand on my car's trunk with a sigh. Rare sight these days, he said. But hey, I've got a lead on an '89 Jetta. Needs some love, but it's got potential. I'll think about it, I said, forcing a smile as he waved off payment. The boss'll handle it. His wife ran the books, and the joke eased the tension until I spotted the 4th car. Beat-up '74 Mercedes, Gabriel's ride, parked between a vintage Beetle and an old van. My stomach tightened as I slipped inside the dark office. The lack of light was a warning. Gabriel had news, and it wasn't good. Before I could react, arms locked around my waist, lifting me off balance. The scent hit me first. Ben, all rough edges and British curses, his face pressed against my stomach like he was holding himself together. I set the crowbar back on the counter before instinct took over. His cheek scraped against my skin, his breathing ragged. I'd seen this before, a werewolf fighting the change. My fingers brushed his hair, careful not to startle him further. In the dim light, I caught Gabriel's strained expression, Jessie clutching his hand like an anchor. The 2 teenagers by the hubcap shelf looked shell-shocked. Ben growled something unintelligible, his body burning against mine. Start over, Jessie said, her voice steady despite the chaos. Mercy has to know everything. Gabriel gave a quick nod. Around midnight, Ben stormed into my place, yanked me off the couch, snatched my keys, and practically threw me out the door. Outside, I could tell something big was happening at your house. No headlights, but the rumble of diesel engines like big trucks. Ben kept muttering about getting to you, but his words were all over the place. He shoved me behind the wheel and hasn't made sense since. I wanted to call you, but he gestured at the shattered phone on the floor. Ben wasn't having it. Honestly, I've never been so relieved to see someone. Ben, I started, but he cut me off, pressing a half-empty tranquilizer dart into my palm. The liquid inside looked harmless, but I knew better. Someone had figured us out. He's drugged, I confirmed, catching a whiff of the syringe. The scent was unmistakable. Same stuff that took out Mac. Gabriel stiffened. Mac, before your time, I said. New werewolf, caught in the middle of some ancient power play. We always thought wolves were immune to drugs, but Jerry, another wolf, figured out a mix using common vet supplies. Most survived, but the newly turned not so lucky. We all turned to Ben, who was sweating and shaky. Will he be okay? Gabriel asked. Can we help burning it out? Ben rasped, his voice thick. I pressed a hand to his forehead. Hot. You're speeding up your metabolism. I didn't know that was possible. Burning it good, he managed. Just. Takes time. What do you need? I asked. Water, food, just you, he gritted out. Pack scent, Alpha helps. A violent shudder racked him. Wolf wants out. Let it, Jesse urged. Ben shook his head. Can't talk then. Gotta tell you. The adrenaline and blood on him set my nerves on edge. Is this place safe? Should we go? Short term, he muttered. They're busy with the others. Coffee, Jesse suggested. I hesitated. No idea. Mixing stimulants might backfire. Call Samuel, she pressed. I met her worried gaze. His phone goes straight to voicemail. We're stuck figuring this out ourselves. Gabriel perked up. What about Z? He'd seen the old Fae work miracles on cars, enough to turn him into a full-blown fan. Can't he do something about the silver? I sighed, running a hand through Ben's hair as he pressed against me, his body tense with pain. Z's in fairyland with the rest of the Fae, I reminded him, though he already knew. He's not coming back to help. But Z may be a friend, I cut in, but when it comes down to it, he's Fae first. Ben let out a low groan, his voice muffled against my shirt. The silver was hitting him hard, and I hated feeling useless. Yeah, you can help, he muttered, as if reading my mind, which, thanks to the pact bond, he kind of was. Ask me something, keep me talking. If I focus on that, the wolf stays down. You need to hear this. Everyone's alive, I said, sensing it through the bond. What happened? Taken, he ground out, by feds. A cold dread settled in my gut. I knew enough history to know what it meant when the government turned on its own people. Nothing good ever came of that. If the feds weren't protecting the werewolves anymore, then we were on our own, and that never ended well. Which agency? I demanded. Homeland, Cantrip, FBI. Ben shook his head, his gaze locking onto mine like he was trying to steady himself. He opened his mouth, hesitated, then tried again. They got everyone who was there. Everyone, he confirmed, his voice rough. He dropped his head back against me. Every single one. Thanksgiving. The realization hit me like a punch. I exchanged a grim look with Jesse. The pack had been gathered at the house, most of them anyway. Honey, Peter, Paul, Daryl, Oriel, Ben listed, pausing to catch his breath. Mary Jo, Warren. Mary Jo wasn't there, I said quickly. Neither was Warren. Warren and his boyfriend had hosted their own dinner for friends without families. And Mary Jo, she'd been on shift at the firehouse. Ben growled, smelled them, then his whole body tensed. They said, not Adam. They said, come quietly, no one gets hurt, Mr. Hoffman. Adam, he said, I smell blood on your hands. Warren and Mary Jo, what did you do to my people? They kept saying, federal agents, flashing badges. But Adam, he knew. He said, your ids are real, but you're not feds. Liars, he called them liars. I wasn't sure who was holding who anymore. How did they even find Mary Jo? I muttered, more to myself than to Ben. She'd been so careful, terrified of losing her job if anyone found out what she was. If they knew about her, about the tranquilizers, then someone knew way too much. Phones, Ben rasped. Brand sent a warning. I got it, I said. Thought it meant the lines were compromised. He shook his head. Meant they were tracking us. GPS. Note, the rewritten version maintains the original plot and character dynamics while adjusting phrasing, adding slight emotional depth, and ensuring natural dialogue flow. The tone shifts subtly from urgency to grim realization, reinforcing the stakes without losing the original's intensity. Charles keeps digital spiders. As the Marok's son, the werewolf leader, Charles had skills ranging from combat to tech, but coding surveillance programs was a new one for me. Spiders, I asked. Let out a dry chuckle. Yeah, little data crawlers scanning phone records, probably has an inside contact too. Warning didn't help much though. How'd you get away? I tightened my grip as his breathing steadied. I was grabbing TP for the damn bathroom, he muttered, voice rough. A shaky breath escaped him. Swear all you want, I said. Adam won't hear it from me. He gave a tired snort. Bad influence. Could have meant either of us. True, I admitted. So you heard them and bolted for Gabriel. Listened first, he said, words sharper now. Whole pack was downstairs. Then Adam growled in all Mercy Benjamin Speedway. Said it like a curse, but I got it. My name, yours, and speed meant run. Bought me seconds before they caught on. Bastards saw me jump, nailed me with a dart. Hit the river, looped back to Gabriel, made him drive. But you weren't here. If not for that crash, Jesse and I would have walked right into the ambush. The thought chilled me. Then the coppery tang hit. "You're bleeding," I said, pulling back. "Where?" Jesse's voice cut in. "Lights." Gabriel was already moving. "Big med kits in the shop," he called. "Werewolf fast, but not like me, not with Ben clinging to me." Adam would vetoed lights with enemies lurking, but stitching in the dark wasn't happening. "Grab the flashlight under the counter," I said. "Box cutter too, might need to cut fabric." I cupped Ben's face. "Hey, look at me." His reply was oddly polished. "Yes." Still, he wouldn't lift his head. "Where's the wound?" "Trank my ass," he slurred. "Unlikely, darts don't bleed like this." Then his knees buckled. "Ben, you've been shot." "Where?" Jesse shone the flashlight down, revealing the wound just above his right knee. When Ben refused to let go, she quickly sliced through his khakis with the box cutter. Gabriel took the light, examining the injury with a steady voice, though his face had gone pale. "Clean through," he noted. The fact it hadn't closed meant either silver bullets or something in the tranquilizer was slowing his healing. Either way, we had to stop the bleeding. "Telfa pad first," I told Jesse. "Nothing that'll stick if his body starts repairing itself. After that, gauze and vet wrap." Our best shot was packing up and heading to Samuel's place if he was even home. Samuel Cornick, a doctor and a werewolf, would know exactly how to handle this. His phone had gone unanswered, which probably meant Bran had already warned him. The upside, he wasn't part of the pack. If whoever was rounding up wolves had missed him, we might still have a chance. I needed to get Ben to Samuel, then figure out our next move. Find Adam, check on the others who hadn't been at Thanksgiving, make sure no one else had been taken. If they tracked down Warren and Mary Jo, they knew too much. Humans bold enough to kidnap nearly 30 werewolves. Either they were insane, planning a massacre, or armed to the teeth. And if they were feds, despite Ben's memory of Adam calling them liars, we were in deep trouble. "Can you stand?" I asked once Jesse finished the bandage. Ben let out a rough noise, then forced himself up, only to slump against me. "Not the leg," he muttered, words too precise. "The drug, weak." His muscles locked, eyes burning gold with the wolf's instinct to fight back. A predator hates feeling helpless. "You're safe," I said, firm. If he didn't believe that, things would get ugly fast. "We've got you." Gabriel, grab the keys to the Mercedes in the garage. "We need to get Ben out of here fast." The dark blue S65 AM belonged to Marsilia, parked safely inside to avoid scratches from jealous passersby. It cost more than my entire shop, barely broken in with its first oil change due. "The AMG," Gabriel hesitated, keys in hand. "You're seriously letting Ben bleed all over a car that expensive?" Jessie crossed her arms. "He's already bleeding on a Mercedes. But wait, that AMG. Mercy Hauptmann, have you lost it? Marsilia will skin you alive." Gabriel paled. "The Vampire Queen's car? No way, take mine instead." "She's not a queen, she runs the seethe," I snapped. "And this car fits 4 without screaming fugitives in a junker." What I didn't mention was the bulletproof glass or the fact Wolf and I had stripped it of every tracking chip down to the tire sensors. Right now, survival mattered more than Marsilia's temper. Ben needed Samuel, Jesse and Gabriel needed safety. And Adam, his absence was a raw wound in my chest. First, protect who I could. Second, get the rest back. Third, make the bastards who took him wish they'd never been born. I bolted to the office, yanking open the safe for my Sig Sauer. Adam insisted I carry, being the alpha's wife came with risks. I stuffed extra mags and a box of silver rounds into my bag. If I'd had a grenade, I'd have taken that too. Jesse had already tucked Ben into the backseat, tossing an old blanket over the leather. Smart. Ben was too unstable up front, and I couldn't wrestle him while driving. Gabriel slid in beside me, eyes widening. "Your eyes are gold. Since when?" "No clue." Samuel's place was 20 minutes away. Every second felt like an eternity. The urge to floor it was almost overwhelming. Marsilia's car could hit 250 mph after I disabled the speed limiter at her insistence. But even in the pre-dawn quiet, patrol cars lurked everywhere, their presence thicker now that early shoppers were trickling back. The last thing I needed was flashing lights behind me with a bleeding man slumped in the backseat. Instead, I kept it at a steady 60, following the river's curve toward Samuel's place in Richland. Before Adam, Samuel and I had shared a trailer, one of those ancient, narrow models that felt more like a tin can than a home. He never complained, though. Wolves aren't built for solitude, not even dominant ones like him. These days, he splurged on a riverside condo, all sleek stone and manicured hedges, despite not caring about appearances. Water, though, that was different. He'd pay any price to be near it. I pulled up to his garage, leaving the others in the car as I knocked. Silence. Pressing my forehead to the cold fiberglass door, I strained for any sound inside. "Samuel," I whispered, knocking again. "I really need you right now." The door swung open, but it wasn't Samuel. Ariana stood there in pajamas covered in cartoon kittens, her hair a pale gold that looked almost unreal. The Fae could wear any face they wanted, and Ariana's current one was unremarkable, the kind you'd forget 5 minutes later. But I knew better. I'd seen glimpses of what lay beneath, something breathtaking. Problem was, she shouldn't have been here at all. When the Fae retreated to the reservation, Samuel had assured me she was safe. His tone had been too casual, I realized now. Ariana, I started. You thought I'd vanished with the others, she finished, arching a brow. The hint of amusement in her voice was sharper than I expected. Surprise, my partner's here now. I don't follow anyone's orders these days, and any loyalty I had to the Grey Lords is long gone, if it ever existed. They only let me stay on the condition that I keep a low profile. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she added, they made us turn over any magical objects in our possession, but somehow they were perfectly happy to let me walk out with the Silver Born. That ancient artifact predated Columbus by centuries, a dangerous creation that drained magic from any Fae who came near it. Too volatile to leave where humans might stumble upon it, yet too destructive to bring onto the reservation. Her playful expression faded. Enough chatter, injured. Get inside before you freeze. Not my blood, I said. Is Samuel around? I've got a warning for him and a patient. If he's not here, we should probably move on. Ariana shook her head. His father summoned him a few days ago. Something about disturbances in the force, if you can believe that. I raised an eyebrow and she laughed. I swear those were his exact words. But bring your wounded in. I've picked up some medical skills over the years, and Samuel keeps enough supplies to patch up a small army. I hesitated and her expression shifted. Despite being older than Bran, maybe older than dirt, Ariana had this quiet fragility, like a single wrong word could shatter her. It's not that I don't trust you, I explained, but my patient is a werewolf. He's holding onto his human form, but barely. Ariana had a deep, well-earned fear of anything canine. She'd only ever made peace with Samuel. The rest of us made sure not to act too wolfish around her. She took a steadying breath. I figured it was one of yours. Who else would it be? Bring him inside. I motioned for the others to help unload the car, human and not-so-human alike. Part of me wondered if this was a mistake. I'd seen Ariana lose control once before, and it wasn't something I wanted to repeat. But she'd been warned, and she insisted she could handle it. Fair enough. Jesse pushed while Gabriel and I hauled Ben out of the backseat. Once upright, Gabriel ducked under his arm, taking most of his weight. I scanned the street, dark windows, no movement. If anyone was watching, they were staying hidden. Jesse held the door as Gabriel hesitated in the entryway. The walls were vibrant, but the carpet was pristine white, and Ben was still dripping blood. Ariana sighed. For heaven's sake, bring him in. A little blood never ruined anything I couldn't fix. Relieved, I gestured them forward. The condo had that modern open layout, kitchen blending into the dining area, flowing straight into the living room. Gabriel half-carried Ben past the kitchen island. Before lowering him onto the dark leather couch, he looked even worse than he had in my office, like he'd stopped fighting to stay conscious now that someone else was taking charge. Ariana studied us all with a frown. Tell me what happened, she said. So I did, recounting events from my perspective until we reached the garage, then switching to Ben's version. When I finished, she pressed a hand to Ben's forehead. He muttered something vulgar and her eyebrows shot up. Don't hold him accountable for what he says in this state, Jessie said quickly. Ariana's mouth curved slightly. I've heard worse. She rolled up Ben's pant leg, revealing the blood-soaked bandages we'd applied earlier. Was it a silver bullet? Not exactly, I said. But it's not healing like a normal wound, so silver's definitely involved. They hit him with a tranquilizer laced with it, same stuff that killed a friend of mine years ago. That's why we wanted Samuel to check him out. Ariana took a step back, half closing her eyes as she held her hands a few inches above Ben. I have a connection to silver, she murmured. I can sense it, but I can't draw it out. The irony wasn't lost on me. Ariana meant silver in Welsh, and here she was, mated to a werewolf. After a moment, she exhaled. There's silver in his system, but none near the wound. Must be from the dart. If it was a bullet, it didn't leave fragments. He'll have to wait for it to pass, but I can treat the injury. I kept my grip on Ben's hand while Ariana peeled off the bandages and smeared a thick herbal salve from an old clay jar over the wounds. Ben stayed rigid, muscles locked tight despite his closed eyes. Having a near stranger tend to him while he was vulnerable clearly didn't sit well. Every low growl he let out made Ariana flinch, which only made him tense up more. By the time she finished, both of them were trembling like racehorses at the starting gate. That's all I can do for now, she said, backing away with visible relief. She moved to the sink, scrubbing her hands briskly before drying them on a clean towel. When she spoke again, her voice was steady. I'm no Samuel, but barring infection, which isn't a concern for werewolves, his leg should heal fine. Assuming the silver didn't linger too long. I couldn't tell if Ben was tracking the conversation. His eyes were half-lidded, and without Ariana's touch, his body had gone slack in a way that didn't feel natural. Either way, I said, without Adam or Samuel, there's not much more we can do. Adam, his alpha, could channel Pack's strength into him. I could tap into some of that power, but healing, that was still beyond me. Ariana reached for the phone on the side table, hesitating for a moment before pressing it to her ear. I'll try Samuel, she murmured, but her fingers moved differently, dialing another number. The tension in her shoulders was unmistakable. Finn, she said, voice tight. I hate waking you, but I had this dream. Phineas Brewster, her mostly human relative who ran a rare bookstore, answered with a groggy, Ari. Even from across the room, I caught the shift in his tone as he shook off sleep. No, it's fine, you okay? Need me to come over? It was just a dream, she admitted, though her grip on the receiver didn't loosen. But it scared me, about you. The Fae couldn't lie, so the worry was real, whether from tonight or years ago didn't matter. Finn's response was casual, like midnight calls were routine. I'm good, he assured her. Stay safe. She hung up, staring at the phone like it had betrayed her. Someone was listening, she muttered. Gabriel's brow furrowed. Bugged, Ariana shook her head. Doesn't matter how, they were there. My stomach dropped as I yanked out my own phone. Damn it, I forgot Bran warned us. Ben, half slumped on the couch, mumbled, mine's toast, crushed it. Jessie handed hers over without a word, but Gabriel shrugged. Left mine at home, safer that way. I took the phones to the garage and smashed them with a hammer. Overkill, maybe, but maybe wasn't cutting it tonight. Back inside, Jessie hugged herself. Who's after us? Government, Fae, vampires. Ariana's voice was grim. Samuel said his father's been expecting this. The government's done playing nice with the Fae and the wolves are next. The vampires, they're sweating over what happens if we and the Fae stop fighting each other. I rubbed my temples. The ones who took the pack said they were feds, but Adam didn't buy it. Still, humans usually mean bureaucracy. Gabriel's jaw tightened. So do we stay or run? I met his gaze. If they tracked the phones, we're already on borrowed time. I needed a moment to reach out to Adam and figure out what was happening. You can stay here to do that, Ariana offered. I can't exactly turn this place invisible, but I can make it hard to find for a while. Jessie turned to me. Mercy, what do you know? He's alive, I said, trusting Ariana's judgment. If she could buy us time, that was all I needed. I just need some quiet to focus and see if I can sense anything else. No way was I dragging Jessie into the storm of dark, violent emotions I'd been catching from Adam all night. The flickering connection was the worst part. Ariana nudged me. Take a hot shower. It'll help clear your head. I'll grab you some clothes and keep an eye on your people. Ben let out a low growl and she stiffened. I tried sitting on the spare bedroom floor, but the scent of Ben's blood clung to the air. My scalp prickled. My jeans reeked of antifreeze from my wrecked car, my shoulder ached from the seatbelt, and my cheek throbbed. So I gave in and stepped under the hot water. Mid-shampoo, the bathroom door creaked open. Clean clothes appeared on the toilet seat when I finished. I held up the sweats and exhaled sharply. If someone showed up at my place, even a friend, I wouldn't hand over Adam's clothes, especially not an ex. But right then, drowning in Samuel's oversized shirt and sweatpants, I felt oddly safe. It helped, but not enough. Sitting cross-legged, I strained to untangle the bond between Adam and me. His emotions pulsed around me so strong it was hard to tell where he ended and I began. Still nothing. Frustration burned through me, mixing with exhaustion and pain until despair took over, leaving me dizzy and nauseous. Then I stood and froze. No carpet, just hard dirt under boots I hadn't put on. Scuffed black leather, worn soft with time. Adam's boots. Why was I wearing them? The air was stale, thick with the scent of my pack, suffering. Their pain washed over me the second I reached for them. A stranger's voice cut through my thoughts, snapping my attention away from Adam's boots on my feet. Mr. Hauptmann, the man said, his tone smooth and rehearsed. I blinked, taking in his dark, sharply tailored clothes, no insignia, but the precision screamed military, except something was off. His posture lacked the rigid discipline of a soldier. This guy had never seen combat. He was the kind who signed orders from behind a desk while others took the risks. Apologies for the restraints, he continued, gesturing vaguely at my bound wrists and ankles. A bit archaic, I know, but given the circumstances, we couldn't risk you waking up in a foul mood. Killing you now would be counterproductive, don't you think? Call me Mr. Jones. Adam barely suppressed an eye roll. Jones, he could practically taste the lie. At least the guy hadn't gone with Smith. The silver burned like fire, worse than the time I'd stumbled into a wasp nest as a kid. Every nerve screamed and my vision swam. Adam's instincts flared. He could break free, tear through the smug bureaucrat in seconds. But reckless violence wouldn't help the people depending on him. so he swallowed the growl in his throat and played along. You went through a lot of effort to bring us here, Adam said, his words slightly slurred. He drew strength from the pack, borrowing what little they could spare. It sharpened his focus, enough to push back the fog of whatever drugs they'd pumped into him. What's your play? The surge of power cleared my head too. I'd sunk too deep into Adam's consciousness, tangled in the weirdness of werewolf magic. Gritting my teeth, I imagined peeling myself free. The sensation was unsettling, like stepping out of a too-tight suit, leaving my stomach behind. Mercy. Adam's silent question hit me like a wave, frantic and scattered. I tried feeding him energy through our bond, but he yanked it hard, leaving me swaying. My hands shot out, gripping his shoulders to steady myself. The room spun, but at least I was back in my own skin. Mostly Adam's body was firm beneath my touch, yet my own hands remained invisible. Mr. Hauptmann. Adam barely acknowledged the voice, his focus locked onto me as another wave of raw need crashed through our bond, this time deeper, more urgent than just a plea for strength. I couldn't decipher exactly what he wanted, but the heat of it left little to the imagination. Meanwhile, Ben had tracked down Gabriel, and together they'd found Jesse and me. We were all safe at Samuel's place, though Ben was nursing some minor injuries. I kept quiet about Samuel's absence, no need to add to the chaos. Adam inhaled sharply, his muscles tensing as pain coiled through his joints like icy wire, stiffening his movements. He flexed his fingers, testing their response, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Every ounce of his anger pulsed through me, sharp and unfiltered. I kept my grip on his shoulder, stepping back just enough to clear my head, but I wasn't ready to let go completely. My other hand slipped into the back of his waistband, anchoring myself like a kid clutching a nightlight. If I lost contact, I might return to Samuel's empty-handed. Even with the connection, his vision was strangely restricted, like peering through a fogged-up window. The silver, his wolf muttered. Nothing's working right, eyes open, but Adam's blind to it. I gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze, unsure if he even registered it. Words wouldn't help here, this was between him and the wolf. You always help, the wolf countered, tugging at our bond, drawing just a little more from me. Always, Adam echoed, his wolf settling back into place. Mr. Hauptmann, am I boring you? Adam's attention snapped forward, zeroing in on the man across from us. Mr. Jones flinched, a tiny, delicious reaction that sent a thrill through me. Fear had a scent, and his was intoxicating. No, Mr. Smith, Adam murmured, voice smooth as a blade. I find you fascinating right now. Jones, the man behind the desk, snapped, the lie in his name sour on the air. His temper flared, exposing his weakness, predictable, emotional, dangerous but breakable. Movement flickered at Adam's right, sudden and sharp. Another figure stepped into view, dressed in black but not just for show. Armor hugged his frame and he moved like someone who knew how to use it. Unlike Jones, this one carried himself like a soldier, weapons tucked discreetly in his cuffs. Adam's focus narrowed. Jones might be the one barking orders, but the real authority, it radiated from the man beside him. The others in the room, unseen but felt, answered to him. Adam recognized the type from his military days, an inexperienced officer leaning too hard on his subordinates. The soldier carried himself with authority, while Jones reeked of desperation, like a rabbit trying to pass for a wolf. Whatever this abduction was about, Adam was on his feet and his pack was still breathing. Not great, but alive. Through Adam's awareness, I sensed them sprawled behind us, bound and weakened by silver and sedatives, but otherwise unharmed. That told him this wasn't a purge. They wanted something and they thought he could deliver. For now, his people were safe. Well, Jones snapped, drumming his fingers on the table. Adam stayed quiet. They weren't here to chat, and he wasn't about to give them an opening. They'd stripped him of power. He wasn't handing them more. Sooner or later, they'd get to the point, and then he'd have room to maneuver. Until then, silence was his shield. The unnamed politician, definitely not Jones, leaned back with a theatrical sigh. They warned me you'd be stubborn. We have an offer, Mr. Hauptmann. This was the only way to guarantee you'd listen. Adam's eyebrow lifted, and the soldier smirked when the politician wasn't looking. The moment Adam caught him, the grin vanished, but the message was clear. We need you to eliminate someone, the politician said smoothly. You've done it before for Uncle Sam, Sergeant. Adam's time as an Army Ranger in Vietnam wasn't common knowledge outside the pack. Don't worry, it's someone you won't lose sleep over. Senator Campbell, Republican from Minnesota. His smile widened. Ah, I see you recognize the name. I did too. Campbell had spent 2 decades in Washington as one of the most vocal opponents of the Fae and werewolves. After a brutal attack in his home state, where a few wolves had mauled and partially devoured a man, he'd pushed for laws letting authorities execute rogue supernaturals with just a judge's approval. Fear had won him allies on both sides of the aisle. He was a pragmatist, untethered to party lines, which made him dangerous. "You're not the government," Adam said flatly. The politician spread his hands. "I assure you I am. You saw my credentials." I caught the lie beneath his words. His scent gave him away. Adam weighed my instinct. "It's a simple job," Jones cut in and out, then you and your pack walk free. Adam's jaw tightened. I haven't worked for the government in years. He should have left it there, but the stench of Jones's fear and the silver's burn gnawed at his control. Pushing him further, Jones flashed a dangerous grin, leaning in close. "These days, I only take out the trash," he told Smith. Jones flinched back, the sour stench of his panic thick in the air. Then his hand darted under the desk, too fast, and came up gripping a pistol. Adam, still sluggish from the silver cuffs and whatever drugs they'd pumped into him, barely managed to lurch forward before his legs gave out. The gunshot cracked through the room, followed by the metallic tang of blood and the sickening weight of loss slamming into me through the pack bonds. I held onto Adam as grief and fury twisted inside us both, Honey's scream echoing in my skull. I didn't need to see Peter's body to know. The bond told me everything. One clean shot, right between the eyes. Gone, the heart of our pack, Honey's mate, the one wolf who never fought for power, the only one we never had to doubt. Adam's shoulders sagged under the weight of failure. The others, they'd sent blood in the water now. But Peter, he was different. Submissive wolves were rare, priceless, loyal without question. And we'd failed him. "Not your fault," I pressed into Adam's mind. "None of this is on you." But he wasn't listening. An alpha's duty was protection, and Peter had been his to shield. I felt the storm inside him, rage, guilt, the hunger to tear Jones apart, but also the cold calculation holding him back. The pack still needed him. Then Jones made his mistake. He smirked, gun still in hand, mistaking Adam's stillness for surrender. The soldier beside him stayed tense, smarter than his boss. Adam rose slowly, chains clinking, his balance deliberate. Every movement was controlled, a predator biding his time. Jones didn't realize it yet, but his clock was ticking. And Adam, he never forgot how to hunt. Adam locked eyes with Mr. Jones, his wolf simmering just beneath the surface. His muscles coiled tight as he twisted the metal cuff on his left wrist. The steel shrieked in protest, biting into his skin before the hinge snapped. Blood welled up, but he didn't flinch, just held Jones's gaze, daring him to react. With deliberate slowness, he repeated the motion on his right wrist, letting the broken cuffs clatter to the floor. When he finally raised his freed hands, Jones jerked the gun up, but the soldier beside him slammed it back onto the desk before it could fire. "You really think shooting everyone and starting over is an option?" Adam asked, his voice deceptively calm. "Good luck finding another pack like mine." Hauptmann wasn't just a suggestion, he was the whole point. Jones lunged for the weapon, but the soldier yanked it away with a scoff. "Enough," the man snapped. "You've already turned this into a disaster. Sit down and shut up before you make it worse." Adam ignored them both, shifting his focus to the restraints on his ankles. His deliberate indifference was a calculated move, a show of dominance that sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to keep my eyes on Jones, to make sure he didn't take a shot, but Adam's confidence was absolute. "They won't," he assured me, wrenching the first manacle apart with a sharp twist. "They've put too much effort into this to waste me now. They need me to kill their senator first to prove werewolves are monsters." Bran had warned him this might happen, that his visibility made him a target. "And when you refuse to kill Campbell?" I asked. "I'll do whatever it takes to protect my pack," Adam replied, his voice steady as he crushed the second restraint. "Even if it means playing their game. Make sure Bran knows that." The soldier stiffened as Adam leveled a cold stare at him. "One more of my pack gets hurt," Adam growled, "and I don't care how many of you I have to tear through to make it stop. Jones first, then you, then anyone else stupid enough to stand in my way." The soldier gave a tight nod. "Mercy, find Samuel, find Bran. Get the pack out before I'm forced to act," Adam ordered, shoving me back into my own body. I gasped awake in Samuel's guest room, the sheets tangled around me. Downstairs, a wolf snarled and a woman's eerie, melodic voice wove through the air. Magic prickled over my skin, thick and unnatural. I vaulted out of bed, hitting the stairs at a dead run. Ben would have felt Peter's death. Wounded and grieving, that was a disaster waiting to happen. Ariana huddled in the corner, murmuring in a strange, melodic tongue that reminded me of some forgotten dialect, definitely not Welsh, since I couldn't make out a single syllable. Ben, mid-transformation, crouched on the couch, his focus locked onto the unfamiliar presence in the room. Jesse and Gabriel stood like a barrier between him and Ariana, though Gabriel's bleeding arm made it clear neither stood a chance against Ben in this state. He was three-quarters shifted, wild with the drugs in his system. The chaos of the pack, Adam's fury, and Peter's death. All of this flashed through my mind as I lunged, twisting midair to slam into Ben instead of hitting the floor. We crashed down together, and I pinned him the way my mom had taught me years ago, back when she'd tried to turn me into a rodeo star. 2 weeks of goat tying lessons hadn't made me love horses, but the muscle memory kicked in now, my hands locking Ben down like I'd done it yesterday. Fear has a funny way of bringing old skills back. Ben, stop, I growled, wrenching his head to the side and digging my knee into his shoulder. Ariana isn't the enemy. I shot her a quick glance. Unless you give her a reason to be, we need to get Jesse and Gabriel out, then find the pack. I need you to pull it together. He thrashed under me, so I leaned in, my lips brushing his ear. They killed Peter. My voice cracked, and I let him hear the raw ache in it. Peter, who'd once charged into battle with a sword to save us all, who'd spent hours trash-talking over video games, who'd loved his mate with a quiet fierceness. Now he was gone, leaving a wound none of us knew how to close. They killed him, I repeated, and we're going to make them regret it. Ben went still beneath me, his body trembling. I loosened my grip but stayed where I was, pressing my face into his fur to hide the tears. It wasn't just my grief, it was Adam's, Honey's, the whole pack's. We'd failed him. The unfairness of it clawed at me. Ben wasn't fully shifted yet, his skin still hypersensitive, but I held on anyway, riding out the storm of emotion until I could breathe again. Mercy. Jesse's voice cut through the haze, sharp with controlled fear. What's going on? Is Dad okay? Mercy. Her urgency snapped me back. No time to fall apart. Ben, I asked, pulling back slightly. You good? In answer he rose, shaking me off effortlessly. So much for rodeo tricks. He kept his gaze fixed on the blinds covering the window, deliberately avoiding Ariana. Her fear was thick in the air, almost suffocating. Pushing myself up, I winced as my bruised cheek throbbed. The paramedics had assured me it wasn't broken, but every twinge argued otherwise. My whole body ached, shoulder, hip, knee, but none of it compared to the weight pressing on my chest. Ariana still wasn't looking at any of us, her whispered words laced with fey magic that prickled against my skin. Ariana, I kept my voice steady. Ben didn't mean it. He won't hurt you or anyone in this room. She didn't react. Samuel had warned us about moments like this. The Silverborn kept her power in check, but she wasn't just any fae. She was the last of the old ones, born before iron poisoned the world. Even restrained, she could level a city block if her mind snapped. And if the artifact failed, well, let's just say none of us wanted to be around for that. Keep talking, I told Jesse and Gabriel, who hadn't moved from their spot between Ben and Ariana. Doesn't matter what, just sound normal. She's not listening to words, just tone. Ben, stay still. We're no help to anyone if we're turned into confetti. Gabriel wiped a trickle of blood from his arm, just a scratch, nothing he hadn't dealt with 100 times in the shop. Should we get out of here? He asked. Jessie shook her head. You don't run from something like this, not yet. Exactly, I agreed. But if I say go, you go, no hesitation. That means you too, Ben. His eyes met mine, understanding passing between us. If things went south, he'd be the one to get them out. Jesse's voice cut through the tension. Did you reach Dad? At the same time, Gabriel muttered. Something triggered Ben, but it wasn't in here. Light topics, I reminded them, though the moment for that had passed. Adam's fine, I told Jessie before she could ask. Then what set Ben off? She pressed. I exhaled, watching Ariana's fingers twitch. Peter's gone. Jessie paled. Gabriel frowned. Who's Peter? Jessie swallowed hard. Dad called him the heart of the pack, like it was more than just a name. Yeah, I said quietly. It was. The room felt heavier, the air thick with grief and the unspoken dread of what might happen next. Peter held the pack together not by dominance but by quiet strength. He could speak truths no one else dared, and the others shielded him without question. Ben let out a low, mournful growl. Ariana's gaze locked onto mine, her eyes unnervingly empty, just pools of darkness swallowing the light. Peter was good to me, she murmured, and relief flickered through me. If she was coherent enough to remember him, maybe we weren't completely screwed. Samuel brought him in to help me with the fear. He was gentle, but she wasn't fully present. Magic still clung to the air, her voice had an eerie echo, and those hollow eyes sent chills down my spine. I pushed forward, filling the silence. Adam and most of the pack are being held hostage. Some militia types, maybe ex-military, want him to assassinate Senator Campbell. They're pretending it's government-sanctioned, but it's a lie. Republican, Gabriel added, forcing himself not to flinch under Ariana's unsettling stare. Lucky for him, Faye didn't take offense like wolves did. Some even enjoyed the attention. He cleared his throat. Campbell's anti-supernatural, anti-gun, which is weird for his party and a smooth talker, probably running for president. Jessie nudged closer to me, oblivious as Ariana tensed like a predator spotting prey. Gabriel shifted subtly, blocking her path. So who's behind this? Jessie asked. The NRA? I snorted. Too much effort for them. Plenty of anti-gun politicians out there, and none have made a dent since Reagan got shot way before your time. Then who? Gabriel cut in. If a werewolf kills Campbell, it tanks any chance of peace. The Fae only got public sympathy after that senator's kid, the one who butchered supernaturals and walked, got what was coming. Without that, humans would be hunting anything different. Ariana's voice was chillingly calm. They want a martyr. Her voice still carried that eerie magical resonance, but the way she looked at me, like she recognized me, made me think we'd gotten past the danger. Campbell's popular with the moderates in their ranks, she said. He's pushed back against the hardliners who want extreme measures for dealing with non-humans. I wouldn't have called him moderate, but sure, compared to some of the others, he was practically reasonable. So that's the why, I muttered. Ariana, are you back with us? She shook her head slightly. Not fully. Do you know how to reach Samuel or Bran? Not directly, I admitted. Then I remembered. Wait, they're in Montana. I can drive there. Take Finn's car, I suggested. Less chance of being tracked. His beat-up Subaru predated all the tech that made modern cars so easy to trace. Our enemies might not be official government, but they had the same kind of surveillance tools. Are we good to leave now, or do you need more time? I wasn't worried about us. I was worried about her. The last thing I wanted was to set her off. Jessie had been right. Never let a predator think you're running. I'll go upstairs first, Ariana said. Don't move until the door closes. Ben, now fully shifted into his werewolf form, tensed as she passed behind him, but he didn't turn. That took serious control. Most people can't stand having a potential threat at their back, but he held steady. She paused halfway up the stairs. Be careful, Mercy. A lot of people would be upset if something happened to you. Always am, I said, and she actually laughed, though she didn't look back. Once the upstairs door clicked shut, I motioned for Ben to follow me out. I eased the front door open, scanning the street, no suspicious vehicles waiting. Still, I didn't relax until we were on the highway, heading toward Kennewick. Where are we going? Gabriel asked. Somewhere safe for you and Jessie, I said. Too many dangerous players out there who'd love to grab either of you. He scoffed. Not me, Mercy. I'm just the mechanic. Jessie's the one they want. I shot him a look. So you're planning to just sit back and see what happens to her? He let out a low growl, impressive for a human. Yeah, that's what I thought, I said. Which means I need both of you out of sight. You got a place in mind? Jessie asked, her voice tight. I recognized that tone, the frustration of being sidelined because someone else decided you weren't strong enough. I'd been there, but if they took her too, Adam would burn the world down to get her back. I do, I said. Where? Jessie pressed. Gabriel groaned. Oh, hell no. He was still protesting when we pulled into the apartment complex where his mom and sisters lived. Listen, I said, rubbing my temples. If they know the whole pack, they know about you and Jessie. They'll figure I've hidden you with her, and they're definitely aware you and your mom haven't spoken since last Christmas. They know exactly how she feels about werewolves. Sylvia Sandoval hadn't held back when the local paper interviewed her after Adam and I got married. Her son worked for me, and Adam was practically a hometown legend. She'd made her opinions on werewolves painfully clear. No one would buy that she'd shelter the alpha's daughter, I pointed out. She wouldn't, Gabriel muttered. I smirked. If I'm right, you're scrubbing the shop bathroom next. If I'm wrong, it's on me. He exhaled, shaking his head like he was already regretting this. She loves you, I said, stepping out of the car. If she didn't, she wouldn't still be this mad. I didn't bring up the argument Sylvia and I had right before his graduation. This wasn't about werewolves versus her pride. This time, I'd keep my cool. No dramatic exits, no shouting matches. Last time, I'd stormed off yelling, fine, if you're too stubborn to apologize, I'll keep him. But she'd still shown up at his graduation, lingering in the back just long enough for him to see her before slipping away. Her oldest daughter later told me Sylvia couldn't let him walk the stage without his mom there. That's how I knew she'd take them in now. I don't want to make things worse, Jessie said, fidgeting. What if I stayed with Kyle, or Carla? Jessie didn't have many friends left after the werewolf reveal. Some parents had even pulled their kids out of school because of her. Meanwhile, others, like Carla, followed her around, obsessed with the supernatural gossip. Kyle's place is the first spot they'd check, I said, and I'd need to make sure he was safe too. We don't have the firepower to stand against the government here. The best hideout is somewhere they'd never expect. Gabriel sighed, dragging himself out of the car like he was heading to his own execution. Jessie forgot her own nerves and rushed after him, grabbing his hand. I glanced at Ben. He flopped onto the back seat with a grumble. Smart. Bringing a werewolf along wouldn't help Sylvia's mood. I shut the door and followed the kids. Gabriel hesitated, then knocked softly. No answer. It was still early, the apartment dark. Everyone was probably asleep. Or ignoring us. He knocked harder this time, and a sliver of light spilled into the hallway as the door inched open. A teenage girl's face appeared, sharp cheekbones, dark eyes, unmistakably Gabriel's sister. It had been ages since I'd seen any of them, except for Tia, who occasionally slipped away to visit. This had to be Rosalinda, though she'd shot up since I last saw her, her features more defined. For a heartbeat, she just stared, then the door flew wide and she hurled herself at him. Gabriel caught her, squeezing until she let out a breathless laugh. Inside, Sylvia's apartment was cluttered but clean, the kind of lived-in mess that comes with kids. The furniture was a hodgepodge of hand-me-downs, worn but cared for. A single mom working as a 911 dispatcher didn't leave much for extras, but the place radiated warmth. Love filled the gaps where money couldn't. That was, until Gabriel and Sylvia hit a wall neither could climb over. "Who's banging on my door at this ungodly hour?" Sylvia's voice cut through the apartment. Rosalinda, still half-crushed against Gabriel, mumbled into his jacket, "It's me, Hermano." Then she jerked back, eyes bright. "Mommy, it's him." She yanked Gabriel inside, barely giving him room to breathe. "Jesse, Mercy, stop lurking, get in here." She muttered something under her breath in Spanish, too fast for me to catch, but Gabriel's glare was instant. "Watch your mouth, show some respect." Sylvia appeared then, flawless even at this hour, hair smooth, robe neatly tied. Arms crossed, she zeroed in on Gabriel, ignoring the rest of us. "Of course, Mama," he said, voice low. "You walked away," she said, jaw tight. "Chose strangers over your own blood." Gabriel let out a sharp laugh. "Told you this was pointless, Mercy." Rosalinda flinched as he turned toward the door, but he paused, shoulders tense. "You see everything in absolutes, Mama, but life's not that simple. You wanted me to ditch my friends because you're scared. Yeah, they're dangerous, so's crossing the street. I won't bail on good people just because fear's easier." Sylvia's composure cracked. "She risked my kids," she snapped, jabbing a finger at me, "lied to my face." The icy control was gone, replaced by something raw and furious. Gabriel's voice stayed calm, but the stubborn set of his jaw mirrored his mother's, neither of them backing down anytime soon, especially not when the argument circled back to why he'd moved in with me instead of staying home. "She knows him better than anyone," he insisted. "Mercy wouldn't put anyone at risk, and that wolf would sooner throw himself into the Pacific than hurt one of the girls." I cut in before things escalated. "You weren't wrong," I said, keeping my tone neutral. "Being around us isn't safe. Someone's targeting Jesse." The words came out before I could second-guess them. No proof, just a gut feeling, but I trusted my instincts. "They've already taken her father and killed one of his pack." Sylvia crossed her arms. "See, Mijo, this is what happens when you get tangled up with werewolves." But her gaze flicked to Jesse, lingering just a second too long. Tough as she acted, Sylvia had a soft spot, especially for kids. With 4 daughters of her own, the oldest barely younger than Jesse, she couldn't help but see the girl as one more to protect. Gabriel bristled. "Her father is a werewolf. It's not like she can just walk away from them." I touched his arm, a silent plea to ease up, but it backfired. Sylvia's eyes locked onto the contact, her expression tightening. Before she could snap, I pressed on. "The ones after Jesse, they're human. No fangs, no magic, just cruelty, and your son, he won't walk away from someone in trouble, even if it's the smart move, because you raised him to stand by the people he cares about. So now he's in the crosshairs too. Will you help keep them safe?" For a long moment, Sylvia just studied me. Then she huffed a laugh, shaking her head. "Flattery wrapped in a scolding, wrapped in a favor I can't refuse. Leave a kid in danger. Leave my kid." Gabriel started to protest, but she waved him off. "You'll always be my child, Mijo, even when you're gray and I'm ancient. Pride's not worth losing you over. I'm stubborn, but I'm not stupid." Gabriel pulled her into a crushing hug, his throat working like he was fighting back tears. The moment shattered when a delighted shriek echoed from down the hall, her daughters, who'd clearly been eavesdropping, now barreling into the room in a whirlwind of excitement. I laid out the whole story. If they were going to risk themselves for Jesse, they deserved the truth. When I finished, Sylvia just sighed, rubbing her temples like she was already regretting the chaos. "Where is this country headed?" she muttered, shaking her head. "My father, your grandfather, would be heartbroken if he saw this. He gave everything for this nation, for justice and liberty. It would crush him." "If it's the authorities," Tia cut in, Gabriel's eldest sister, "you should ditch your phones. They can track those things, you know." "Already handled," Gabriel replied. "Left mine at my place, but we destroyed Jesse's and Mercy's before we got here." "Adam didn't think they were government," I repeated, "even with their official-looking badges." Rosalinda scrambled up from the floor and darted into a bedroom, returning with a phone wrapped in glittery pink plastic. "Here, Mercy, take mine. No one would suspect it." "Thanks, Rosa," I said. She gave me a serious look. "And thank you for looking after my brother, giving him somewhere to stay." Gabriel smirked. "You only say that because when I moved out, the little ones took over my room. You don't actually want me back." "Well, yeah," she admitted, "but Mercy still did us a solid." He tousled her hair and glanced at me. "Ben's gonna get antsy soon." "I should head out," I agreed. "Be safe," Jesse said. "Always," I replied. I climbed into the Mercedes and set off toward West Richland where Kyle lived. Ben stayed in the back, his massive frame awkward against the leather seats, too tight, too cramped. His injury had stopped bleeding, but he couldn't put weight on that leg. Warren should have been home with Kyle. Adam had caught Warren's scent on the men who took the pack, so they had him, but Kyle hadn't reached out. That meant either something was wrong with Kyle, or Warren had been taken in a way that didn't raise alarms. Unfortunately, the first option seemed more likely. I flicked on the radio, hoping for updates. It was late or early, depending on perspective, but if Mary Jo's abduction had triggered any chaos among her firehouse crew, there'd be news. People who mess with a full werewolf pack are either reckless or terrifyingly powerful. If they'd snatched a firefighter, or worse, there'd be a bulletin even at this hour. As I drove, I dialed Elizavetta's number on Rose's bedazzled phone. No answer. Next, I tried Stefan. Funny how I'd called the witch, who barely tolerated me, before him. If he were still tied to the local vampire court, I'd have hesitated. But Marsilia had betrayed him to save her own skin, turning him into a pawn in her twisted power games. Vampire politics make werewolf hierarchy look like child's play. She'd framed him, tortured him and his people, all to flush out her enemies for centuries. He'd been loyal to her, so she trusted he wouldn't side with the unwanted newcomers forced upon her by some nameless vampire. I'd nicknamed him Gauntlet Guy. The name stuck after our one encounter, where those armored gloves were all I remembered. Guy, because even thinking about vampires made my throat go dry. She'd managed to keep him from outright rebellion. Marsilia crushed that with his help, but he never saw the deaths of those under his protection as necessary. Vampires differ wildly in how they treat their human feeders. Stefan treated his like companions, cherished if not equals. That's why he stayed apart from the Seethe, and despite being a vampire, he'd been my closest ally since I arrived in the Tri-Cities. Lately, though, Marsilia's manipulations had sharpened his edges, making him less the friend I knew and more the predator he was. It left me debating whether to even call him. But the threat was too big, and exhaustion was dulling my anger into something colder, fear, even with Ben sprawled in the backseat. The phone rang 3 times before an unfamiliar voice told me to leave a message. I almost hung up, but paranoia didn't seem necessary. Nobody would track this call. "Call me back at this number," I said, voice tight. "Mine's dead." A cop had someone pulled over ahead. I eased off the gas, reminding myself one busy officer didn't mean open season on speeding. The phone buzzed as I passed, but the Mercedes' tinted windows hid Rose's bedazzled phone glow well enough. I answered anyway. "Yeah." "Mercy?" Stefan's voice was calm. "Whose phone is this?" By the time I finished recounting Peter's death, my hands trembled, rage, dread, the weight of stakes I didn't fully understand. Adrenaline burned off the fatigue, but my focus wasn't on the road. Some rational corner of my brain whispered that wrecking Marsilia's car would only pile onto the disaster, but the rest was too busy screaming. "Peter deserved better," Stefan said softly. "I'll meet you at Kyle's." I checked the sky, still dark, but the dashboard clock read 5:30 a.m. "You're cutting it close with sunrise." "There's time," he murmured, gentler than I'd ever heard him. "I can be home in minutes if needed. Worry about the others, not me." I ended the call and gripped the steering wheel, second-guessing my decision. Revealing the pack's weaknesses to the local vampires was reckless. Marsilia would celebrate if she saw us wiped out, especially me. I trusted Stefan, sure, but he was still a vampire, and that fact never left my mind. The drive from Sylvia's place in Kennewick to Kyle's house in West Richland stretched on, the same stretch of highway I'd been crisscrossing all night. The dark silhouette of the Columbia River blurred past my window as Kennewick's neighborhood slipped by. Had I made the right call leaving Gabriel and Jesse behind? At the time, it felt like getting them to safety. But what if whoever took Adam decided to check Sylvia's place? Gabriel was sharp and tough, but he was still just a kid with no weapons. Had I handed our enemies more targets? The image of Peter's bullet wound flashed in my mind. If someone could shoot a defenseless man, they wouldn't hesitate to hurt one of Gabriel's little sisters. Adam was out there somewhere captive, and while I had no solid reason to think Jesse was in danger, the unease gnawed at me. I dialed Z. He'd vanished to the Fay reservation without a word, just a note telling me to wait and leave him alone. But he had a soft spot for Gabriel and Jesse, and though he'd never admit it, a grudging fondness for Gabriel's chaotic little sisters. The phone rang endlessly as I sped past Richland. I was about to hang up when Z's gruff voice crackled through. "Liebling, this is a terrible idea." "Z," I sighed, "I've run out of good ideas. I'm working with the bad ones now." I laid out the situation again, then added, "The Fae owe us, Adam and me, for the Otterkin and the Fairy Queen. Can you keep an eye on Sylvia's place? Odds are nothing happens. I might just be paranoid, it's that kind of night. but right now their only protection is my hope no one will look for them there, and that hope's fading fast. Z exhaled sharply. You're right about the debt, he conceded. Some might call the Otterkins' deaths a tragedy. I don't. No one can deny you were harmed doing a favor for us. As for the Fairy Queen, his voice darkened. Even the most stubborn among us can't argue she didn't deserve what came for her. I heard the familiar click of his tongue, the sound he made when faced with an engine problem he couldn't ignore. I hate to say it, but right now, helping you would erase every favor I owe you. If anyone found out I even picked up this call. This phone isn't exactly approved, you know. Human tech, corrupt, and all that. He spat the last words like they left a bad taste in his mouth. If I stepped off the reservation to lend a hand, we'd both be in deep trouble. His laugh was dry, humorless. And honestly, if I left now, things could spiral way beyond us. I'm trying to keep chaos in check, and that's not something I can do from miles away, or even with a blade at someone's neck. Hell, I can't even offer advice without stirring up problems. He exhaled but didn't disconnect, so I stayed on the line. After a heavy silence, he spoke again, measured and deliberate. I couldn't possibly suggest you call my place and talk to the person there. And I definitely couldn't tell you to consider locations that could secure a pack of werewolves, which, by the way, isn't simple. Somewhere with armed guards who wouldn't draw attention, moving bodies in and out unnoticed. Places like that, rare around here, Mercy. No terrified villagers staying quiet while armed men roam where they shouldn't. You think they're stashed out in the zone? I asked, referring to the restricted land near the Hanford plant. I'm sorry, Liebling, I can't help you now. Maybe if the Grey Lords and Bran Cornick reach an agreement, we'll revisit this. Until then, aiding anyone tied to the packs is off limits. Another pause, tighter this time. They made that abundantly clear. Crystal. His tone was sharper than any blade, and his blades were infamous. If you've got contacts talking to Bran, I pressed, could you pass this along? It might not help the Fae's case with him, but withholding it. That'll send a message Bran won't ignore. And trust me, I'll make sure he knows the Fae had the intel. Nicely put, Z said, almost amused. I'll relay everything creatively so they don't suspect this call. The line went dead. I'd blown past the Queensgate exit and had to loop around through Benton City, costing me time. Skipping the interstate, I took the backroads, hoping to dodge cops and make up minutes. Once I was back on track, I dialed Z's place. No answer. I tried again. Still nothing. Z wouldn't hand out that number without a reason. Maybe he'd leased the place to someone who could actually help me, another Fae strong enough to stand against the Grey Lords like Ariana. Or maybe it was one of their watchers, stationed outside the reservations to keep tabs on things they couldn't monitor from behind their walls, someone who owed Z a favor. My mind was still spinning wild theories when the line clicked. What? The voice was sharp, impatient. Who is this? I asked, because despite the gruffness, it sounded like Tad. Z's half-human son wouldn't just show up without telling me. Mercy, the edge in his voice softened, and I knew it was him. Tad, what are you doing back? How long have you been here, and why didn't you give me a heads up? Tad had been working in his dad's auto shop since he was 9, and when Z retired and sold the place to me, Tad stayed on as my right-hand man. He'd left for an Ivy League school back east, one of those places handing out scholarships to Fae to prove how progressive they were. We kept in touch, emails every week, calls every month. He was the little brother I never had, and in some ways we were closer than my actual sisters. Neither of us fit right, him being half Fae, me being a coyote in a world of werewolves. When the Fae vanished, I tried calling his cell, his dorm, nothing. I figured he'd gone with the rest of them. Guess I was wrong. Tad, I pressed when he stayed silent. The line went dead. Okay, so he wasn't in the mood to chat. Fine, neither was I really. I redialed. Go away, Mercy, he muttered. Your dad told me to call his place for backup, I said, talking fast. Jesse and Gabriel are in trouble. I've got them hiding at Gabriel's mom's place, but if the wrong people find them, there's no one there who can fight back. I could almost hear him hesitating, weighing whether to hang up again. This wasn't the Tad I knew. College must have changed him, something I hadn't picked up from his emails or his rare visits home. Maybe it had to do with why he wasn't holed up in the reservations like the rest of his kind. You think I can protect them? He finally asked, skepticism heavy in his voice. Fair question. Tad was half Fae, but I had no clue what that meant for his abilities. Z had dropped hints over the years that Tad wasn't powerless, but that was all I had to go on. Your dad does, I said. It was the only answer I had. He stayed silent, his expression unreadable. I need to check on Kyle, I said, my voice tight with urgency. Adam and the rest of the pack were taken tonight. Someone didn't make it. I have to, what exactly? Storm in like some kind of hero. Warren was grabbed, and I think they might hurt Kyle too. Jesse and Gabriel need to stay safe, and right now, I don't have many people left to trust. It won't take long. Once I know Kyle's okay, I'll come back for them. I rattled off Sylvia's address and ended the call before he could argue. I knew Tad. No matter how much he pretended not to care, he wouldn't ignore someone in trouble. He joked around with Jesse last time he visited, then spent half the afternoon helping Gabriel fix his busted alternator. The faster I made sure Kyle was safe, the faster Tad could go back to pretending he wasn't a decent person. I pressed the gas, silently hoping the cops were too busy patrolling the shopping centers and highways to notice me. The Mercedes hummed under me, devouring the empty desert road back to West Richland. The speedometer hovered past 100, but the ride was so smooth it barely registered. I gave the dashboard an approving tap. "Ah, girl." The sky was still pitch black when I slowed down near Kyle's place. His neighborhood was the kind where houses had 3-car garages and perfectly manicured lawns, the kind of street where parked cars usually meant a barbecue, not trouble. But tonight, a plain sedan sat half a block down, and a black SUV with out-of-state plates idled in the driveway. No lights were on inside, not even the porch lamp Kyle always left burning. My stomach twisted. I kept driving, turning the corner before parking the sleek foreign car in front of a mansion where it wouldn't stand out. Popping the trunk, I leaned in. "Something's wrong," I muttered to Ben. "You see those cars?" His ears pinned back and he rose, claws sinking into the leather seat hard enough to leave marks. "No," Stefan said, appearing so suddenly I nearly screamed. His hand clamped over my mouth before I could make a sound. He murmured something calming, but it took me a second too long to stop flailing. Adrenaline and exhaustion had my brain lagging. "There," he whispered, voice barely audible. "Better, didn't mean to startle you, just didn't want unwanted attention." Startle me, more like scare me half to death. But right then, I didn't care. He was here, and Stefan. He was the kind of ally you wanted when things went sideways. Sharp, deadly, and completely unshakable. I wished I was wrong about the first 2 possibilities, but the third one was the real concern. "Kyle's in trouble," I murmured, keeping my voice low. People might tune out car noises, but unfamiliar voices could draw attention. The last thing we needed was the neighborhood watch waking up and demanding explanations. "There's a sedan and an SUV parked by his place that don't belong there, and the porch lights off. Kyle never leaves it dark." Stefan let go of me and stepped back, forcing me to steady myself against the car door as Ben climbed out. Stefan's dark polo and slacks made him look too polished. I missed his old Scooby-Doo tees and worn jeans. He hadn't worn them since leaving the seethe. He wasn't starving, but he'd never fully recovered from Marsilia's betrayal, the way she'd torn apart the humans he'd relied on. It had hollowed him out in ways that still showed. "I scoped out the house while waiting," he said. "2 strangers in the living room. Could be more upstairs, lights are on." Without contact, his movements seemed stiffer, like the ancient vampires I'd met. Like he remembered how to act human but couldn't quite pull it off anymore. Still, his old mystery machine VW sat in the driveway, a stubborn relic of the Stefan I used to know. "Did you see Kyle?" I asked. "No, I don't have your nose, and I didn't want to tip them off. They were jumpy, but I caught the scent of blood, couldn't tell whose." "I would." He waited, watching me. "We'll go around back," I decided. "I can squeeze through the dog door Kyle installed for Warren. I'll scout the place and signal you when I find him." "Sending you in alone is the worst idea we've got," Stefan said flatly. "Ben takes the front, you stay in the yard, I'll handle the house." Among vampires, the oldest earn names that define them. Stefan was called the Soldier, and this was his kind of fight. Relief settled over me, letting someone who knew what they were doing take charge. "They're just humans," Stefan said, and something flickered in his expression, something I recognized from the wolves. "Hunger. I'll deal with them. Ben can clean up anyone who slips past. You watch the back. If they run, we'll take care of them too." Stefan had always liked people. I hadn't realized until now how much he liked killing them. Maybe that was part of the new version of him, the one that felt less like Stefan and more like the vampire he'd become enough of letting others take charge. "We don't have to kill them," I argued, keeping my voice calm. "Like you said, they're just humans, only 2 of them." "That we've seen," Stefan countered. "We don't know anything about them," I insisted. "We can't even be sure the guys in Kyle's house are connected to the ones who took the pack." Stefan gave me a skeptical look. He had a point. "Who else would they be? We don't know who's pulling their strings or what they really want." I pressed on. "We don't even know if Kyle's still alive. What I do know is we can't just walk in shooting." Stefan's frown deepened. "You're too young to remember Vietnam, Mercy. You either go in to win or you don't go at all. How many allies do we have out here who could help Adam?" "Just us," I muttered, then added, "Maybe Ariana, but she was shaken up when we left." I understood his logic. By that reasoning, we should abandon Kyle. But I wasn't just Adam's wife, I was his mate. That made me second in command, responsible for protecting the pack, especially the vulnerable. We'd already lost Peter. Kyle needed us, and we could save him without slaughtering everyone. Stefan's voice turned icy. These people took down an entire pack of werewolves, Mercy. We can't afford to gamble, or we might lose everything trying to find Kyle. His usual vampire detachment slipped when he said Kyle's name. Stefan actually liked him. Kyle, who could turn a debate about Scooby-Doo into something that sounded like a PhD defense. If they're waiting at Kyle's place, who do you think they're after? The only people left who matter to Adam are you, Ben, and Jesse. And here's the thing, if they see me, if they figure out what I am and report it before we stop them, we'll lose more than just Kyle tonight. Humans don't believe in vampires. Sure, they know the myths. Bram Stoker and his kind made sure of that, but they think it's all fiction. The problem is, now that the Fae and werewolves have come out of the shadows, people are primed to believe the old stories might be true. If Stefan became the vampire who proved them right, Marsilia would end him. I got why he wanted to eliminate the threat. Part of me agreed. These people had killed Peter, taken Adam, and thrown my world into chaos. Kyle's human, Stefan said bluntly, voicing the thought I didn't want to face. They didn't hesitate to leave Peter dead. Kyle means nothing to them, just to you and Warren. Adam wouldn't risk exposing the pack for him. Hostages are messy, Mercy. There's a good chance Kyle's already gone. A cold knot tightened in my chest. I hated that he might be right. If you're not ready to kill, then stay out of this, Stefan warned. The thought of Kyle being dead twisted my gut, but I pushed it aside. If he's gone, we need to know. But I don't believe he is. I'd feel it through the pack bonds. Warren and Kyle are as connected as Honey and Peter were. The memory of Honey's grief still lingered, sharp and raw. We're going after Kyle, but we can't leave a trail of bodies behind. We can cover for you. I'll spin some story about you being a rare kind of werewolf if I have to. But people know about Kyle and Warren. Warren doesn't flaunt what he is, but it's not a secret either. I took a slow breath, frustration simmering. Whoever's behind this wants Adam to take the fall in a public way, to turn people against werewolves. And honestly, the backlash might be just as important to them as the kill itself. If we leave corpses everywhere, we're handing them exactly what they want. The irony wasn't lost on me, helping my enemies by playing right into their hands. Stefan studied me, his expression unreadable. He could easily ignore me and slaughter everyone inside, but he wasn't called the soldier for nothing. He followed orders, not bloodlust. And thank goodness the real monsters, the killers, the commanders, weren't local. He'd put me in charge because this was my mess, but I wasn't delusional enough to think that made me the best leader here. I needed his experience. Fine, I said, shifting tactics. What if we go in quietly? Scout the place, see if we can pick up Kyle's scent. If he's not there, we walk away. If he is, we get him out without turning this into a massacre. Stefan shook his head. Mercy, they've already taken down a werewolf pack. It's kill or walk away. I glanced at Ben, pale, wounded, barely holding it together. If he fought tonight, especially after Peter's death, he might lose himself to the wolf for good. We're already under fire from the government, I argued. If we start slaughtering people, we lose any public sympathy we've got. Right now, we need allies, not more enemies. I yanked off my shirt, tossing it aside. Stefan wasn't going anywhere. He wouldn't abandon Kyle. But I was still pissed because part of me wanted to let him take control, even though I knew my way was right. Shoes off, I rolled my shoulders. I'm not leaving Kyle behind. I'm going in, and when I find him, I'll do what it takes to get him out, with as little bloodshed as possible. Stefan's voice was quiet. If we fail, Adam pays the price. I met his gaze. Kyle is pack. Adam might be the alpha, strong and unshakable, but Kyle was vulnerable, and that meant we had to act. Pack doesn't leave its own behind. The strong look out for the weak. Stefan's expression went rigid, the weight of his past failures pressing down on him. He hadn't been able to shield his people from Marsilia, the woman he'd once sworn loyalty to. The guilt was written all over him, and I hated that I'd just rubbed salt in the wound. Without hesitation, I stripped off my jeans and underwear right there on the dimly lit sidewalk. If some nosy neighbor happened to glance outside, well, they were in for a surprise. Shapeshifters don't exactly have the luxury of modesty. You get over that fast when your body rearranges itself on the regular. Still, being naked in front of Stefan wasn't exactly comfortable. There'd been a time when he'd looked at me with more than just friendly interest, and I wasn't about to dangle temptation in front of him like a steak in front of a starving predator. We've got a shot at saving Kyle, I said, shifting my weight. A real chance, something you didn't get with Marsilia. His dark eyes flickered, but I didn't wait for an answer. In an instant, I was a coyote, shaking out my fur. Stefan let out a dry, humorless laugh, still unsettling, but at least it sounded like him again, not the cold vampire version. He scooped up my discarded clothes and tossed them into the car, moving with that eerie, too-smooth grace. He paused, his head still inside the vehicle. My gun was stashed under the seat, but I didn't shift back to tell him. No point, I couldn't carry it, and tonight, I was the last person who needed a weapon. Stefan straightened, shutting the door with a quiet click. Blood, sweat, humans, he exhaled sharply. Mercy, promise me you'll let me talk to Marsilia before you return her car. I gave a quick nod, then bolted toward Kyle's place, Ben limping but keeping pace beside me. Stefan trailed behind, silent as a shadow. The house next door had been empty for months, the for sale sign the only sign of life in the neatly trimmed yard. The gate to Kyle's backyard stood open, so we slipped through, sticking to the darkness. An 8-foot stone wall separated the properties, but someone had left a ladder leaning against it. Had the old man who used to live there been sneaking into Kyle's pool before he died, or worse, had someone been watching them? Either way, scaling the wall was easy. Ben, even with his injury, didn't need the ladder. Neither did Stefan. As a coyote, I'm not exactly the powerhouse of the group. Werewolves and vampires outclass me in pretty much everything except blending in. But tonight, that was enough. The yard was immaculate, the grass trimmed short, so we moved without a sound. Stefan was doing that vampire thing where he just faded, like your eyes couldn't quite hold on to him. I kept scanning the shadows, but if anyone was watching, they were better at hiding than we were. Just because we couldn't see them didn't mean they weren't watching. Between Stefan's supernatural influence and the protective energy Ben and I wrapped around ourselves, only the unluckiest human would spot us. The metallic tang hit me before we reached the house, Warren's blood staining the grass. I broke from cover to trace the dark patches spreading across the lawn. Ben inhaled sharply beside me, his lips curling back to reveal sharp canines as he glared at the darkened house. The back was as silent as the front, but up close, the muffled voices inside became clear. Too quiet for human ears, just low murmurs of conversation. They'd grabbed Warren out here in human form, his scent weaker but unmistakable. The fact that only his blood marked the yard meant Kyle's Thanksgiving guests likely weren't caught in the crossfire. That was a relief. Once these people started killing humans, there'd be no turning back. They'd have to eliminate every witness, including Adam and the pack. But for now, dead werewolves wouldn't bring human authorities down on us. Fear had already proven stronger than justice when it came to the supernatural. Stefan was right, they were waiting. For Jesse, for Ben, for me. And they'd planned for us. Stefan might throw them off, but would it be enough? As I hesitated, a voice cut through the quiet from the second-floor bedroom. The blinds were open, odd for Warren, who knew better than to leave windows exposed. They're not showing, one man said. We can't wait. Orders are to extract the intel, no matter what. Understood, another replied. How much force is authorized? That confirmed at least 4 hostiles, 2 still talking downstairs. Get the answers, the first man ordered before the door shut. A third voice, dripping with anticipation, chimed in. You hear that, Johnny? No limits now. Johnny, making 5, answered coolly. Only until we have what we need, Sal. Cooperate and I'll rein him in. A chill ran through me. They weren't just waiting, they were eager. And Warren was running out of time. Sal had been taken by the Afghan forces some time ago, and he hadn't returned the same. He developed a taste for cruelty. Tell us where they're hiding and this all stops, the voice insisted. Silence stretched. Then where would they go? Someone asked, followed by the sharp sound of a fist meeting flesh. A pained grunt cut through the air and my jaw clenched instinctively. Kyle, they were hurting Kyle. Staying quiet isn't doing you any favors, kid, the smooth voice continued. I don't enjoy this. The boss doesn't want to keep your pack here longer than necessary. Holding a group of werewolves takes manpower, and people will die. Hand over Hauptmann's family, and the rest of you walk free. I wondered if Kyle caught the lie in those words. Go to hell, he spat. Maybe he had. As a divorce lawyer, he probably had a sixth sense for deception. Another blow landed, and beside me, Ben trembled with barely contained rage. Stefan's voice was low, edged with hunger. Mercy, there are only 2 in that room. I shifted back to human form, my skin prickling in the November chill. Ben nudged my knee sharply. I know, I muttered. But can we take them quietly? My teeth chattered. Whether from the cold or the urge to tear into them, I wasn't sure. Another ugly remark from inside, another muffled sound from Kyle. Yeah, definitely the kill something shivers. We can, Stefan said, and if not, I'll handle the rest. Not the worst idea, standing out here listening to them hurt Kyle. Logic said leaving bodies was a bad move, but fury was drowning out reason. Toss me up, I told Stefan, shifting back into my coyote form. I locked eyes with him, then jerked my muzzle toward the bedroom balcony. He hesitated, but finally scooped me up and launched me. I cleared the railing, twisting midair to land in a planter instead of on the creaky patio furniture. Ben vaulted onto the railing, and Stefan followed, landing soundlessly. Ben shot me a look, so I hopped off the planter to give him a softer landing. Werewolf claws and hardwood balconies didn't mix. The heavy brocade drapes were a relic from the house's original owners. Kyle adored the fabric, but griped constantly about the gap at the bottom. Dropping low, I peered through the sliding glass door, Kyle had been meaning to replace it with French doors next summer, drapes and all. Their bedroom was sleek, modern, almost sterile. The bloodstain on the carpet stood out like some designer's idea of an accent piece. The room was nearly empty, forcing the intruders to drag in a dining chair for their twisted interrogation. Kyle sat bound to it, stripped bare, his feet useless against the ropes. Unless you were some kind of supernatural fighter, bare feet weren't much help when you were tied down. His battered face told me this wasn't his first beating. Bruises darkened his cheekbones, his nose was crooked, and dried blood streaked his chin and chest. A fresh cut above his swollen eye still glistened, and angry red marks stood out against his skin. Two men in black tactical gear loomed over him, identical to the ones who'd taken Adam. The taller one had a sun-weathered scalp and a casual stance that didn't match the tension in his voice. "Letting him run wild isn't smart, Mr. Brooks," he said, feigning concern. "He could wreck everything. Just tell us where she is and we're gone. You'll never see us again." Kyle spat blood onto the floor, his lawyer's composure unshaken. "You've got to be fey. That's the slickest mix of truth and lies I've ever heard. Did your mom have wings?" I bit back a growl, my nose wrinkling in disgust. While they were distracted, I shifted to human form and tested the glass door, unlocked. The heavy curtains muffled the cold draft as I eased it open. Stefan crouched low, peering through the gap, and I shifted back, my coyote form slipping silently beside him. The bald man's fake smile vanished. "Keep running that mouth and you won't have one left," he warned. Kyle just smirked. "You're already dead. Warren doesn't react well when someone messes with me." We needed to move fast. The only thing standing in our way was that flimsy curtain. If we stayed quiet, the men downstairs wouldn't suspect a thing. The bald guy flashed a smug grin, slipping back into his fake friendly act. "Your Warren is ours now. He can't save you." Kyle just smirked. "Keep telling yourself that." The younger thug bounced on his toes, faking a punch before whipping around with a spinning kick that sent Kyle's chair crashing to the floor. If that strike had landed square on his skull, it would have been game over. From where he lay, Kyle locked eyes with me, giving a sharp shake of his head. "Get out, now." The bald man chuckled, oblivious. "Sorry, Mr. Brooks, but that's not happening." Meanwhile, the other guy nudged the chair with his boot, rocking it like he was taunting a wounded animal. Stefan had already shifted, giving Ben enough space to crouch beside me and peer under the curtain. The second he saw Kyle, Ben froze. Ben wasn't the biggest werewolf in the pack, but he was easily one of the deadliest, fast, ruthless, and with zero hesitation when it came to violence. Childhood trauma had left him detached from most people outside the pack. We'd been trying to help him, Adam and I, but in that moment, I realized something. Ben saw Kyle as pack. I nudged him before he could act on instinct. When he looked at me, I jerked my chin toward the curtain rod. Werewolves are great at charades. Ben got the message. He rose, balancing on 3 legs before slamming a paw into the curtain, ripping it clean off the wall. By the time I moved to jump in, the fight was already over. Stefan stood in the center of the room, lowering the bald man's unconscious body to the floor. The other guy, the one who'd kicked Kyle, was sprawled lifeless across him, eyes glazed. Stefan had taken them both out without a sound. Efficient, the coyote in me noted. The rest of me, just relieved Stefan, was on our side. I shifted back, hauling the dead weight off Kyle while Ben tore through the restraints. No regrets, some people deserved what they got. Stefan nudged Ben aside with a gentle push to his nose, then studied the restraints binding Kyle to the heavy wooden chair. Bright yellow nylon rope crisscrossed his wrists, woven tight through the chair's sturdy frame. "No cop would ever buy that you broke free from this setup on your own," Stefan muttered. That's when it hit me. He'd actually listened to my plan. We were calling the cops, but Kyle, just a regular guy, was going to be his own hero. Stefan braced one hand on the chair's seat, the other gripping the back. "Hold still," he warned before wrenching the wood apart with a sharp crack. The ropes slithered to the floor like they'd never been tied. Everyone except Kyle went dead silent, ears straining for any sound of approaching footsteps. "Sweatpants," Kyle hissed, rubbing his wrists as he rolled off the chair. "Big dresser, top drawer, grab a pair if you want." He glanced at the shattered chair and added under his breath, "This room's supposed to be soundproof. Doesn't stop Warren from hearing everything, but maybe we'll get lucky with these guys." The first drawer I yanked open was full of neatly folded boxers, wrong one. The next had sweat sets, each top and bottom paired with military precision. I snatched 2 sets just as Kyle wobbled to his feet, steadied by Stefan. No one came charging upstairs, so either they hadn't heard the chair splinter or they assumed it was part of the interrogation. Kyle tugged on the pants with shaky hands while Stefan secured the bald guy with the same rope. "How often do they check on you?" Stefan asked. Kyle shrugged. "Last time was a few minutes ago. Could be back any second or never." I tossed Kyle a sweatshirt, but he shook his head. "That's not the right top for these." Of course you'd notice, I shot back, swapping it for the other one. As it unfurled, purple glitter screamed, "I'm prettier than your girlfriend. I'd given it to him last year as a joke." Newsflash, Kyle, bruises aren't a good look. Sure you don't want the other shirt? He flashed a lopsided grin. Says the one who looks like they lost a fight with a truck. Car accident, I corrected, yanking on the sweatpants. They were snug but better than swimming in Warren's. Kyle's expression darkened. "They've got Warren," he whispered, fear flickering in his eyes. "I know," I said, pulling on the teal top that matched. "And the rest of the pack." Kyle jerked his chin toward the unconscious bald man. "Figured, so are we the good guys here." He winced as he tugged the shirt over his head. Stefan glanced up from the unconscious man on the floor, his expression unreadable. "The first one had it coming. He hurt people I care about, made it look like a human could have done it. Since you're worried about leaving a trail, the second guy's just taking a nap." Made sure he didn't get a good look at me. He shrugged. "Call the cops if you want. There's nothing tying this to us, vampire or werewolf." I shot Kyle a dry look. "Guess we're keeping our halos polished." Turning back to Stefan, I crossed my arms. "But is bringing in the cops really the move? Won't that just push these guys to clean house?" Stefan's gaze locked onto mine. "If this is official, the police will force their hand. They can't afford bodies piling up any more than we can. If it's rogue agents, which seems likely, then the cops will rattle their bosses and bring us back up. We box them in until their only option is the one we want." He paused, a habit, not a necessity, before adding, "You were right, Mercy. I was stuck in old instincts. These people want to isolate the wolves, so we flip it. We make society our shield. Helps that Kyle's human." Kyle's smile was tight, very human. "Got a black belt years ago, rusty, but it explains how I took down 2 pros with you and Ben." He glanced at the body, jaw set. No tears shed for him. "Will this come back on you?" I asked. As a lawyer, even in family court, he'd know the risks. "Open and shut self-defense," he said, then turned to Stefan. "Any lades, rogue cantrip agents?" I cut in. "FBI wouldn't panic like Jones had. Cantrip, though. Their ranks were full of extremists with more ideology than field time. They'd have intel on us, but for muscle, they'd need hired guns. These 2 are just the start. 3 more downstairs, probably a lookout." Stefan nodded. "Mercs mean deep pockets, deeper than cantrip salaries." Kyle smirked. "Follow the money. You really think the cops won't screw this up?" A sharp click cut through the room. The room went dead quiet, then warm air hissed through the floor vents as the furnace kicked on. Stefan moved to the door, easing it open just enough to scan the hallway. He closed it without a sound and gave a grim shake of his head. His voice dropped to a whisper. "They only need 1 hostage to control Adam. The others, just insurance. But idiots who take a whole pack alive, they're unpredictable. That makes them dangerous." Kyle cracked his knuckles. "All right, let's ruin their night." He reached for his phone, but I caught his wrist, shooting Stefan a questioning look. "What if they're monitoring calls?" Stefan's grin was sharp. "Then they'll either panic or come charging up here. Either way, we'll be ready." We braced for the worst, weapons in hand, as the minutes crawled by. Stefan slipped out at dawn, but Ben and I stayed, despite Kyle's insistence that we should bail. "If we leave, they've got no trail to follow," he argued, phone muted. Like hell I was abandoning him. I snatched the phone, unmuted it, and laid it all out for the 911 operator, omitting the werewolf details, of course. I mentioned the blood in the yard, Kyle's missing boyfriend, and the armed men downstairs. By the time I finished, half the county's cops were en route, including a unit to check on Mary Jo at the fire station. Kyle shot me a look but grabbed his phone and the Spencer rifle from his closet. Civil War relic or not, it'd do the job. Kyle handed me his 1911 pistol. It fit my grip better than Warren's bulky .357. My own weapon was still stashed in Marsilia's car, leaving me unarmed until now. Warren's antique Spencer rifle stayed locked in the safe. Kyle wasn't about to risk a family heirloom that had survived the Civil War just to satisfy some cop's curiosity. The thing belonged in a museum, not a police evidence locker. The 911 operator's voice crackled through the phone, calm but urgent. "Stay low and out of sight," she advised. Kyle relayed our position, holed up in the master bathroom, surrounded by thick marble walls that might stop a bullet if things got ugly. His voice never wavered, even as I strained to hear updates through the receiver pressed against his shoulder. Then it hit me. What if the cops weren't here to help? After everything that had gone down tonight, trusting anyone felt like a gamble. Sure, the odds of law enforcement being in cahoots with the people who'd attacked us were slim. But then again, so was the idea of a human hit squad storming a werewolf den. And yet here we were. A sharp knock cut through the tension. "Mr. Brooks, Kennewick PD. Suspects are secured. You can lower your weapons." Kyle set his gun down immediately, but my fingers stayed locked around the 1911. Ben's low growl echoed my hesitation. Either he sensed my distrust or his own frayed nerves were talking. "Give us a second," Kyle called, shooting me a look. Mercy's had one hell of a night. "Let me talk her through this." Silence. Then a voice I recognized. "Mercy, it's me. Drop the gun, we're on your side. We'll get Adam back, but you need to drop the weapon and let us inside." "Tony," I called, keeping my fingers tight around Kyle's gun though my shoulders relaxed slightly. Tony Montenegro was with the Kennewick PD, he was on our side. "It's me, Chica, let us handle this." I flicked the safety on and set the gun beside Kyle's. "Come on," Kyle muttered. "They'll relax if we step away from the weapons." Then quieter, he added, "I'll relax too. Ben, can you try to look less terrifying?" Ben lowered his head, his tail drooping as he limped after us on 3 legs. I wasn't convinced his wounded act made him seem any less dangerous, especially when he suddenly bared his teeth at the kidnapper, who had woken up and was twisting against his restraints. The bald man went still, and I scratched Ben behind the ears. "Easy, boy," I whispered. "No snacking on tied-up criminals when the cops are right outside." I hadn't meant it as a joke, but the word slipped out before I realized how serious I was. Both Ben and Kyle shot me a look. "The werewolf's gonna lie down by the wall," Kyle announced, raising his voice. "He's already hurt from the guys who took Adam. Don't want anyone getting twitchy with their trigger finger." "Everything's under control," Tony called back, his tone steady. "We've got 2 in custody, no resistance, so no one's itching for a fight. Well, except Mercy. But yeah, keeping the wolf by the wall sounds smart." I frowned, remembering there'd been a 3rd man downstairs, unless one of them had come up to give orders. Tony kept explaining that the wolf in the room was a victim, not a threat. He was being careful, but then again, he'd seen werewolves before. Timber wolves are intimidating enough, but werewolves, they're on another level. Sometimes they can tone it down, shift their stance, use a little pack magic, and pass for an oversized dog if no one's looking too close. But Ben wasn't in the mood to play nice, and injuries just made him edgier. Lying near the wall, 10 feet from the door, was the best we could do. I stepped between him and the entrance. "All right," Kyle said. "No one's armed," or he cut himself off before saying dangerous. He'd warned me before, never lie to cops, but don't volunteer anything without a lawyer. "No one's armed." The door swung open, and the officers moved in cautiously, giving Ben a wide berth. Smart move. He wasn't at his best, but he still didn't like being trapped by strangers in uniforms. We all froze as they checked the 2 bound men without getting too close. Kyle's voice trembled as he admitted, "I took out the first guy." I couldn't decide if his shaky delivery was genuine or an act. No sane attorney would confess to homicide unless he'd completely unraveled, but Kyle clearly wanted the heat off Ben. One cop crouched beside the body, examining it. "No visible bite marks," he reported. "Not a medical expert, but that neck's twisted way too far. Definitely broken." The atmosphere shifted instantly, relief washing over the room like a sudden breeze. Tony leaned in, explaining my confused look. "Nobody wants a werewolf incident on their record. Plus, Adams helped us before. No casualties, no injuries, no bullets fired, just a clean operation where we look like the good guys. That's what I call a win." But our night wasn't done. They hauled us to the Richland PD, no explanation for skipping West Richland, and separated Kyle and me for questioning. The officers assigned to me were strangers, and at least one kept shooting nervous glances at Ben. I'd insisted Ben stay with me, and they didn't push back after I reminded them I was the only thing keeping him in check. His bandages were off now, his wound photographed, still raw, refusing to heal. He was in a miserable state, hurting, exposed, and starving. I turned down medical help, settling for rewrapping his leg with supplies from a first aid kit. The cops started cold, their fear of Ben making them stiff. Can't blame them. Anyone with sense would be wary of him right now. Then their questions got repetitive, circling like vultures. When they stepped out and returned, their tone turned aggressive. Fine, 2 could play that game. Adam was trapped with armed lunatics, and here I was, wasting time with these 2 geniuses who seemed convinced our pack had provoked the attack. "This reeks of cartel tactics," one snapped. "You ever hear about the drug runners forcing farm workers to plant product between tree rows near Burbank?" After what felt like the 100th round of interrogation, and their growing frustration over my refusal to reveal Jesse and Gabriel's location, a sharp-dressed man strode in. Lauren Hoskins, attorney. His first order, stop talking. So I did, letting him handle the mess. 3 grueling hours later, he walked me out, his final words a clipped reminder, "Leave police work to the police." The warning hung in the air, sour as the coffee in that interrogation room. The implication was clear. They didn't want me searching for Adam because, apparently, the cops were better suited to handle someone who could wipe out an entire werewolf pack. I might have muttered something along those lines on our way out, but since human ears aren't as sharp, only my lawyer caught it. They've got training you don't, he murmured, keeping his voice low. Fair point. But they also didn't have a mate bond or a restless werewolf at their side. Ben was favoring his injured leg, but he was still moving, either healing or just too exhausted to care. Lauren, my lawyer, held the car door open for Ben without a second thought about leather seats or having a werewolf behind him while driving. Kyle called, he said as Ben climbed in. He figured you both needed legal backup, especially since they were giving him hell. If they were rough on him, a lawyer, then you were probably getting it worse. So here I am, playing knight in shining armor while sending one of my associates to bail him out. He opened the passenger door for me like I wasn't covered in sweat, blood, and borrowed sweats from Kyle. The contrast between us, him polished, me looking like I'd just crawled out of a fight, drew stares from passersby. Letting me into his car might have been the real act of bravery. You weren't under arrest, he reminded me as I slumped into the seat. We could have walked out any time, but something felt off. Pushing too soon might landed you in cuffs, which would have been ridiculous under the circumstances. The moment the seatbelt clicked, exhaustion hit me like a brick. I barely registered Lauren starting the car before my eyes drifted shut. Kyle's free too, he said, snapping me back awake as we pulled out of the lot. His lawyer got him released right away. He's already seen a doctor and been cleared. Oh, and he wants you over for lunch. Says he's hired security to make sure this doesn't happen again. Lunch could wait. I needed to find Adam and the pack. First, I had to reach him. My hands clenched, then forced themselves flat against my thighs. Gabriel, Jesse, Tad, they'd be waiting. Gabriel's sister's phone was still in Marcelia's car, along with my gun. What time is it? I asked, my voice tight. The clock showed 12:30 p.m., and exhaustion weighed me down like a lead blanket. 30 hours without sleep left me barely functional. I needed somewhere safe to crash before I could be any use to anyone. Kyle's place seemed as good as any. Yeah, I muttered. Just wake me when we arrive. But sleep wouldn't come with a stranger sitting inches away. I kept my eyes shut anyway, easing the gritty burn from too many hours awake. At the last second, I directed the driver past Kyle's street, and he dropped Ben and me off beside Marcelia's sleek Mercedes. The guy barely blinked at the bloodstains or the werewolf at my side, but the idea of me behind the wheel of that car, that got a second glance. The keys were still tucked in my jeans pocket, the jeans I'd left sprawled across the back seat. Anyone could have slid in, hit the ignition, and taken off. In some parts of town, like near my garage, that would have been a terrible idea. But here in West Richland's upscale neighborhood, not many would dare. Besides, who'd believe someone would leave a luxury car unlocked? I yanked open the back door and Ben dragged himself onto the blood-smeared blankets. Normally, he'd have sprinted the short distance to Kyle's, but fatigue clung to him like a second skin. He looked gaunt, ribs more visible than they'd been hours before. No food since Thanksgiving dinner. Werewolves burned through calories fast. Kyle would have staked for Warren. I should have grabbed something for Ben. My lawyer wouldn't have minded a quick stop. I pressed my fingers to my throbbing cheek, using the pain to push back the tears. Crying could wait until everyone was safe. Well, everyone except Peter. Kyle's driveway was immaculate as always. When he swung the door open, his eyes went straight to the car. Holy hell, Batgirl, he said, whistling. Since when do you roll in a Mercedes AMG? He'd swapped his sweats for a sharp black and red button-down, the kind that screamed expensive without trying. We all had our coping mechanisms. Mine was baking, his was designer labels. Not mine, I said. Marcelia left it for service, couldn't resist. Kyle knew exactly who Marcelia was. Oh, and Ben bled all over the back seat. Think we can scrub it out well enough that she won't notice. Who's footing the bill? Ben for bleeding, the guys who shot him, or me for boosting her ride? Kyle's jaw dropped. You put a bleeding werewolf in Marcelia's car. Humor clearly wasn't his priority right now. I shouldn't have sent Lauren. You'd have been safer rotting in county lockup until the Queen of the Damned found some other poor soul to torment. He dropped Marcelia's nickname for me. I prayed he never slipped up and used it around her. The angry red marks on his face had deepened into dark bruises, matching the rest of his battered appearance. His nose had been straightened, but both eyes were swollen shut, blackened like overripe plums. Last night, I might have taken home the most disheveled trophy, but with Kyle's fresh injuries, for once someone looked worse than me. He winced as he stepped aside to let me in, favoring one leg. Lucky for the guy who worked you over that Stefan already took care of him, I muttered, stepping into the foyer. Ben hobbled in behind me, and with my own knee throbbing, we made quite the trio, 3 limping wrecks. The air inside Kyle's place carried the sharp tang of gun cleaner and the faint, unsettling scent of unfamiliar people. Otherwise, Warren would have had a few words with him. Kyle stiffened, shutting the door behind Ben. Tell me about it. I'll be explaining this face for months. Oh, just a little disagreement with a pack of steroid-fueled goons who lacked even the decency to be attractive. No, really, I'm fine. The nose just adds character. Think of it like a beauty mark, but for bad decisions. Motioned toward the kitchen. Both of you get in here. Ben, I dug out last night's turkey scraps. There's also a massive roast I was saving for tomorrow, but Warren can have another bird. Turkey hash won't kill him. Ben nuzzled Kyle's shoulder, probably meant as comfort, but Kyle sucked in a sharp breath. Either it hurt, or the reminder that a werewolf could casually loom over him wasn't exactly soothing. Ben, Kyle said dryly, when was the last time you brushed, or did you just chew on a tire? Ben flashed a toothy grin and dove into the food with single-minded focus. I collapsed onto a bar stool and exhaled loudly. Any updates from the cops? Kyle shot me a look before slapping together a peanut butter and huckleberry jelly sandwich. What terrifies me is that I actually followed that sentence. Eat this, then sleep. Maybe your brain will reboot. As for the investigation, not much progress. The guys who broke in have pricey lawyers, not as good as Lauren, and definitely not as good as me, but they're slick out-of-towners with deep pockets. Lauren thinks they'll all be out on bail by tomorrow. Hard to hold them when the only corpse is one of theirs, and by my own account, he was the only one swinging fists. I just stared at him, the sandwich untouched in front of me. You've got to be joking, I said, staring at the half-eaten sandwich in front of me. Kyle pushed the plate closer. Eat something, Mercy. Dickens had it right. Sometimes the law really is an idiot. They booked those guys for trespassing, but Tony's furious because they can't pin them for terrorism. Somehow, the two they caught downstairs were unarmed when the cops showed up. That means someone else got away with their weapons. The police tore my place apart looking for guns, and all they found were ours, the ones we took off them, plus the Spencer locked in the safe. I chewed slowly, thinking about the leader, whether he'd been in the room or not, and the nagging feeling that they'd left someone outside as a lookout. Then, surprise, surprise, Kyle added bitterly, the guns from the guys in my bedroom vanished from evidence. Ours, still locked up pending investigation. So guess who's hitting the gun store today, because I'm not walking around defenseless while Warren's still out there. His usual confidence faltered at the end, his voice cracking. He's alive, I said firmly. You'd feel it if he weren't. The only one they killed was Peter. Kyle's head snapped up. Peter's dead, I nodded, too exhausted to hold myself upright anymore. I slumped forward, resting my forehead on my arms. Yeah, the idiot shot him because Adam showed him what an alpha really is. Now Peter's gone, and Adam, I trailed off. Kyle's hand landed on my shoulder, then suddenly his face was pressed against me, his voice muffled against my sweatshirt. I called my dad. Told him if he didn't want his golf buddies finding out about his gay son dating a werewolf, he'd better release my trust fund today. In 4 hours, we'll have enough cash to burn through this mess. I'll finish this, I muttered, picking up the sandwich. I knew what that call had cost him. He barely spoke to anyone in his family except his sister. Then I'm crashing. Mind if I sleep here? Not here, Kyle said, pulling back and wiping his eyes. The moment of vulnerability vanished behind his usual efficiency. But there's a guest room. You'll want a real bed when the adrenaline wears off. I'm hitting the hot tub first, then I'll bunk with you. He flashed me a tired smile. Security says it's the only room in the house they can actually lock down. They swept for bugs, and we've got a small army outside. Jim Gutstein says it's on the house. Apparently Adam's a great boss, and they're embarrassed they lost him. He promised they're throwing everything into finding him. You brought in Hauptmann security, I asked. Jim was the highest-ranking human in Adam's company. Kyle nodded. Figured we could use the backup. Only the best, he said. I gave him the full rundown of everything he'd missed until he tapped my shoulder to cut me off. Eat your sandwich and get some real sleep. After that, we'll grab some firepower and turn the Tri-Cities upside down until we find them, got it? Kyle had good instincts, so I listened. The scent hit me first, that wild mix of musk and mint that screamed werewolf, layered with something deeper, something unmistakably his. Relief washed over me. I'd been convinced he was hurt, lost somewhere I couldn't reach him. But of course here he was, right beside me. Adam, I whispered. The wolf shifted, pressing his cold nose against my shoulder. His weight pinned me down, heavy enough to make breathing a struggle. Part of me knew this was a dream. Adam flickered between man and wolf, but the rest of me didn't care. He felt too real to dismiss. You're alive, he said, voice thick with relief. It sent a shiver through me. Obviously, I muttered. Something stirred the hornet's nest, he murmured, nuzzling under my ear. What did you do? I didn't want to answer. Thinking too hard would shatter the illusion, and right now I needed this. Needed him sprawled over me, his warmth seeping into my skin. No armored mercenaries, no shadowy figures pulling strings. Just us. Find out who they are, Adam demanded, pulling back to lock eyes with me. Follow the money, I agreed, tugging him down again. Seeing him didn't matter as much as feeling him. My body trusted him more than my eyes, which knew this was just memory playing tricks. Kyle already suggested it. Now I just need a way to make it happen. Maybe Gutstein could dig something up. You mentioned the police. What happened? When they took Warren, they grabbed Kyle too, held him at his place. Adam's growl rumbled through me, echoed by another Warren, though I couldn't see him. He's fine, I snapped. Adam went rigid, Warren's snarl sharpened. I said fine, not perfect, I grumbled. He took a beating, but Stefan handled the guy responsible. Kyle's claiming credit, though. He's tough. He'll be waiting, so you'd better make it back. The growling faded, leaving just Adam and me in the pack's sprawling HQ. Ben and I backed up Stefan, I murmured. They had Kyle cornered, trying to guess where Jesse and I would run. Stefan took one out, tied up the other. Kyle called the cops, and they stormed the place. Jesse, he didn't need to say more in my dream. I felt Adam's raw fear and fierce need to protect. She's okay, I reassured him. Gabriel's watching over her, and Tad's keeping an eye out too. Adam froze like a predator about to strike. Tad, here in this private dream space, I could finally explain. Z hinted that Tad would keep Jesse safe. The old Fae hadn't said it outright, but between the lines, his meaning was clear. When a Fae you trust speaks in riddles, it's as close to the truth as they get. Adam relaxed against me, his warmth seeping into my skin, the space between us dissolving. Then she's safe. His lips found mine, tasting of love and fire, but also the sickly tang of silver poisoning. Tears welled in my eyes before the kiss ended. They were draining him, and I could sense it. Any more silver, and he'd lose his bond with the pack, dying while his captors waited for him to break. His breath hitched, his heartbeat uneven against my chest. Death loomed too close, too much silver, too much of the drug slowing him down. Jesse is safe, you're safe. It's all right, Mercy. You didn't really think I'd go out from old age, did you? The joke was dark, bitter. Werewolves don't age, so they sure as hell don't die that way. But he had no right to crack wise, not now, not ever. Fury surged through me, dragging terror in its wake, because Adam had already accepted the end. No, his voice cut through my panic. I haven't given up, but the pack comes first. While they focus on me, the others are breaking free. When I die, I take the poison with me and the pack stays strong. I love you, Mercy. I understood then. He'd found a way to fight back. I'd seen him use the pack's strength to purge silver before. Apparently, it worked both ways. He was pulling every trace of that cursed serum from his veins. By the time he finished, he'd be gone, but the pack would survive. My throat tightened, words failing me. Adam was planning to die. Are you not my daughter? Coyote's whisper slipped in, so faint I nearly missed it. If not for that stunned silence before pain hits, I wouldn't have caught it. Coyote never loses, he murmured, because I rewrite the rules. What are the rules of your game? Adam hadn't heard. He still hovered above me, his kiss lingering, his eyes full of quiet resignation. He'd found a way to win his enemy's game, because that's what Adam did, but the price was too damn high. Find another way, I rasped. There is no other way, he said. I love you, except I hadn't been talking to him. I yanked him back down, and he let me, clueless that I was about to flip the game on its head in my dream. I wasn't fully Coyote's daughter, but close enough. That was all I needed. When Adam kissed me, I didn't hesitate. I met his gaze and drew the poison from him, the silver that burned his veins but meant nothing to me. At first, he didn't realize what was happening, but when he did, he fought back, too late. This was my dream, not his. Here, I wasn't just a coyote shifter struggling to hold a werewolf. I was something more, something stronger. Mine, I whispered against his lips, claiming him and the pain he carried. The silver, the ketamine, the damage, I took it all. But Adam was an alpha, and even in dreams, he wasn't easy to control. With a furious growl, he tore free, stumbling off the bed, our bed, the one from home, not Kyle's guest room. His voice wasn't angry when he spoke. Mercy, you don't know what you're doing. It was raw fear. I tried to follow, but my stomach twisted, forcing me to my knees. The toxins weren't sitting right, silver, drugs, maybe even the DMSO. Still, I could feel Adam's strength returning, the pack stirring with awareness. Don't do that, he snapped, already on his feet. He knew how little I cared for orders. His hand hovered near me, hesitant. If you die, I swallowed hard but forced a smirk. Not my day to die. He glared, and I held his gaze, refusing to back down. No pack here to see me submit, but he could have made me if he wanted. I was just stubborn enough to resist. Finally, he exhaled, relenting. Then I remembered the real reason I was here. Any idea where they're keeping you? I asked. His expression darkened. Anything, a scent, a sound. The river, diesel engines, dust, he murmured, distant, and Peter's blood. The rage in his voice sent a chill through me. I'd heard that tone once before, right before he tore apart a dead man's body. Our enemies had no idea what they'd unleashed. They're sending a chopper for Daryl and me, soon. They're still making you go after the senator. I'd hoped our warning to the police would have stopped it. Yes, his jaw tightened. They know they warned me things would get tougher, but their indifference was unsettling. Either they wanted the attack to happen, or I was missing something crucial. He sat back on the bed, pressing a hand to my forehead. You all right? I forced a smile. Ariana's trying to reach Bran. Maybe he can swoop in like the cavalry. Adam frowned. And the vampires, he asked. I met his gaze. Marsilia despises me and Ben bled all over her precious Mercedes. The AMG, something nagged at me, something worse. What is that smell? I jolted awake to Ben licking my face like an overenthusiastic dog, which stung. His breath was rancid enough to make my eyes water, and I've dealt with some foul odors before. Stop. I shoved him back, scrambling away until I collided with something solid. Whatever it was hit the floor with a thud, freeing up space. My stomach twisted, not like food poisoning, but as if something inside was gnawing at me. Ben's breath didn't help. Seriously, Ben, what did you eat? Garbage? Ow, ow, ow. Kyle groaned from the floor where I'd knocked him. I'd forgotten he was even there, his promise to stay in the bed lost in the haze of pain. You realize I got my ass kicked yesterday by some jerk who wasn't even good looking, and this floor no rug. Ben let out a wolfish chuckle while I covered my nose, but the stench triggered a memory. DMSO from the trank, right? That stuff wrecks your breath. Then I spotted the clock. What time is it? I bolted up, tripping over Kyle's legs. The room was pitch black, no windows. The darkness reminded me of Adam's suggestion about the vampires. Maybe I should go. But then it hit me, crap. I'd left him waiting at Sylvia's, thinking I'd be right back. If it was night, he'd been there all day. I lurched toward the door, bad idea. Every muscle screamed, my face pulsed, and a wave of dizziness nearly dropped me. My stomach clenched, then my whole body locked up in the worst cramp of my life. Mercy. Kyle scrambled up, less graceful than usual. Ben whined. Then I vomited silver sludge all over Kyle's pristine stone floor. We both stared. Ben sniffed the mess and recoiled, ears pricked, giving me a look that screamed, what the actual hell? The floor shimmered with liquid metal. I licked my hand and checked. Yep. Silver. My hand had turned an eerie gray where the spit had landed. I think, I said, caught between victory. Seeing all that silver on the floor meant it wasn't inside Adam anymore, and sheer panic. The fact that our bond could pull something as solid as silver through it was downright terrifying. I should probably rinse this off. The guest bathroom was just steps away, and I stumbled inside, scrubbing my mouth and skin raw wherever the silver had touched. Kyle rummaged under the sink and tossed me a fresh toothbrush and a tiny tube of toothpaste. I brushed twice hard, but my lips were still stained black, like some angsty teen who'd raided a Hot Topic clearance bin. Knew a couple of guys who used silver nitrate to dye their lips like that, Kyle mused. Always thought it was dumb, but yours weren't like this last night. What gives? Honestly, I don't even want to guess, I muttered. Silver nitrate rang a bell, probably the same stuff Jerry Wallace had mixed into his knockout potion. Give me a minute to come up with something that sounds halfway sane, okay? He gave me a tight nod, concern flickering in his eyes. I checked the mirror again, pressing my fingers to my lips. They felt normal. Grabbing a towel, I headed back to deal with the mess but froze. The silver sludge had thickened into something sticky. If I wiped it up now, the towel might just smear it everywhere. And there was so much of it, way more than should have been inside a living person. Okay, I said slowly. What am I supposed to do with this? Kyle perched on the edge of the bed, grinning. What, never puked on the floor before, or is it the silver part that's throwing you off? Ben, keeping a safe distance, watched me like I was a science experiment. He leaned in, sniffed the air, then leaned back, eyes sharp. I lifted my arm and inhaled. Adam's scent clung to me. If I could pull silver through our bond, I guess his smell tagging along wasn't that weird. It's magic, I said, and Kyle rolled his eyes so hard I worried they'd stick. No, seriously, I insisted, mostly to convince myself. This shouldn't be possible. Pack bonds let us talk across distances, not play interdimensional vacuum cleaner. I gestured at the gloppy mess. And if Adam had this much silver in him, he'd be a corpse with a killer metallic sheen. Kyle blinked, his usual sarcasm replaced by pure, stunned blankness. Hold up, you can just chat with Adam telepathically. No phones, no apps, I nodded. He squeezed his eyes shut, then exhaled like he'd been holding his breath. Thank God, he muttered. I was starting to think I'd lost it. Despite the chaos, I couldn't help but laugh. Warren's worried you'll bolt once you hear too much werewolf craziness, I admitted. His expression darkened. Warren doesn't get to decide what I can handle. The anger faded as quickly as it came. I'd deal with any supernatural nonsense if it meant having him back safe. His voice cracked and the weight of his words settled over me. I knew that ached too well. Yeah, I agreed quietly. But the silver, that wasn't werewolf magic, that was about me. Kyle arched an eyebrow. So being Native American makes you puke silver, Ben, though, caught on instantly. The pack knew about coyote. The molten mess on the floor had hardened into something unnatural. No amount of scrubbing would fix this. A laugh echoed in my mind, coyote's signature amusement. Silver dollars used to be pure back when they meant something. How many troy ounces in a pound? I mused aloud. Kyle shrugged. No clue, but that's a lot of silver. Coyote magic doesn't play by the rules. I studied Kyle, he'd earned the pack's trust same as the rest. It's not just tribal magic, it's coyote magic. Coyote, Kyle frowned. Your other form or the coyote? Ben's gaze sharpened. My dad was Joe Old Coyote, I explained. Blackfeet from Browning, rode bulls before a wreck took him. Before that, he was Coyote, the trickster, the stories. Kyle, usually unshakable, even in court, just absorbed it. Loving a werewolf had thickened his skin. So the silver, because you're Coyote's kid. I'm not, I snapped. The floor gleamed, cold and solid. And Joe wasn't Coyote when he died, because if he had been, then he'd chosen to leave us. That truth coiled in my chest, sharp as a blade. You're spiraling, Kyle said, fingers brushing my wrist. You're pale but burning up. A chill raced through me. I knelt, hovering a hand over the silver-coated tiles. This top-tier weirdness, and that's saying something. I gestured at the mess. I drank silver from Adam, slept, then hurled it onto your floor, sorry, by the way, and now my lips are stained black. Kyle exhaled. While you were doing whatever with Adam, gorgeous as he is, did you at least find out where he is? I shook my head. He sighed, almost relieved. Good. I shot him a look. He managed a tired smirk. That would have been handy, Mercy. But if we had something both strange and useful, the universe would probably smack us down for getting too lucky. I blinked at him. His grin lost some of its exhaustion. Sure, you grew up with werewolves, but I spent my childhood with a Scottish grandmother while my parents were off making their fortune. When the Fae went public, she just snorted and said, "Mark my words, nothing good comes from this." And like always, she wasn't wrong. My knee throbbed, reminding me of the car wreck, so I dropped onto the floor with a wince. Ben caught my arm for half a second before pulling away like he'd been burned. Appreciate the warning, I told Kyle. Any other uplifting predictions? Not until Warren's here cleaning up your mess, he said, dead serious. I grabbed his ankle, squeezing lightly, just as the doorbell cut through the quiet. Who the hell shows up at this hour? I muttered. Kyle checked his watch. 4:30. Definitely not social call o'clock. His phone buzzed and he answered. Brooks here. A pause. 2 men at the door. One's a white guy, mid-40s, 6 feet, built like he spends more time in a gym than a boardroom, but the suit says otherwise. Looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. The other's younger, mixed race, compact but solid. Could be a fitness nut. Could be a werewolf. Should we turn them away? Kyle's jaw tightened. We've got security inside. Affirmative. And eyes on the porch. Then I'll handle it. Peace sign if they're friendly. He swapped his rumpled clothes for slacks and a polo, while I debated my options, his borrowed sweats or my own blood-stained outfit. The teal sweats won, making my bruises look even more impressive. Ben trailed us downstairs, moving smoothly for once. Guess his healing finally kicked in. The doorbell stopped as soon as we hit the stairs. Either they'd given up or they had sharp ears. Kyle swung the door open to reveal 2 men. The taller one wore a sleek black coat that did nothing to hide his tailored suit. His face had that reliable character actor charm, not handsome, but the kind you'd trust in a crisis. Beside him stood a shorter guy, maybe Middle Eastern but with deeper skin, dressed in jeans and a gray silk shirt despite the biting cold. No coat. Kyle crossed his arms. You'd better have a damn good reason for this. Kyle Brooks, the taller man, spoke first, his voice steady. I'm Lynn Armstrong, Agent Armstrong with CNTRP, though most folks just call us Cantrip. My partner and I were hoping you'd let us inside to discuss the break-in at your place yesterday. My breath caught. Cantrip was the last agency I wanted on my doorstep. Before I could respond, their scents hit me. Dry-cleaned wool, a hint of dog fur clinging to Armstrong, and something sharper, another werewolf. Ben tensed beside me, his ears flattening as he shifted subtly between me and the door. I stepped around him, keeping close to Kyle. Which pack do you run with? I asked, watching the stranger. Armstrong blinked, confused, but the other man just grinned, teeth flashing against his dark skin. What pack do you think I belong to, Ms. Thompson? His accent was Spanish, but not the local Tri-Cities flavor. I crossed my arms. Hauptmann, and I asked first. Charles Smith sent me, the werewolf said, lingering on the fake name. I knew exactly who he meant. Charles, the Marrock's son, had been working under that alias with the FBI. His lie told me 2 things. He wasn't tight with Armstrong, and the Marrock was involved. Ariana must have reached him. Armstrong cleared his throat. I requested a liaison through official channels. Given the situation, rogue Cantrip agents causing your recent issues, problems, the werewolf supplied smoothly. I studied him. I'd grown up in the Marrock's pack, but this guy, no clue. His stance screamed danger, like violence was just a breath away. He carried himself like someone who lived on the edge. He broke the silence, voice smooth. Charles got word to send someone your way. Turns out I was already headed here, courtesy of Fairy Whispers. He smirked, clearly enjoying the spotlight, then turned to Kyle. Mind calling off your sniper? It's freezing out here. I stepped closer. One more time, who are you? His smile didn't reach his eyes. Wouldn't you like to know, Ms. Hopman, he said smoothly. You might also know me as the Moor, though honestly the nickname feels a bit theatrical. I wouldn't have brought it up, except I figured you'd recognize it better. My fingers tightened around Kyle's arm. The Moor wasn't just some legend, he was real, and the stories about him weren't exactly comforting. It's fine, Kyle, I lied, forcing calm into my voice. Usul's one of Charles's pack. That was code for the Marok, and Kyle would get it. Usul's smirk told me he saw right through me, and Kyle shot me a skeptical glance before flashing the security team a quick Nixon-style salute. Armstrong took a slow sip of his coffee, his expression apologetic. I can't share details, he said, eyes flicking between my bruised jawline and Kyle's far more impressive shiner, the kind you get when you walk into a fight unarmed. He winced. I know it's frustrating, but orders are orders. The room was unfamiliar, cool blues and grays, tucked away in the basement with only a sliver of natural light. Either Adam's team had cleared it as secure, or Kyle had his own reasons for dragging us down here, where the air smelled like industrial cleaner and someone's floral-scented housekeeper. Let me guess, Kyle said dryly. A rogue faction of cantrip agents got tired of playing by the rules. They wanted a spectacle, something big enough to turn public opinion against werewolves and fae. Killing a high-profile senator would have been perfect. Too bad we ruined their plans. Now you're here to clean up the mess and figure out who bankrolled their little rebellion. Am I close? Armstrong's smile faltered for a split second. The Moor, meanwhile, raised his cup, looking every bit the polished gentleman until you met his eyes. He caught me staring, and I quickly looked away, but not before catching his amusement. Don't insult us, Kyle said, voice low. You need our help to stop your people before they escalate. We might not even need you. Armstrong exhaled. Cooperate and it'll be on record. That could matter if Bennett turns this into a massacre and pins it on the wolves. Who's Bennett? I asked. Armstrong's lips thinned. Sorry, let me rephrase that. He corrected himself smoothly. We'll refer to him as our rogue operative, the one who's been recruiting other discontented agents. His accidental mention of Bennett's name didn't seem like a mistake at all, given how casually he brushed it off. Stopping him is critical, and you can assist by sharing anything about Hopman's capture or the men who detained you here. Even small details could help. In exchange, we'll dedicate our efforts to finding your missing people. His honesty caught me off guard. I'd braced myself for deception, but Agent Armstrong's sincerity rang clear when he said, "We're fighting the same battle here." The conviction in his voice was unmistakable. Then Usul spoke up, his tone low. "Those intruders from your home, they're all dead, Mr. Brooks." Armstrong whipped his head around so fast I winced, not shocked by the news itself, but that Usul knew. A dark thought crossed my mind. Had he been the one to do it? The werewolf caught my suspicion and flashed a sharp grin. Not my handiwork. I wasn't just sent here to liaise, Ms. Hopman. I'm here as an asset. They made bail last night, booked a private flight to Seattle, then onward to South America. I planned to question them before takeoff, but by the time I reached their hotel, federal teams were already scrubbing the scene. His smile widened, and I understood. This wasn't just a cleanup, it was a cover-up. Armstrong tensed, clearly unaware of how much Usul knew. Did you have them killed? I pressed. Most humans never guessed werewolves could detect lies, and they certainly didn't suspect me. No, ma'am, Armstrong replied tightly, but my team handled the aftermath. An anonymous tip reached my superiors. He rubbed his temple, frustration seeping into his voice. The last day's been one long damage control nightmare. Usul gave me a knowing nod. Armstrong wasn't lying, but his anger over the deaths and Cantrip's involvement ran deeper than words. My senses picked up more than truth. Emotions carried their own scent, and his was boiling under the surface. You told the police they wanted your husband to target Senator Campbell, Armstrong said abruptly. I held his gaze. That's correct, he frowned. Doesn't add up. These were professionals, Ms. Hopman. They didn't survive this long by being careless with intel. Usul's eyes locked onto mine. He knew exactly how I'd gotten my information. He gave a slight tilt of his head and lifted his shoulders in an easy shrug. Alpha energy radiating off him made it clear. If he wasn't worried about what I shared with the FBI about werewolf secrets, maybe I shouldn't be either. My mouth opened, then snapped shut as a vivid image flashed through my mind. Me in a sterile interrogation room, some faceless agent droning. Describe the shape, Ms. Hopman. Is it geometric? Too many late-night binge sessions of cheesy sci-fi reruns as a kid, probably. But the risk wasn't just in my head. Some truths were better left unsaid. Remember how you said there were things you couldn't disclose? I finally said. Same deal. Certain details stay classified. Need-to-know basis. Armstrong exhaled sharply but didn't push. On a scale from 1 to 10, how certain are you Campbell was the real target? 0, I answered without hesitation. This was about the pack. Campbell might be been collateral, or maybe he was meant to play the lucky survivor. Easy to stop a hit when you've got the script. I shook my head. No clue why they zeroed in on Adam. Asil leaned back, fingers steepled. He's the public face now. Charismatic, media-friendly. When news outlets want a werewolf soundbite, they call him. Hell, last month, a random poll showed more New Yorkers could id Adam in a lineup than the mayor or either presidential nominee. You think he was singled out? I asked. Asil's sharp glance at Armstrong said maybe we were oversharing. I think, he said carefully, we're working with half a deck, and our opponents. They've got the full hand. Worse, they knew the whole pack, I added. Even the ones who aren't public. They tracked Jesse and me down. Where'd they get intel that deep? Armstrong blinked. Jesse, Adam's kid, human, we were at the mall, had a fender bender, ended up at my shop when Ben showed up warning us the pack got snatched. Ben, I nudged my empty mug toward the werewolf sprawled near my feet close but not touching. Ben was deliberately ignoring Asil, though his posture stayed tense, protective. Ben here dodged the mercenary squad that raided the house, got out just in time to find us. A beat of silence, then Armstrong cleared his throat. I thought he was just a really big dog. I'm a dog person. I exchanged a look with Asil before deadpanning. You do realize Asil's also a werewolf, right? The agent dragged a hand down his face. I'm too damn old for this. Been awake for a full day. Ben won't bite, I assured him. Just as Asil stood to set his cup down with a quiet clink, Ben sprang up with a low growl, keeping his gaze carefully averted from the alpha wolf. Armstrong flinched so hard his coffee sloshed over the rim of his mug, drawing Ben's attention. The wolf bared his teeth at the cantrip agent. Eyes down, Armstrong, Kyle said, his tone smooth as if discussing the weather. I reached for Ben's scruff, but he sidestepped my touch like a shadow. This is on me, I admitted. We need to wrap this up before things get messy. Asil set his cup down deliberately, his gaze locked on Ben while addressing the room. You'll have to pardon us, this one and I need a private word. He snapped his fingers inches from Ben's muzzle. With me now, I blocked his path. Ben couldn't physically shield me without bowling me over, so instead, he nipped the back of my knee sharp but fleeting, more of a grumble than a bite. Asil's lips curled. I must say, Ms. Hoffman, you're full of surprises. Not what I anticipated, but pleasantly so. By all means, tag along. Kyle's voice turned edged. What exactly are you planning to settle? Asil studied him for a beat. No harm will come to him, Mr. Brooks, but Ben's convinced he must protect her from me. That's a decision he needs to make without an audience. It's fine, I assured Kyle. If we're going to be around each other, it's better to clear the air now. Plus, I'd get a chance to grill Asil without Armstrong eavesdropping, and vice versa. Kyle jerked his chin toward the hallway. Guest room's free, the one we used, unless you'd prefer a bathroom since this place is short on actual secure spaces. Armstrong and I'll hold down the fort. I led the way upstairs, Ben glued to my heels like a living shadow with Asil bringing up the rear. Kyle Brooks, Asil mused as we climbed, mated to your third, a lawyer no less. Yet he broke free from professional torturers, snapped one man's neck, and left the other unconscious. Quite the feat for a human who spends his days in courtrooms. Kyle holds a black belt, I murmured, and he had help. A vampire friend of mine intervened, killed the one who hurt him, spared the other because I asked. The footsteps behind us halted. Asil's voice, when it came, was measured. Forgive me, my English occasionally fails me. Did you say vampire friend? I did. I paused, glancing back. Asil exhaled, shaking his head. The world, he said softly, never ceases to amaze. Just when I think I've seen it all, it tosses another marvel my way. Your so-called vampire friend did this as some kind of transaction. He did it because we're friends, me and Kyle both, I shot back. Unbelievable. Something in his tone made Ben press against my legs, which would have been fine if he hadn't suddenly darted off like a startled rabbit. I staggered, bracing myself too late, and my patience snapped. Maybe you don't have real friends, I snapped at Asil, turning to take the last few steps upstairs. But I do. The silence that followed was thick with meaning before he finally chuckled. Please tell me I won't find toothpaste in my shoes or jelly smeared on my steering wheel. I spun around, arms flailing, walking backward down the hall. I was 12. Don't you wolves have better gossip than ancient history? Me prinsa, he purred, voice low and teasing. I was halfway across the globe in Madrid when I heard about the jelly. 2 decades, a blink. A century from now, they'll still whisper about it. Mighty wolves trembling at the thought of a scrawny coyote girl who dared to jelly the Marok's leather seats because he insisted she perform in a dress. No, I growled, heat rising in my cheeks. I turned and marched down the hallway. He blamed Evelyn, my foster mom, said she should have known better, should have forced me into some frilly thing. He made her cry. That was the day I quit playing piano for them. I shoved open the guest room door and Asil waited until I met his gaze. Exactly, he said, dead serious. A man like that deserves jelly in his favorite suit. That solemn delivery broke me. I clapped a hand over my mouth, leaning against the doorframe, laughter shaking my exhausted body. All I could picture was Bran's horrified face as he slid into that sticky mess, his perfect trousers ruined. I'd been crouched in coyote form behind the hydrangeas, downwind, sure I'd gotten away with it, but of course he'd known. Bran always knew, one arched brow and I'd bolted all the way home. He never had to guess it was me, I admitted when I caught my breath. Usul grinned, warmth in his eyes. He said it frustrated you, all that plotting, only for him to know instantly. Who else would dare? He told me when I called to discuss the matter. Can you see any of the pack pulling a stunt like that? I huffed. Back then, it never occurred to me that the Marok's logic was that simple, like some all-knowing, fanged Santa Claus. He made me detail his entire car, still worth it. He showed up with flowers for Evelyn and a heartfelt apology. He actually apologized, Usul said, drawing out the words like he was filing away every syllable to use against Bran later. It made me laugh, exactly what I needed. Come in, I said, waving him inside. Thanks for that. His gaze swept the room, lingering on the messy bed before catching on the hardened silver puddle by the floor. Then with a smirk he asked, how did Bran not smell peanut butter all over his precious leather seats? Easy, I said. I left a PB and J on a paper plate with a note for the Marok right on the dashboard. He was too busy glaring at that to notice the mess smeared into the upholstery. I glanced at the silver again. They'd probably have to replace the whole tile. The eggs, though, total flop. They don't break right, too much cushion. Just gives your target ammo to throw back at you. Usul moved closer, circling the bed, and Ben's growl cut through the air. He stopped mid-step. Fine, he sighed. Let's free your wolf before we discuss things the government shouldn't hear. He pointed to the hallway. Wait out there. Less temptation for him to fight instincts versus duty. Made sense. I hovered in the doorway, keeping them in sight. 10 feet between me and Usul, not enough if he'd meant harm, but enough to ease Ben's nerves. Usul pressed a hand to Ben's muzzle, forcing his head down until it touched the floor. A rough sound escaped Ben, half protest, half submission. I swear to you, Usul said, locking eyes with him. I mean no harm. You're Adam's, not mine. I'm here in Bran's place as his stand-in, nothing more. Do you accept that? Ben jerked free and rose, posture loosening for the first time since Usul arrived. His tail flicked up briefly before he deliberately lowered it. Good, Usul said. Now Mercedes Hauptmann talk. Fast, we're on the clock. So I did. When I finished, he stood, studying the silver again like it held answers the once vibrant hue had dulled as we spoke, now tarnished with a shadowy sheen. How's your stomach holding up? He asked after a pause. Like ground meat, I muttered. Been that way ever since the crash when they took Adam and the pack. Could be the silver, could just be my life falling apart. Usul crouched low, lost in thought, and I almost reminded him about his supposed urgency. Finally, he broke the silence. You're sure Peter's the only one dead? So far, I said, which is weird, considering how your attackers ended up. His eyes gleamed with amusement, like murder was just another punchline. Whoever took out those hired guns wouldn't bother keeping a whole pack alive. Smart money says one wolf's enough leverage, why risk a dozen hostages? And they'd be right, amateurs. He drifted off, probably savoring the chaos our enemies had stirred up. 2 separate players, I guessed. Usul nodded. Looks that way, plus the kind of guy who could hire top-tier mercs, the sort governments use, wouldn't waste them over loose lips. Those guys don't turn and they don't forgive betrayal. Cantrip had the connections, not the budget, I mused. Federal salaries don't cover that kind of firepower. Can you reach Adam now? I can try. I dropped to the floor, shut my eyes, and reached for the bond, that frayed, golden tether between us. A searing jolt shot through me. Ah hell, I gasped, tears streaming. Son of a ow, Usul glanced from me to the silver on the ground. Maybe don't use supernatural links as walkie-talkies next time, he deadpanned. Especially near silver. Basic werewolf survival rule. Shut up, I hissed, barely audible. His voice was a spike driving through my skull. He tilted his head. That's a lot of silver, and pure too. Trank darts use silver nitrate, powdered, not solid. Usul prowled the room while Ben lingered nearby, close enough to scent but not touch. Wolves in fur aren't big on human etiquette. Too wild. But they're pack creatures, more social than people, or coyotes for that matter. New detail, the scent of old coffee and gun oil clung to Ben's fur, a weirdly comforting reminder of home. Ben would usually be right by my side when I was upset, but Usul must still have him on edge. As my pounding headache eased, I glanced up to see Usul holding out a glass of water he'd grabbed from the bathroom. I gulped it down, the coolness helping more than I expected. Don't stress, he said as I handed back the empty glass. This is likely temporary. Once the silver clears your system, things should go back to normal. His fingers brushed my lips, so fast I barely registered it. Then he held them up, the tips reddened like he'd touched a hot stove. I pressed my own fingers to my mouth, remembering the unnatural black stain. Back in the day, they used colloidal silver in allergy meds, he mused. Some people turned blue from overuse. There was even a blue-skinned guy who ran for Senate in Montana. I figured yours was just goth makeup, though you're a bit past the usual age for that look. Horror twisted in my gut. It's not going away, I snapped. I'm not a werewolf. My body doesn't purge silver like yours. Rosa, Gabriel's little sister, had once shown me a school project about a girl in the 1950s whose skin turned gray permanently. No treatments had worked. I bolted to the bathroom, scrubbing furiously at my lips with a washcloth, but the black didn't budge. Isil lingered in the doorway, watching. You told Armstrong this was targeting the werewolves, he said. Don't you agree? I shot back. He shrugged. My opinion doesn't matter. Play this out. If Adam obeyed their demands, what happens next? The pack dies anyway, no loose ends. Adam's killed to prevent retaliation. The senator's either dead or mauled, fueling the anti-werewolf crowd. I counted off on my fingers, exhausted. Kyle and I have rehashed this 100 times. Isil nodded. The rogue cantrip agents get their werewolf hunting spree. Maybe they're happy about the senator. Campbell's been blocking their kill orders for years. But who's after Adam or the pack? If they're the real targets, who gains? My throat tightened. Shouldn't we take this downstairs? Armstrong's waiting. I couldn't stomach another round of listing every way Adam and the pack were screwed. Isil ignored me. What happens if Adam and the pack vanish? I snarled. I hunt them down. Revenge isn't my usual diet, but I'll make an exception. And if they're not scared of the pack, they won't blink at me. The bitterness in my voice surprised even me. Somewhere outside, a car alarm blared, the sound slicing through the tension like a knife brand is terrifying, but they might not realize that yet. Or maybe they do, Isil countered. Maybe Bran is exactly who they're after. I sighed. They had Jerry Wallace's silver DMSO ketamine mix figured out. They knew every member of the pack. Yeah, they might know about Bran too. Downstairs, Kyle's voice cut in. Mercy, you done spilling supernatural secrets to the werewolf yet? Breakfast is almost ready and the sun's up. Isil leaned against the wall. What was your next move before Agent Armstrong and I showed up? I was heading to Adam's company to track the money, see if it's government-funded or private. Then I planned to hit up the vampires. They control the supernatural scene here like old-school mob bosses ran Chicago. Something nagged at me, a detail slipping through my fingers. Oh hell, I muttered, scrambling for my ruined jeans. Tad, I forgot. Gabriel's sister's phone was buried in the pocket. Missed calls lit up the screen 15, spaced exactly 30 minutes apart plus 20 unread texts. I skipped the messages and dialed the unknown number. Tad answered, his voice dripping with irritation. So, you're dead, right? Because nothing else justifies leaving me freezing outside, babysitting the world's dullest family for over 24 hours. They even sent the kids out with hot cocoa yesterday. Dinner was homemade burritos, decent enough to almost forgive you for making me think you'd been murdered. How'd they know you were there? I asked. I knocked to use their bathroom. Seemed safer than letting them get ambushed while I hunted for a gas station. A beat. You okay? Not even close, I admitted, pinching the bridge of my nose. Adam's still missing. They had men at Kyle's place, Warren's boyfriend. Yeah, Ben Stefan and I got him out, but we spent the day at the police station answering questions. Stefan's good for something then, I exhaled. We should grab Gabriel and Jesse and bring them here. Cops are watching Kyle's house and Adam's security team is on it. I glanced at Isil. You sticking around, he nodded. Until Adam's found. Tad, you hear that? We've got backup, one of Bran's wolves. Tad groaned. I walked here, no car, you'll have to pick them up yourself. Fine, we'll figure it out. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I almost asked if he'd stick around to help us more, but stopped myself. He'd already been on guard duty all day. If Kyle's got a spare bed in that fancy house of his, Tad said, I'll crash there for a bit, then keep helping until this mess is over. He hesitated before adding, sorry I've been such a pain. Life's been rough, but that's no excuse to take it out on you. Actually, it kind of is, I replied. Who else would put up with it? I'll head over soon. I ended the call and turned to Isil. I'm coming with you, he said. They know your location, which makes you the easiest target. Fine, I agreed. If we leave Ben here, Marsilia's car should have enough space. Isil raised an eyebrow. Marsilia, as in the vampire queen of the Tri-Cities. I rolled my eyes. Please, she'd happily watch me burn. I stole her car so the bad guys couldn't track me, plus mine was totaled. Ben's already bled all over her Mercedes, so a few extra miles won't make her any angrier. I glanced at Ben, who was staring at me with stubborn determination. You need to shift back, I told him. You've been shot, dragged around, and stuck in wolf form for 2 days. Rest up. I'm just grabbing Jesse and Gabriel and coming right back. Bran sent us all to help, and Adam's guys will probably escort us to make sure nothing goes wrong. I'll protect her, Usul assured Ben seriously. And honestly, I added, I'd feel better leaving Kyle with backup in case things go sideways. That did it. Ben liked Kyle, which was rare for him. Adam Fear had always been his shadow. Adam wondered if he'd ever truly known peace since the day he boarded that bus to basic training. The older he got, the more there was to fear, especially now, with Mercy charging into danger like she was invincible. When he was young, he'd believed strength and toughness could erase fear, except, of course, the fear of God. His parents, hardworking Baptist farmers, had raised him with faith and patriotism, but life had chipped away at both. Vietnam had nearly crushed his love for country, though he still believed half of Congress belonged behind bars. War had taught him that the stronger you became, the more fear you carried, because you finally understood what was at stake, and it had shown him the monsters in the world. Worse, it had turned him into one, but nothing had prepared him for the real terror, the kind that came with loving someone. Adam's love for Mercy burned hotter than he ever expected. Drawing in a slow breath, he marveled at the absence of pain, no more silver searing through his veins, no fog dulling his mind. To an outsider, he'd appear unchanged, still leaning against the rough stone wall of their makeshift prison. But beneath the surface, his muscles coiled and released with their usual precision. Mercy had done something reckless. She'd pulled the silver, poisoning him into her own body, using pact bonds in ways even she didn't fully grasp. Bran and Samuel experienced the bonds as music, while Mercy saw symbols. Adam just knew sense. But none of that explained how she'd twisted magic to do what should have been impossible. The worst part, she'd gambled blindly. That much silver would have killed any normal human. He could still sense her through their bond, but something felt wrong, frayed at the edges. It took everything in him not to charge through the walls to reach her. A shift in the room snapped him back. The quiet clinking of chains filled the air as his pack writhed under silver-laced agony, drugged but never still. Their suffering hung thick in the air, sickness, metal, despair. Jones had overdone it, flooding them with poison. Adam could have sacrificed himself earlier, but it wouldn't have been enough. Now, free of the silver's grip, he had options, but pushing Mercy to heal him again, unthinkable. A shadow moved between the prisoners, fluid as a stream. The soldier, the one who'd scolded Jones, knelt before him, close enough for Adam to feel his breath. Black armor, grease paint smeared across his face. "Alpha," the man said, voice low. Adam met his gaze, noting the sharp awareness in his eyes. This wasn't just another grunt, and that meant opportunity. Warren lay motionless in the shadows behind Adam, his eyes catching just enough light to glint like polished steel. Daryl shifted closer without a sound, the heavy chains that should have rattled with every movement mysteriously silent. Adam flicked his fingers in a subtle signal, and both men stilled. The silver and drugs might have weakened him before, but now. Now Adam could snap this intruder's neck before he even blinked. The thought lingered, sharp and sweet. But revenge wasn't the play here. This wasn't Peter's killer. So Adam waited, listening. "We're done here," the man said casually, as if discussing the weather. "Packing up and moving on." Adam tilted his head, locking eyes with him. The man held his gaze for exactly 3 seconds before looking away. "You're not as out of it as they thought," he admitted. "Those knockout darts, supposed to drop a werewolf cold. Didn't work on you, saw that right away, even if Jones ignored it." He paused, studying Adam's face. "You probably already know we had a team staking out Kyle Brooks' place, orders to grab your wife, your kid, Ben Shaw. Figured they'd run there. But early this morning, cops crashed the party." His voice hitched as he caught Adam's expression. "Wait, how the hell do you know that?" he muttered under his breath. "Freaking magic crap. Told them this was a bad idea, but the paycheck was too fat. And you don't say no to certain clients." He leaned back, rubbing his jaw. Adam stayed silent, letting the tension build. Patience. The more this guy talked, the more he'd give away. "So now we've got 1 dead, 3 in cuffs, and your wife spilling everything to the cops. How someone snatched your pack, how they're pushing you to take out Senator Campbell. Thought maybe one of my guys talked, but they don't break that easy. Then again, maybe she just knew, same way you do." A beat passed. Adam didn't bite. "Look," the man sighed, "my outfit's got reach. Lawyers got the rest of my team sprung, no bodies, no real heat, but they're benched now, too much attention. We'll shuffle in fresh faces, ship the hot ones overseas till this blows over." He smirked, all false charm. "You get how this works, right? Money talks." Adam just watched him, unblinking. "Fine," the man said, dragging it out. "Truth, I volunteered for this job. You freaks, wolves, fae, witches, you're all monsters, and someone's gotta put you down. You all deserve to die, and one day I hope to be the one who wipes your kind off the face of the earth." For the first time, Adam caught the scent of fear on the mercenary, fear mixed with a raw hunger for violence. He He understood that twisted blend all too well. Fear for his pack, for Mercy, and yes, even his own thirst for vengeance. But I didn't climb this high by breaking the rules, the mercenary continued, his voice steady. Rules keep us alive. Rules mean the people who hire us don't get to silence us when we've outlived our usefulness. We keep our mouths shut, and we handle our own if someone gets tempted to spill secrets. His gaze flicked to Adam. You wolves know all about rules, I've heard the stories. Silence stretched between them. When it became clear Adam wasn't going to bite, the mercenary pushed on. Our team had a flight booked for morning, but Slick, one of the survivors, went to the hotel where everyone was supposed to be. Instead of his crew, he found a government cleanup squad and the bodies of my men. He barely got out alive. No survivors except him. Now he's taking the long way to meet up, and I'm pulling my remaining men out. Whoever ordered the hit on those prisoners, that didn't come from us. Nobody in our company is that reckless. We're leaving, then we settle the score. Adam narrowed his eyes. Why tell me any of this? I don't like your kind, the mercenary admitted, spitting on the ground. That's personal, but screwing over my men, that's business. They killed my team to keep them quiet. I don't even know what they're so desperate to hide, but if this messes up their plans, good. His jaw tightened. Those were my men, their deaths aren't just business anymore. Adam nodded. I get it. The mercenary gave him a sharp look. Heard you used to wear a uniform. Ranger, Adam confirmed. The man blinked, caught off guard. Doesn't mean I'm not what I am, but I know how it works. You follow orders, and in return, you expect the ones giving them to have your back. When they don't, he shrugged. Someone's gotta answer for that. The mercenary exhaled, tension easing just a fraction. Exactly, we get paid, we do the job, no betrayals, no loose ends, but our employers broke the deal. If they're scared of something leaking, maybe it's time they learn not to stab their own in the back. He leaned in. The ones calling the shots, their cantrip agency. You know them, the ones screaming about how monsters like you need to be wiped out, even though their whole job was supposed to be studying the supernatural and keeping the peace. The mercenary leaned in, his voice dripping with cynicism. They claim they need authority to hunt wolves before someone else beats them to it, sick of relying on backup because they can't build their own private militia. He shot Adam a knowing look. But you already figured that out. Adam nodded. The best recruits get snatched up by the big leagues, FBI, CIA, you name it, cantrips where they stash the rejects, and this whole mess, classic bureaucratic disaster, paper pushers playing soldier never ends well. The mercenary smirked. Oh, I'm definitely quoting you on that. Adam crossed his arms. Here's the real question, where's the cash coming from? Cantrip's budget wouldn't cover a weekend paintball trip, let alone a Black Ops gig like yours. Unless they're skimming paychecks, someone else is bankrolling this. The man tapped his nose. You're sharp for a hellhound. Cantrips broke, but imagine if a werewolf took out the billionaire senator. His family's got deep pockets and zero patience. Rumor is some shadowy money guy's pulling strings, someone with a serious grudge against you, Hoffman. He bankrolled the whole thing with one condition, your pack had to be the target. Adam's pulse quickened. A personal enemy, that narrowed things down. No more faceless wolf haters, just one man gunning for him. Your intel's solid, he said, keeping his tone casual. Tracking phones to find my pack, that's Cantrip's style, but how'd you get the full roster? The mercenary shrugged. Different source, same people who supplied the tranquilizers, my guess, a military bigwig with a furry vendetta, not the money guy, just a helpful spectator. Adam's jaw tightened. Jerry Wallace's files stolen before his death. Names, locations, weaknesses. And now in the wrong hands. Brand needed to know. The game had just gotten a lot deadlier. Did you get a look at him? Which one are we talking about? The money guy or the intel guy? The other man cocked his head slightly. Only the money guy once, I think. Claimed he was just an errand boy. You know how rich guys always have lackeys. He looked soft, like some corporate suit who'd never seen a day of real work. Dressed sharp, like he belonged in a boardroom, not a back alley. But something about him set my nerves on edge, and I always listened to my instincts. He moved too smooth, too controlled. When he pulled up a chair, it barely made a sound. No wasted motion. That's not how civilians move. You think he was more than just a messenger. You catch on quick, the mercenary said, unfazed. Yeah, I'd bet my last dollar he was the money man himself. Some guys are born to give orders, not take them. He was one of those, quiet about it, but you could tell. Where and when. The man shook his head. That's pushing it. Some secrets belong to my old crew, not me. He fished out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling slowly. Crouching for long stretches isn't easy, especially past 30, but he didn't seem bothered. My doc says these things'll kill me one day, he mused. Adam snorted. If they don't wreck your lungs first, they'll slow you down in a fight. Smokers don't last long when it's time to run. The mercenary chuckled. Here's the thing, got word a couple days back, these guys. Not Cantrip, oh they used to be, but now they're off the reservation, and Cantrip's got a team hunting them. He took another drag, watching the ember glow. Their cleanup specialist rolled into town last night, just in time to mop up my guys. A red light blinked on his watch. He tapped it, then crushed the cigarette under his boot. Kid, if I'm relying on speed to stay alive, I'm already dead. Time to move. He pulled out a key, studying it like it held some private joke. Funny world, isn't it? Never know who's gonna end up on your side. He stood and tossed the key toward Adam, who let it clatter to the floor. Good luck. The mercenary stepped over Daryl on his way out. You're not half bad for a freak. Adam smirked. Right back at you. The mercenary paused at the door, glancing back with a grin. Yeah, guess so. Then quieter. Heard one of them mention another shooter on the senator's detail. Targeting who? Adam asked. The mercenary nodded. That's the right question for you if you win. For the senator if you don't. He left without another word. The second the door closed, Daryl and Warren both looked up. Daryl let out a low, groggy growl, still fighting off the ketamine haze. Adam didn't wait for the question. Yeah, he said, I'm better. No explanation. No need they'd assume it was Bran. His reputation alone would give them the strength to stand. Adam worked the key into his own restraints first, then moved to Daryl and Warren. As Warren struggled upright, Adam pressed the key into the older man's weathered palm. Warren was the strongest among them besides Adam himself. Get everyone loose, but don't move until I say so, Adam ordered. Leave Honey for last and keep your guard up in case she snaps. Stripping off his clothes, he felt the familiar shift in his muscles. The coiled readiness he'd honed long before Vietnam had turned him into something more than human. The door swung open easily. Their captor hadn't bothered to lock it. The dim antechamber held only Mr. Jones's abandoned desk, the air thick with the scent of damp concrete. The ceilings stretched higher than a typical basement, and the steel bar meant to keep them trapped lay discarded on the floor. Adam grabbed it, handing it off to Daryl, who clenched his fingers around it, swaying as he fought to rise. Stay down, Adam murmured, pressing a steadying hand to his shoulder. Protect the others. Try to get them to shift if you can. Warren's golden eyes locked onto his. I'll leave Jones for Honey, Adam promised, then let the change take him. By the time he hit the ground on four paws, most of the pack had been freed, though none could stand. Honey's gaze burned into him. You're really going to do this? She asked. His father's voice echoed in his head. Murder stains the soul, but Honey had been with him long enough to know the answer. A single nod and he was gone, surging into the hallway with a hunger he didn't bother to leash. He'd expected some abandoned government bunker, maybe one of those hollowed-out buildings near the Hanford nuclear site. But the hallway stretched past empty rooms meant for wine barrels, the walls unfinished, the floor a patchwork of dirt and cracked tile. A crooked sign leaned against the wall. He nudged it with his muzzle until the words came into view. Tasting room. A winery. That explained the high ceilings, the vast, unused space. No scent of grapes or oak, just the stale tang of construction halted mid-project. The place was deserted, but not for long. Footprints and disturbed dust told him their captors had been here recently. The hunt was on the air, still carried traces of sweat, gun oil, and stage makeup as they moved through the abandoned space. Footprints and drag marks crisscrossed the floors of what had clearly served as living quarters, 2 rooms mirroring their own former prison cells. Someone had taken the reinforced door meant to contain werewolves and propped it inside the mercenaries' sleeping area, a silent message about who was really in control here. Adam had to admit the commander he'd spoken with earlier had a point. In another life, they might have even been friends. The distant rumble of diesel engines broke the silence, probably the same trucks that had transported them to this makeshift werewolf-holding facility. Given how quietly the sound carried, Adam guessed the vehicles had either been parked far off or, more likely, pushed to a safe distance before ignition. No human would have noticed the noise, not unless they were wide awake and straining to hear. Upstairs, the space opened into a bare, high-ceilinged room with rough, unfinished walls. The sandstone tiles underfoot made stealth tricky. His claws threatened to tap against the hard surface with every step. A set of double doors led outside, swinging open with minimal effort. Stepping onto what was supposed to be an elegant wraparound porch, he found it half-finished, missing railings and chunks of decking. The view confirmed his suspicions. They were in the middle of nowhere. Dead grapevines stretched for acres, their withered clusters clinging to brittle stems like forgotten ornaments. A dirt parking lot held 4 black SUVs and a rental Nissan with a dealership plate frame. The building itself sat on a hillside, flanked by an apple orchard on one side and a better-maintained vineyard on the other. No houses in sight, just empty land and a lonely 2-lane highway winding through the hills. For a moment, he considered disabling the vehicles. But no, better to let them think they still had control. He turned back toward the house, claws flexing. Time to remind them exactly what they were dealing with. Adam tracked the faint sound of breathing down a narrow hallway lined with doors, as if the old winery had been retrofitted into a makeshift motel. The first room had the same rough, unfinished walls as the rest of the place, but the plywood floor groaned slightly under his weight. The man on the cot didn't stir, mid-30s, unremarkable, snoring softly. It had been decades since Adam's first kill, and though he wished he could say he remembered each one, the truth was there had been too many. Some had died just like this, unaware. He silenced the man with a quick, brutal motion, forcing himself not to dwell on the metallic tang of blood. Being a werewolf meant he'd crossed lines, some harder to live with than others. He preferred not to linger on those. The second man was older, 50s maybe, with the polished look of someone who spent too much time climbing corporate ladders. His hair was professionally dyed, just enough gray left to look distinguished. Adam didn't recognize him, but then again, he hadn't exactly been keeping track of faces lately. This one woke just in time to see death coming, but not in time to scream. The next two were just as easy. Then he found the empty room. He almost walked past, but something caught his eye, a photo of Mercy. He shoved the door open wider. The wall was covered in pictures, his pack, their families, even the kids, names neatly labeled beneath each one like some sick target practice. A kill list, every last one of them down to the smallest child. Sylvia Sandoval's girls were there too. Something inside him snapped. The next 3 kills weren't clean. He made sure the 4th one screamed, because the bastard had been smiling in his sleep. Smiling while planning to murder children. By the time Adam was done, the room smelled of fear and agony. He forced himself to breathe, to pull back. Losing control now would mean losing himself entirely. Duty kept him grounded. He understood duty. The last bedroom was empty, but the scent of perfume lingered. A woman had been here, fled maybe. He committed the smell to memory. If she'd run, someone would have to track her down. Warren, probably. Daryl was too decent for that kind of work. Warren got things done. The updated doorknobs meant for wheelchair access were far simpler for a wolf to operate than the old-fashioned round ones. The entire first floor had been built with accessibility in mind, allowing him to slip into the next room without a sound. Inside, he found the neighbor woman and Mr. Jones too preoccupied with each other to have noticed the earlier commotion. He had already promised Jones to Honey, so with effort, he resisted the urge to interrupt and shut the door softly. 3 more targets remained, their heartbeats thudded in his ears, and his hunger grew sharper. The next man fell easily, his neck snapping under a single swipe of the wolf's paw, swift and efficient. Then came the woman, crouched behind an overturned cot like it was some kind of shield. For a second, he almost laughed. Did she really think that flimsy thing would stop him? But before he could act, she whipped out a tranquilizer gun and fired. The first dart grazed his shoulder, useless. He dodged the next 2, lunged over the cot, and ended it. He didn't relish killing women, but the wolf inside him didn't care. The body lay limp between his paws, and the hunger surged, demanding he feed. He forced it down. No time. The last one had barricaded himself behind a heavy, iron-reinforced door, the kind meant to mimic old Spanish colonial style. Bullets punched into the wood as soon as Adam touched the handle, small caliber, ineffective. The gunfire had consequences, though. Jones burst out of his room, weapon drawn. Adam lowered his head and let out a roar, deep and unnatural, more like a lion's than a wolf's. The woman behind Jones shrieked, her voice shrill. Jones fired twice, panic making his aim wild. One bullet nicked Adam's side, the other missed entirely. A quick shoulder check sent Jones sprawling. The woman kept screaming, grating on his nerves. His father's words echoed in his mind, only a coward harms a woman, but she had willingly hunted his pack, targeted children. He ended it fast, as mercifully as possible. When the silence settled, guilt gnawed at him, but there was no time for regret. Jones fumbled with his gun, hands trembling, still trying to fight. Adam tore himself away from the woman's lifeless form, wrenching the gun from the agent's grip before crushing it in his fist. The mangled metal clattered to the floor, useless now. His teeth ground together with the urge to end Jones right then, but he'd promised Honey the kill, even if she was too far gone to remember. Vengeance was a slippery slope, but sometimes a swift, precise act could bring a shattered soul some peace. So he left Jones for her and turned his attention to the last cantrip operative still breathing. The door stood firm, solid oak, and locked tight. Adam slammed his shoulder into it, splintering the frame and sending it crashing inward. Pain flared through him, sharp and bright, and in a fit of frustration he ripped the shattered remains apart. Only when the wreckage lay scattered did he snap back to the moment. The man sprawled on the floor, blood pooling beneath him. Either Jones's bullet had punched through the door or ricocheted off the wall. His own weapon lay just out of reach, fingers twitching uselessly toward it. Tiger, tiger burning bright, the man gasped, blood bubbling at his lips. In the forest, in the forest. He sucked in a rattling breath, locked eyes with Adam, and whispered one last time, forest. Then his body jerked once and went still. Did he who made the lamb make thee? Adam echoed silently, the old verse bitter on his tongue. It was a question that haunted him. Had God crafted creatures like him? And if so, how could he call it mercy? He lingered over the body until a distant noise snapped him back. Poetry aside, the fight wasn't over yet. He called to his pack, his voice rough with command. They came, some on 2 legs, most on 4, their shifts helping them shake off the drugs still clouding their minds. Warren and Darrell held their human forms, though barely, their expressions tight with strain. At the top of the stairs, they hesitated, catching the scent of blood and death. Adam met Honey's golden gaze, saw the tremor in her stance, then flicked his eyes toward the room behind him. A snarl ripped from her throat as she lunged past, and only then did he step aside, letting the others follow. Once the last of them had gone, he forced his own shift, the change coming faster than usual. Whether from Mercy's tampering or the carnage staining the winery's floors, he didn't care to dwell on it. The landline in the office still worked, a small Mercy. Using one of the agent's phones would have been tempting fate with the hunt still singing in his veins. He dialed Mercy first. He needed her voice like a lifeline, proof that he wasn't just a killer, not entirely a beast. But the call rang out and the robotic voice of her voicemail kicked in. His gut twisted, but he shoved the panic down. She was smart. She'd have ditched the phone if they were tracking her. If she were dead, he'd know. He'd feel it even in human form. The beast inside him lingered, the same creature that had once torn a door apart simply for existing. That primal part of him needed to hear his mate's voice. He forced himself to take slow breaths, grounding himself in human thoughts before dialing Elizaveta. One of her grandsons answered, but her sharp voice cut through in the background. Who calls at this ungodly hour? The moment she realized it was Adam, she snatched the phone. Adamia, she said, relief softening her tone. We've been waiting for your call. I need a cleanup, he said bluntly, exhaustion pressing him against the wall. It's a landline, can you trace it? Easily, she replied. How many? He glanced at his hands, stained dark with blood. He'd lost count. Ah, she murmured, reading his silence. That many, we'll handle it. Before dawn, he insisted. There's a helicopter coming. Then there'll be nothing left to find, she assured him. He swallowed hard before adding, and transport, for 30 wolves. Consider it done, she said without hesitation. One more thing, Mercy, where is she? At Kyle and Warren's place, Elizaveta answered. I had a feeling you'd ask, so I sent someone to keep an eye on her. Good, he said, relief threading through his voice. Hurry. The line went dead. Elizaveta was pushing 70, her magic still formidable, but her body wasn't what it used to be. The last 2 years had been brutal. Both of her chosen successors had died, casualties tangled up with his pack. She could have resented him for it, but she didn't. Maybe because Adam had always known how to play her. His mother had been Russian, a refugee from Moscow's chaos, and he'd grown up with the language on his tongue. When he first spoke to Elizaveta in that familiar accent, it forged a connection he'd carefully nurtured. She had no idea how old he really was. If she ever figured it out, she'd hunt him down, demanding the bite, and he'd kill her before he let that happen. Vampires had their rules, no turning anyone but baseline humans, but exceptions existed. The local Seath had a witchblood and a woman with brain damage, and werewolves. He knew of 3 born from witches, the most dangerous ones alive. Coincidence? Unlikely. The thought of Elizaveta with that kind of power, terrifying. It almost made him laugh. Adam stood in the dim light, crimson droplets splattering across the imported Spanish tiles beneath his feet. His bare skin was slick with the aftermath of violence, the scent of iron thick in the air, and yet here he was, questioning the morality of others. He could have taken the high road, handed them over to the system. But the system had already failed them once, letting a monster walk free because his victims were fae and werewolves. These weren't serial killers, just agents following orders. If he turned them in, all the courts would have was Peter's body and a list of targets. Worse, the truth would get out about the drug, the wolves' weakness. Bran had fought to keep that secret, and Adam agreed. The last thing they needed was every bigot with a grudge getting ideas. The justice system would barely flinch. A slap on the wrist, maybe a resignation, followed by a cushy private sector job for whoever gave the orders. Cantrip would just replace them with someone just as ruthless. The cycle would continue, the wolves losing ground while their enemies grew stronger. He could have taken them alive, could have played by the rules, but he hadn't, not because he doubted the courts, that was just a convenient lie. His fingers curled into a fist, still wet with blood. He brought it to his lips, tasting copper. They'd come for his pack, killed the one he was sworn to protect, threatened everything under his watch. There was only one answer to that. The world needed to remember, touch a werewolf's family and you didn't walk away. He grabbed the phone, dialing Hauptmann's security. Gutstein. The background noise was chaotic for the early hour. Jim, Adam exhaled. Adam, sir, good to hear from you. Suddenly, the office erupted. Cheers, shouts, someone banging a desk. Jim tried to muffle the receiver, but his sharp whistle made Adam wince. When the chaos settled, Jim's voice was still half drowned. Can't hear a damn thing. Everyone shut it until we know what's happening. Silence fell. Sorry, Sir Brooks filled us in. We've been concerned. It took Adam a second to place Brooks as Warren's Kyle. His mind wasn't firing on all cylinders yet. He needed food, real food, not the carnage around him. And understaffed, someone griped in the background. Tell Evan, Adam began, clinging to the familiar rhythm of command. Say goodbye to that promotion, Evan, Jim cut in dryly. The old joke earned a round of laughter. Amid the noise, Jim's voice turned serious. You all right, sir? Peachy, Adam drawled, given the absolute disaster we're dealing with, but don't worry, I've got it handled. Listen, I need you to track down Senator Campbell's head of security and deliver a message. There's a crew from Cantrip, at least one military operative, and some wealthy private sector player who have got a target on the senator's back. They already tried to set up a hit. Jim shook his head. Word is they're already aware. Mercy made sure the cops got the full picture. I need confirmation they've got all the details, Adam insisted. Tell them these people tried to strong-arm me into doing their dirty work. That situation's handled, but the senator might still be in danger. I've already taken a chunk out of Cantrip's operation. His grin was sharp, predatory. The military guy, probably gunning for us more than Campbell. Same might go for the money guy, but they're still out there. They had backup plans in case I didn't play along. The kill list wasn't the only thing he'd found in their hideout, just scribbled notes, but he knew how to read between the lines. Someone on their team is ready to step in if I didn't follow through. I didn't. The money's probably gone, but who knows if their inside man got the memo, Jim exhaled. I'll track down the senator's security lead. Got a contact who can get straight to him. That'll get the feds to send someone official your way. Adam's voice hardened. Tell them I'm not talking on the record. Jim had been with him too long to question it. There are things I won't admit to, Jim, not even to cover my tracks. Officially, I woke up, the place was on fire, and we got out. That's all I know. Jim hesitated. Is it actually on fire? Not yet. Adam flexed his fingers, the dried blood pulling at his skin. The witch could clean up the bodies, but not the claw marks in the tile or the shattered doors. Burn the house, erase the rest. The scent of blood was making his hunger worse. Time to wrap this up. Jim's voice softened. We've got you, Adam, you and your pack. Right now we've got top-tier surveillance on Kyle Brooks's place and tails on Mercy. Jesse's still off-grid, but Brooks says she's safe. Good, I'll swing by tomorrow, we'll figure out next steps. Jim paused. You want us to let your wife know you're okay? Adam stared at his stained hands. No, I'll tell her when this is really over. Copy that, she's protected. As he hung up, the pack crowded into the room. Honey, her golden fur matted with blood, slunk forward, ears pinned back. The closer she got, the quicker her steps became. She reached him and collapsed against his side with enough force that he had to steady himself. As he placed his hand on her head, his gaze swept over the remnants of the fight. No, he didn't feel remorse for what he'd done. The old poem surfaced in his mind, half mumbled in weary defiance. Tiger, tiger, burning bright. Warren propped himself against the doorframe, his voice lazy, but his eyes alert despite the exhaustion lining his face. We ain't tigers, boss, just werewolves. And trust me, the dead guys ain't gonna argue where we came from. Darryl let out a low sound, something between a scoff and a growl, before ruffling Warren's hair, uncharacteristically affectionate for him. Dead men don't get a vote, Darryl said firmly. We're the ones keeping the monsters in check. Just because we're terrifying doesn't mean we're the bad guys. Dominant werewolves hate not being in control, especially in a car. Asul was no different. He buckled in, jaw tight, eyes shut like he was bracing for disaster. We'd argued briefly over who should drive, and he clearly thought my logic, that I knew the way and he didn't, was flimsy at best. Still, he'd grudgingly conceded when I pointed out that Marsilia would blame me if anything else happened to her car. His rental was out of the question, too much tracking tech. The last thing we needed was leading trouble straight to Sylvia's doorstep. Relax, I said, grinning. One wreck this week is enough for me. I'm not aiming for a repeat. He didn't even open his eyes to glare, which was impressive. Outside, the sky was a heavy gray, the kind of gloom that made it feel like night hadn't quite ended. Rain tapped against the windshield as I merged onto the highway. The dashboard read 34 degrees F, just warm enough to avoid the nightmare of freezing rain. That stuff turns roads into skating rinks, and I'd seen enough trucks slide helplessly through intersections to know better than to test it. Body shops love it, drivers don't. We were nearly there when Asul finally spoke again. After we get Adam's kid back, you're really still planning to deal with the vampires. His tone suggested he thought I was out of my mind. Maybe I was. We'll have to wait until full dark, I said, glancing up at the sky. Not twilight, proper nighttime. Who knows what fresh chaos today might bring, but if we survive till then, Marsilia will come through. She might fantasize about watching me burn, but business trumps personal grudges. Right now, she can't afford to alienate the werewolves. 4 of her top vampires are gone, 2 turned traitor, 1 left on his own, and the last one's barely functional. She's hanging by a thread. Asul lowered his voice. What if the pack isn't in the equation? What if they're already gone? Would her hatred for you push her that far? She learned her tricks in Renaissance Italy. Deception isn't exactly new to her. I shook my head. She knows Bran raised me, and she knows what he'd do if she crossed that line. Wiping out her entire seed wouldn't even be a challenge for him. No, this isn't her style. There's no gain in it, and honestly, she respects Adam. He's predictable, which she appreciates. Another alpha might not play so nice. Still, without Adam, would the Tri-Cities even have a pack? He'd originally come to deal with a rogue wolf, then stayed because of the military contracts. This place was crawling with defense contractors, but Marsilia needed him too. With her forces weakened, she relied on him to keep the worst supernaturals in check. Asul sighed as I turned into the apartment complex. Pity. I was hoping the vampires were behind this, killing them. That I could do without losing control. But if it's humans... Well, I'll have to get creative. His grin was sharp. Old habits die hard, and mine aren't exactly peaceful. If we're going to work together, you should know where I might falter. Most of Bran's pack were there because they couldn't fit in anywhere else. Asul was no exception. Got it, I said, biting back the urge to beg him not to snap. I circled past Sylvia's place, scanning for parking. Nothing. My grip tightened on the wheel. If Asul lost control tonight, things would get messy fast. At 7:30 on a rainy Saturday morning, most folks were probably still curled up at home, especially with the kind of downpour you'd expect across state lines. Not here. Go figure. I finally snagged a parking spot near the dumpsters a few blocks down from the apartments. The Corolla that had tailed us from Kyle's place, probably packed with Hauptmann security guys, had to drive on. I waved as they passed, then stepped out, only to get slammed flat on the pavement. The impact knocked the wind out of me, more shocking than painful at first until the ache caught up. Someone had tackled me from behind. Instinct kicked in. Years of karate training meant I tucked my head just enough to avoid a face splint, though my knee and cheekbone throbbed in protest. Don't fight, the woman on my back warned, her voice cool. I'd hate to hurt you. She clamped something tight around my right wrist and grabbed for the left, expecting resistance. Instead, I twisted toward the trapped hand, driving my knee up for leverage. The sudden roll sent her crashing into Marsilia's shiny car with a thud, not hard enough to break anything, but the sound of her skull hitting that pristine metal made my stomach drop. If I survived this, Marsilia would kill me anyway. Then I shifted. The weird cuff slipped off my coyote paw, and I wriggled free, only to face a new enemy, my own clothes. Kyle's sweatpants came off as I bolted, the sweatshirt tangling around my front legs. My underwear clung stubbornly to one foot, but the real nightmare was the bra, its stretchy straps trapping my front legs like a snare. I tumbled mid-leap, the stumble saving me as her first shot grazed fur instead of flesh. Bad move, running. If I'd stayed close, she wouldn't have a clean shot. Now I was a rolling, half-naked target. I caught a glimpse of her dark skin, white braid, too young for that mercenary glint in her eyes. She looked like she belonged at a cosplay event, not wielding a silenced pistol. I didn't want it to end like this, she said, lining up another shot. Dead bounties don't pay as well. Then something moved, fast, darker than shadow. Asul dropped onto her from the car roof, the crack of bone echoing before my brain registered him crouched over her, his citrine eyes eerily calm. Half-breed Fae, he muttered, studying her face as I shifted back. It wasn't an insult, just a fact. That weapon's got too much steel for any pure Fae to hold, even with gloves, he said. I almost argued. Z never had issues with metal, but the sight of the dead woman shut me up. My brain finally caught up, and I noticed the tension in his eyes, belying his calm exterior. I'd grown up around werewolves, but I'd never seen anyone move that fast, not even Adam, who was lightning quick. 1 second there was motion, the next she was dead and Asul was just there. I fumbled with my bra, buying time to think and maybe giving the lethal werewolf a moment to settle. Then it hit me. I was half naked next to a packed parking lot that could flood with people any second. I yanked my clothes on properly, my fingers clumsy. The sweatshirt lay between us, and I had to force myself to step closer to grab it. She's really gone, Asul said, his voice detached. Pure Fae usually don't go down this easy. He searched her body with practiced efficiency, his accent thicker now, his tone darker. She didn't see me, I said, eyeing the Mercedes. The tint was way past legal, especially in the back, Marcelia's safety measure against sunlight. For me, it meant the Fey woman never knew I was in the car. The passenger door hung open where Asul had bolted out. Sloppy, Asul agreed, watching me as I tugged the sweatshirt over my head. I kept my gaze low, but I could feel his predator's focus, the coiled tension in his stance. His earlier warning echoed in my head. Killing a half-blood Fey, was that too close to human for comfort? He seemed steady now, but with werewolves, that could flip in a heartbeat, and that eerie calm of his. My instincts were screaming. We should stash her before someone comes out to toss their trash, I said, moving to kneel near him, partly submission, partly to grab my sweatpants at his feet. He didn't speak, just watched. I didn't need to look up to feel his eyes on my neck. The pavement was freezing, and I yanked the pants on fast. One sock was still on. I try not to dwell on how absurd I look mid-shift when clothes get tangled, but the other was missing. Then I spotted my shoes by the driver's door, and for a second, the sock, the body, and the werewolf who just ended her faded from my mind. Damn it, I muttered, pressing my palm against the dent in the car door. The impact from shoving the assassin into it had left a deep impression. Modern cars just didn't hold up like they used to. My old VW could have taken a hit twice that hard without a scratch. Stepping closer, my bare foot brushed against something warm. I looked down into the lifeless eyes of the half-Fey woman, her once mesmerizing beauty now faded with her magic. Across the street, Asul stood motionless, his back to me, staring at the apartment complex with its rows of unblinking windows. We need to hide the body, I said, dragging her aside to pop the trunk. He didn't offer to help, and I didn't ask. The way she twitched when I moved her made me flinch, just air escaping, just a broken neck, but I still dropped her. At least I'd gotten her far enough to open the door. Then it hit me. The trunk button was on the key fob in my pocket. Men's sweatpants, always useful. Asul finally moved, scooping her up effortlessly along with the gun and cuffs she'd used on me earlier. In seconds, she was stashed in the trunk, out of sight. He lingered for a moment, flexing his fingers, and I held my breath, hoping he wouldn't turn around. I'd seen plenty of werewolves with those eerie glowing eyes, but none unsettled me like Asul's. There was something else lurking behind them, something that enjoyed what had just happened. Charles, Brand's enforcer, was terrifying in his own right, but at least he'd make it quick. Asul, he'd savor it. I was about to say something when the same little Corolla rolled by again, the driver shrugging as if searching for parking was the biggest problem here. Would they even notice if I screamed? Probably not. Just another night in the city. She'd been waiting for us right by the only open parking spot, conveniently placed next to a dumpster she could perch on. That ambush from above hadn't been an accident. Had she used some kind of fey trick to keep the space empty? Or worse, had she known Tad would be here? The questions gnawed at me. What if she wasn't alone? I muttered, then picked up my pace towards Sylvia's apartment, bare feet slapping against the cold pavement. Frostbite was the least of my worries. Dead Sandoval's sisters, that was a different story. The attacker had wanted me alive, but she hadn't hesitated to pull the trigger. What kind of game were they playing? And if they were willing to kill me, what about Jessie? Had they already gotten to her? The only reason I wasn't sprinting was Asul. If his wolf was this close to the edge, bolting might make me look like prey. Why assume there's another one? He asked, voice eerily calm. "'Cause these creeps never work solo," I shot back, though that wasn't the whole truth. My gut was screaming, but I had nothing solid to back it up. He saw right through me. The ones who took Adam were human, he pointed out. Fey and humans don't mix well, yet you're convinced she's involved. I glanced at him. His eyes were dark again, thank goodness. "Mercedes, why assume this is about the kidnapping? Adam's an alpha, and you're his mate. That paints a target on your backs for half the supernatural world." It hit me then Asul wasn't even fazed by the idea of multiple groups gunning for us. "Look," I said, "I can buy one enemy, maybe even two, but piling on a third who wants me dead or kidnapped, that's pushing my faith in cosmic balance way too far. I just wish I knew how she knew we'd be here." I scanned Sylvia's third-floor windows. No shattered glass, no screams, no tiny Sandoval girl in pink fleeing gun-toting maniacs. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the dead Fey had been acting alone. "And another thing," I added, my instincts still shrieking. Asul's eyes stayed dark, so I risked a jog. "I haven't pissed off any Fey recently. Vampires. If Marcelia wanted me dead today, I'd already be gone. So how did she know to come here? Either she overheard Tad and me, or I cut myself off." The answer was so obvious it hurt to an outsider. The strained relationship between Gabriel and his mother Sylvia might not be obvious. Her apartment would have been the last place I'd expect to find the kids, unless you were someone tracking missing persons, someone who'd logically check family first. I'd underestimated our enemies, and now Jessie was caught in the crossfire. My gut had warned me. Mercy, Asul kept pace beside me, his smooth voice at odds with the fact he'd once killed a woman as casually as I'd open a jar of pickles. Maybe easier. Not that it mattered now. We were going to need that ruthlessness soon. Then the explosion hit. Sylvia's apartment wall shattered outward, raining debris and a very alive, very pissed-off Tad onto the sidewalk. Car alarms wailed as he shook it off and scrambled back up the building like some action hero. Relief hit me hard until I realized the fight wasn't over. Tad. I sprinted forward, Asul veering to follow Tad's path while I took the stairs 2 at a time. The door burst open above me. Jesse and Gabriel tumbled out, hurting the younger Sandoval kids, panicked but unharmed. No Sylvia. I vaulted the railing to let them pass. Your mom, at work, Gabriel answered, catching the keys I tossed him. Take the car near the dumpsters down the block, get to Kyle's, no speeding, and ignore the dead guy in the trunk. Dead guy, one of the sisters blurted. Honestly, with Tad possibly getting pulverized upstairs, names were the last thing on my mind. Bad guy, I said. Tried to stab me, got stabbed harder. Awesome, piped up Sissy. Gabriel scooped up the youngest, Jesse shooting me a silent question. Your dad's alive, I told her. Now go. As they bolted, I swung back over the railing and charged upstairs, only then remembering my gun was in the damn car. I shed my clothes and let my coyote form take over. The wail of police sirens echoed in the distance. The precinct wasn't far, and after the commotion from Sylvia's place, someone had to have called it in. As a human, I wouldn't stand a chance against whatever had hurled Tad through a wall. As a coyote, still outmatched, but I had speed on my side, enough to be a nuisance, maybe even fast enough to stay ahead of most werewolves. I slipped into the living room, the only part of the apartment I knew. The air was thick with scents, the Sandovals, werewolf, Tad, and something distinctly fey. Fey always smelled like elements to me, earth, wind, fire, water, plus the sharp tang of growing things. Ariana carried the scent of deep woods, and so did this one. A scream ripped through the apartment, directionless, urgent. Caution forgotten, I sprinted down the narrow hall and burst into the master bedroom. The dead woman's partner was a grotesque nightmare. His head was bulbous, too big for his wiry frame. One eye, emerald and glistening, rolled wildly while the other was smaller, pitch black. Knobby protrusions, like budding antlers, jutted from his temples. His nose was just 2 slits above a gaping mouth crammed with jagged, yellowed teeth. A black tongue flicked out, tasting the air as he fought. Despite the horror, he stood barely 4 feet tall, his body slight, wrists thinner than mine in human form. Yet his oversized, 4-fingered hands gripped a sword of black metal, nearly his own height. Asul wielded a baseball bat like a samurai blade, fluid, precise, never letting the Fae land a solid hit. Tad slashed with kitchen knives, disrupting the Fae's rhythm but throwing off Asul's strikes too. The Fae moved like a seasoned warrior, his skill honed in an era when swords ruled battlefields. Not all Fae lived long. Some burned bright and brief, their lives measured in seasons. Z once told me, half-drunk, that the fragile ones had vanished, unable to survive in a world of steel and concrete. Others lasted decades, even a century or two, but the truly ancient ones, they were rare once. Now with humans and machines dominating, the tough Fae thrived. A human lifetime was enough to master the sword. My old karate instructor could hold his own with a blade. But this Fae, he fought like death itself. Asul was a legendary swordsman with centuries of experience, yet this ancient Fae was matching him blow for blow. Tad wasn't a slouch either. His father had trained him well, as he'd mentioned before. If Tad had wielded something more substantial than kitchen knives, or if he and Asul had ever fought side by side, they might have coordinated better. Instead, they kept tripping over each other. Staying low, I crept along the edge of the room, inching closer to the chaos before slipping beneath the bed. Sylvia's space was nothing like mine, no forgotten socks or dust bunnies, just a tidy plastic bin of gift wrap tucked neatly under the frame. I crawled to the foot of the bed, peering out from under the bedspread, waiting for my moment. The Fae dodged Asul's swing, crashing into Sylvia's desk. The impact sent her monitor, keyboard, and a little clay jar of pens flying. Stacks of rubber-banded papers somehow stayed put. The Fae let out a furious hiss, recoiling like a startled cat, then lunged straight at Asul. The Tri-Cities had no shortage of those indestructible steel desks from the 50s, government surplus relics painted in drab grays and sickly yellows. Sylvia's was one of them, and unlike the dead woman earlier, this Fae couldn't handle steel. Tad dropped his knives and charged, but Asul had already maneuvered the Fae right in front of me. I didn't hesitate. I shot out from under the bed and clamped my teeth into the Fae's calf. My grip wasn't bulldog strong, but I held on tight. Asul cursed me out in Spanish. I recognized my name, Mercedes, and the unmistakable tone of swearing, even if half the words flew over my head. He swung what was left of his bat, now just a splintered stub, to block the Fae's sword before it could crack my skull. The blade sheared through the wood like butter, leaving us all with barely a foot of weapon left. The sword felt ordinary in my grip, until its blade bit into wood, and Z's magic crackled through it like a live wire. The Fae let out a mocking laugh as my weight threw him off balance. He spat something in Welsh, words I might be puzzled out if I weren't fighting for my life. Regaining his footing, he swung the sword toward me just as Tad's voice cut through the chaos. "Let go." The steel desk slammed into the Fae with the force of a wrecking ball, sending us both crashing through the wall in a storm of paperwork and shattered electronics. The impact knocked the breath from my lungs, and I lost my grip on the Fae's leg, too late realizing Tad's warning had been meant for me. The desk landed inches from my head before rolling onto the Fae, pinning him to the grass. His scream wasn't human, a raw, guttural sound that sent chills down my spine. The stench of burning flesh filled the air as he shoved the desk aside, sending it careening into a parked truck. He lunged for his fallen sword, but someone else got there first. For a heartbeat, the Fae hesitated, his gaze locked on the blade. Then the wail of approaching sirens, or maybe the sight of the man now holding his weapon, made him bolt. Tad's taunts followed him from the gaping hole in Sylvia's bedroom wall. The stranger tossed the sword away and knelt beside me, his hands moving over me with careful urgency. My vision swam, my chest too tight to draw air. When I finally gasped, I shifted back to human form and practically crawled into his lap. "Adam," I choked out, clinging to him like I'd never let go. His arms tightened around me, his beard rough against my cheek. He looked exhausted, his eyes shadowed with whatever hell he'd been through. His kiss was fierce, almost desperate. "I went looking for you," he murmured against my lips, "only to see you flying out of a third-story window attached to a Fae's leg." I traced the burns on his mouth. "Silver." Before I could say more, Tad's voice cut in, dripping with sarcasm. "Not to interrupt the reunion, but Mercy's currently flashing the entire neighborhood, and the cops are about 2 seconds away. Thought you might want these." He tossed my clothes at me. Adam smirked. "Better get dressed, Mercy. Tad's got a point." I scrambled out of his lap, yanking on my clothes with all the grace of a startled raccoon. Every inch of my body ached, until I saw Adam getting up, and suddenly the pain vanished. Tad walked over to the sword lying in the grass, studying it for a moment before holding out his hand. "Come here," he murmured. The blade shot into his grip, then vanished, leaving only a small metal charm in his palm. He pocketed it with a grimace. Not exactly easy to explain how this thing sliced a bat in half, but letting the cops take it would be worse, for them. My head was still spinning. Getting thrown out a third-floor window will do that, but Adam was here safe, and that meant I could finally stop holding everything together. With him beside me, the weight lifted. Somewhere in the background, magic hummed, faintly floral like the Fae, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I tightened the drawstring of my pants and turned to Tad. "Your dad forged that sword, didn't he? Made it Fae-friendly, no iron involved." Tad gave a slow nod, his gaze sharp. "5 of them, each with its own quirks. Dad's got one. They're all trouble, either some lunatics using them to carve through crowds, or the Grey Lords are drooling over them like treasure. And trust me, if it's too risky for the cops, it's definitely too risky for those power-hungry idiots." He flicked the charm between his fingers before stuffing it back in his pocket. "I'll let Dad handle this mess." Then he squinted at me. "Touch your nose." I did, felt normal. Tad opened his mouth to say more, but flashing lights cut him off as 3 cop cars rolled up, Sylvia stepping out of the middle one with Tony right behind her. "Gabriel and the kids are fine," I shouted over the growing crowd. "They're at Kyle's place." Sylvia paused, crossing herself quickly before marching toward us, Tony trailing like a shadow. Her eyes locked onto the gaping hole in her apartment wall. "Tad took care of the attackers," I said. "Gabriel got everyone out safe." Tony scanned the damage, jaw tight. "Who were they?" "Professionals," I said. "No rage, no grief, just cold efficiency. A paycheck, nothing more." Tad snorted. "Recognized one of them. Not that it'll do us any good." "Hey, Tony." Adam's arms wrapped around me from behind, and I leaned into him, letting the chaos fade for just a second. "The world could wait. Been a while," Tony said, giving Gabriel a quick once-over. "You good man." Gabriel rubbed the back of his neck. "Mercy dropped Jesse and me off here. You remember her, right?" Tony glanced at Sylvia, who folded her arms. "Yeah, I introduced them," he admitted. Sylvia's glare could have melted steel. She ignored Adam completely, her focus sharp as a blade. "Tell me the kids are safe." "They're at Kyle's place," I said, then realized she wouldn't know him. "He's Warren's partner, big-shot lawyer, solid security. They're protected." "I swear, Sylvia, if I'd thought they'd track them here, I never would have brought Jesse." Her gaze flicked to Tad, who was doing his best to look harmless and failing. "And this one?" she asked dryly. "He looks about 12. Tad grinned, all teeth. Don't let the baby face fool you. Sylvia exhaled sharply, bending to scoop up scattered papers. Tad turned to Tony, shrugging. Mercy figured this place was a safe spot, but she wanted backup. So here I am. Tony's eyes widened. Right, Z's kid, half Fae, always slips my mind. It was easy to forget. Tad passed for human, same as most full-blooded Fae. No telling if it was glamour or genetics. Half-breeds were unpredictable. Some couldn't hide what they were, and the Fae weren't known for sentimentality. Tad's smirk faded as he eyed the wreckage. Didn't stop them, though. Guess I'm footing the repair bill. Adam's voice was rough, edged with something dangerous. Not your problem. We'll handle it. I braced for Sylvia's fury. The shattered wall was proof enough. Nowhere had been safe. My bad, I muttered. They knew packed details they shouldn't have. I assumed they'd know you and Gabriel weren't close, but guess they just tracked his family. Sylvia straightened, tapping the papers against her thigh. For a long moment, she studied the gaping hole where her wall used to be. Then she met my eyes. No, she said quietly. Not your fault. The blame falls on those who invaded my home with harmful intentions, she said firmly. You're not wrong, Adam agreed, then added with the commanding tone of an alpha, but your pack will still cover the damages. They were after my daughter. She frowned but couldn't hold his gaze for long. Fine, she murmured, her voice softer now. Turning to Tad, she gave a small nod. You're a good kid and tougher than you claimed. Thank you for protecting my family. A college-aged guy in a WSU shirt called out, Hey, Sylvia, need a hand? Tom and I can haul your desk back upstairs, and maybe these nosy neighbors can help clean up. He playfully tugged the braid of a younger girl beside him. Quit it, she huffed, swatting his hand away. But yeah, Miss Sandoval, we've got this. A frazzled woman clutching a clipboard rushed over to the chaos. I'm Sally Osterberg, she announced to an officer jotting notes. I manage the building. What in the world happened here? We're still piecing it together, Sally, Sylvia replied, eerily composed, maybe from years of dispatch training or just raising a house full of kids across every grade level. Adam stepped in. Would you rather handle repairs yourself and bill us, or should we hire contractors? Sally turned, recognition dawning. Adam Hauptmann, the Adam Hauptmann, I thought you were kidnapped. Was it that paramilitary group? Did you escape? Are they? She cut herself off, wide-eyed. I tilted my head just enough to catch Adam's smirk as he answered. Yep, fought my way out, and this mess, probably tied to the same people targeting my pack. This is unreal, Sally gushed, then flushed. God, I sound like a total fangirl. Nah, Adam said, ignoring her assumption about the wall. You sound like anyone would after a Twilight Zone moment. Think you can get that hole boarded up before Sylvia's stuff gets ruined? On it, she promised, scurrying off after a nervous glance my way. Tony watched her go, then shot Adam a look. Next domestic call, you're my backup. Adam's tired grin didn't reach his eyes. Only works on certain guys. The rest, you'll just end up with more paperwork and bodies. An officer beside Tony crossed his arms. So, who's giving us the real story here? Since there were no injuries or casualties, we weren't in a full emergency, but the lieutenant still wanted enough details for a solid report. I started to speak, but Tad shot me another warning glance, one of many he'd been giving me lately. He stepped smoothly between me and the officer, flashing his most disarming grin. I spent most of yesterday perched on that wall, he said, nodding toward the towering concrete barrier surrounding the apartment complex. The cop gave him a skeptical look, and Tad chuckled. Yeah, I know, I don't exactly look like a security guard, do I? But my dad's Fae, so strength runs in the family. Anyway, Jesse, the officer interrupted. Adam's kid, Tad clarified, casually sidestepping to peer at the cop's notepad. Spelled Jesse, and I'm Tad, short for Thaddeus, but don't push it, last name Adelbertsmitter. He spelled it out, slow and deliberate, as the officer tried to back away. Tad just followed unfazed. Thanks, the cop said tightly. What happened to the wall? His eyes flicked to me, but Tad jumped in again. I was snacking on Jesse's brownies when the doorbell rang. I hustled the kids into a bedroom, then went to check it out. So you let him in? Tad scoffed. Do I look like an idiot? No, I asked who it was, and he claimed to be ups with a package. I told him to leave it on the porch because I was, fresh out of the shower. But you were eating brownies, the officer pointed out, resigned to Tad's hovering. Yep, lied straight to his face, Tad admitted cheerfully. No way was I opening that door. Some things out there take an invitation way too literally, and you don't roll out the welcome mat for trouble. The cop exhaled. Right, makes sense. Tony stifled a grin. He'd seen Tad's distraction act before, not lies exactly, just strategic misdirection. With Adam safe, I didn't care what Tad was hiding. One of the kids piped up. I thought Faye couldn't lie. Tad winked. That's the full-blooded ones, me. I lie, I cheat, and look still standing. He spread his arms like a showman. Adam snorted behind me. Anyway, Tad continued, now addressing the whole group, Mr. Fake-Ups insisted he needed a signature. I asked him to leave the paperwork and we'd grab the package from the up store. Then he pulled some lockpick trick and swung the door open like it was nothing. I barely had time to react before he lunged at me with a stun gun. When that didn't work, he whipped out an actual sword and tried to decapitate me. A sword. The officer blinked, looking like he was struggling to process the story. Tad nodded. Yeah, wild right, dude was ancient but moved like a pro. I took Aikido for 2 years in college and he still wiped the floor with me. I noticed Tad's bruises but no sword wounds, something the cops hadn't picked up on yet. I lured him deeper into the apartment so the kids could get out. Next thing I knew, he hurled me straight through the drywall. Everyone nearby, cleanup crew, cops, paused to stare at Tad. He didn't look like someone who'd been thrown through a wall. His face was rough, with ears that stuck out and a nose that looked like it had lost a fight with a frying pan, but when he wanted attention, he got it. No magic, just sheer presence. Half Fey, he reminded them, rubbing his shoulder. Comes in handy, doesn't mean it didn't hurt like hell. He glanced at the hole in the wall. I got back up, kept him busy while the kids ran. Threw a desk at him, sent him flying out the same hole, and then you guys showed up. He bolted before you could grab him. No mention of Asul. I scanned the room but didn't spot Brand's wolf. Maybe Asul was the reason Tad's distraction worked so well. Tony, less impressed by Tad's theatrics, turned to Adam. What can you tell me about your kidnapping? Adam exhaled, exhaustion lining his face. I'll rest first. My lawyer will contact you and I'll give a full statement tomorrow. Deal. Tony hesitated, then nodded. Fine, call me before 10 or I'm calling you. Mercy, your turn. I opened my mouth, but Tad cut in, his voice layered with something compelling. She didn't see much. Let her take Adam home, they'll talk tomorrow. His magic nudged Tony's focus back to him. I know this guy. He's a Sprigand, a nasty breed of Fae. Rare, thankfully, pureblood, which makes him a renegade. Most of his kind are stuck in the reservations. Only one rogue Sprigand runs loose, goes by Sliver. Usually partners with a half-Fae named Spice. They're hired killers. There was no sign of the woman, but she could have been hiding nearby. The body in Marsilia's trunk had to be Spice. I should have told the cops right then. It was self-defense after all. Coming clean now would look better than them stumbling onto it later. But leaning against Adam, I just didn't have the energy to speak up. Tony shot Tad a sharp look. How do you even know the names of hired killers? Tad's confident mask cracked. Because the purebloods send us lists, Fae who ignored the Grey Lord's summons. We half-breeds are supposed to watch for them and report any sightings. Tony took that in, then asked, and if you don't? Tad's smile vanished, his expression turning grim. Nothing pleasant. The Grey Lords don't exactly value people like me. Tony hesitated, clearly biting back whatever lecture was on his tongue. He scanned the wreckage being cleared, technically a crime scene, but with Sylvia's personal documents scattered everywhere, no one was stopping the cleanup. The officer Tad had been talking to shrugged. No casualties, no blood, and Hauptmann's covering the damages. We'll file a report, but no need to shut things down. He glanced at Adam. He's coming in tomorrow for a statement about the kidnapping. That work for you, Tony? Tony studied me, Tad's magic flaring again. Finally, he nodded. Fine. His gaze shifted to Sylvia, softening. Give your keys to a neighbor to lock up later. I'll take you to Kyle's so you can check on the kids. Adam stayed silent, arms tight around Mercy, anchoring himself. If he looked at her face, bruised and battered, he'd lose what little control he had left. The chaos, the noise, the lingering sense of danger, it all clawed at him. That moment when the desk nearly crushed her had stolen his breath. The idea of losing her, not helping. His instincts screamed that threat still lurked, unseen. Maybe it was just the aftermath, last night's kidnapping, this morning's fight. Or maybe it was the old soldier in him, always braced for the next attack. Either way, he wasn't in the mood for Tony's probing questions. The cop finally gave up, sharp enough to know they were hiding things, but smart enough not to push. Adam had already washed the worst of it away in the winery's makeshift shower while waiting for Elizaveta. The scent of grapes still clung to his skin. Faint beneath the tension, Tony understood the only traces of his past violence were the kind no detective could uncover, not even the sharpest cop. As a crumpled power bill slapped against his ankle, he snatched it up, scanning the overdue notices stamped in angry red. His grip tightened around the paper. Everyone knew Tony had carried a torch for Sylvia since her husband passed, though she'd shut him down hard back then. Jesse had mentioned it to Adam once, insisting someone ought to shake Tony out of his stubborn silence. But judging by the way Tony jammed the bill into his pocket, maybe what Sylvia really needed was a tornado ripping through her life, unpaid bills swirling in the air, her kids in danger. Not that she'd ever ask for help. Sylvia was the kind of woman who could rebuild a house with her bare hands and still have time to lecture you about your life choices. Still, that didn't stop a man from wanting to stand between her and the storm. Adam glanced at Mercy, wondering if she caught Tony's moment of quiet frustration. When she met his gaze, her lips curved into a smile, edges darkened like charcoal smudged against her skin. It wasn't makeup. He remembered the burn of silver when he'd kissed her, the way their bond had pulled it into her. If that was the worst side effect, he could live with it. No blisters were going to keep him from her. After making sure Sylvia was safely in Tony's car, Adam pressed a kiss to Mercy's temple. "Stay here," he murmured before jogging off to regroup with his team. Near the dumpster, two identical Toyotas sat parked, one his, the other belonging to Mercy's surveillance crew. He consolidated the group, freeing up a car to take her home. But as he reached for the door, his focus snapped to the ground. Mercy's shoes lay discarded, a single sock half hidden under the dumpster. The sense hit him like a punch. Mercy's fear, the metallic tang of death, fey magic, and something else. A werewolf, not just any werewolf. One Bran had sent who should have been here. His growl rumbled low in his chest. Whatever had gone down while he wasn't looking, it was worse than he'd thought. Adam collected his socks and shoes before heading back to where Mercy waited. She stood exactly where he'd told her, giving him a bright wave as he pulled up. Z-Sun lingered beside her, his earlier bravado gone. Now he just stared at the pavement, tension written across his face. When Adam stopped the car, Tad looked up. "Mind if I tag along?" he asked, flicking a glance at Mercy before adding, "Before everything went sideways, we were supposed to go to Kyle's place with the kids." "Sure," Adam said. Truthfully, he wouldn't have let Tad stay behind even if he hadn't asked. Anyone tied to Mercy was under his protection, no exceptions. He caught Mercy's eye and added, "I'm driving." He knew he looked as rough as he felt. His reflection in the bathroom mirror hadn't been kind, and Mercy could read him better than most. The scruff on his jaw wouldn't hide much from her. Normally, he'd brace for an argument. He liked their back and forth, the way she never backed down until one of them won or they hit a stalemate. Hell, she'd even left that rusted-out rabbit tilted on one wheel outside their bedroom window just to spite him. It drove him nuts, but he couldn't deny he liked the effort. This time, though, she just slid into the passenger seat without a word. That stung worse than any fight. He clenched his jaw, swallowing the urge to snap at her for not pushing back. Tad climbed into the back, buckling up before pointing out, "We should grab the other werewolf near the high school, take a left on 10th. Adam frowned. "Why'd he run off?" Mercy answered, her tone casual, like she was discussing the weather. "He thought he'd just make things messier." Tad drummed his fingers against the seat, his eyes flicking to Mercy with obvious concern. Adam caught the movement in the rearview before asking, "Who died by the dumpsters?" Mercy shrugged. "The second Fae who tried taking Jesse. She ambushed me when we parked, and Asul handled it. By the time I thought about calling the cops, the kids had already driven off with the body." Adam's grip on the wheel tightened. He almost slammed the brakes right then. On any other occasion, finding a body in the kid's car would have sent him into a rage. But that was before Asul's name came up. "Bran sent him?" Adam asked, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Yep, Asul," Mercy confirmed, wiping any doubt from his mind. "He claimed Charles sent him, but he said it right in front of Agent Armstrong from Cantrip." Armstrong, that had to be the Fed back at Kyle's place, the one who tried to stop Adam from bolting after Mercy. Bran had sent Asul to protect Mercy and Jesse, the same Asul whose own son had begged Bran to put him down. But Bran, for reasons of his own, had refused. Maybe the old wolf had finally clawed his way back from the edge. Tad chimed in, voice rough. "That guy saved my skin. I was outclassed badly. Might V bought Jesse and Gabriel enough time to get the kids clear, but it would have been messy. And my control isn't exactly top tier when I pull out the heavy stuff." His gaze drifted to the window, dark and distant. "So yeah, I'm not complaining he showed up." College had left its mark on Tad, more than just late-night study sessions and bad cafeteria food. Adam recognized the look. It wasn't the kind of wisdom you picked up from textbooks. It was the kind that came from hitting the ground hard after being shoved off a cliff. Adam knew that lesson all too well. Then there he was, Asul, propped against a streetlight like he had all the time in the world. Even from a distance, everything about him screamed predator. No visible injuries, though with his complexion, a bruise would have been hard to spot. Passing drivers gave him sideways glances, probably thrown by the fact he wasn't bundled up for winter in just a thin shirt. Most wouldn't realize what they were really looking at. Adam pulled over, meeting Asul's gaze for a split second. The old wolf offered a knowing smirk, and against his better judgment, Adam found himself returning it. This wasn't going to be a smooth ride, not with Adam still coiled tight from the morning's bloodshed. And if the rumors were true, Asul wasn't exactly stable either, trapped between man and monster, stuck in a car with an unfamiliar alpha. The moment Asul slid into the backseat, Adam's instincts flared. His grip on the wheel turned white-knuckled. Driving like this was a bad idea, but without the road to focus on, he'd probably do something they'd all regret. Adam, Tad said, clearing his throat as he picked up on the thick tension filling the car. We need to swing by my dad's place first, before anything else. Adam's response came out more like a snarl than a word. Why? Every second in this car with another wolf grated on him, and a detour was the last thing he wanted. The weight of Asul's presence behind him pressed like a blade between his ribs. Because that sword isn't the only fey relic sliver and spice we're messing with, Tad explained, and Mercy's acting off. Yes, the wolf inside him clawed at his chest. Something's wrong with her. You ignored it before, blamed it on the fight. But this is like last time when we failed her. Adam turned to Mercy, who met his gaze with wide eyes and a smile that didn't reach them. I'm fine, she said, her voice too light, too obedient. If she really were fine, she'd be snapping back at Tad or cracking some sarcastic joke. Instead, she just sat there, waiting. Rub your nose, Tad instructed. She did. Pat your knee. She obeyed again. Now cough twice. She covered her mouth and coughed on cue. Ever seen Mercy follow 3 orders in a row without a fight? Tad pressed, unaware of the storm raging inside Adam. Not even Bran gets that kind of cooperation. Adam's foot slammed the gas. The tension in the car spiked, sharp enough to cut. It wasn't the Moor's influence, it was pure white-hot rage. He wanted to tear something apart to fix this. The steering wheel creaked under his grip, and he forced his fingers to relax before he snapped it clean off. Asul stayed silent, staring out the window, giving Adam space. The small Mercy helped, but not enough. What did they use? Adam ground out, fighting to keep his human shape to stay in his lane. And how do we undo it? Another crack sounded from the wheel. He ignored it. I don't know how to fix her, Tad admitted. But my dad will. He can't use phones. Mercy called him yesterday, and the Fae revoked his phone privileges. But I know how to find him at home. Good. Adam sucked in a breath, willing his wolf to stay down. What got to her? He knew next to nothing about Fae magic, but he had to ask. Maybe it would wear off. Bone cuffs, Tad said. They're meant to control prisoners. Before Asul killed her, did Spice put any on you, Mercy? Just one, Mercy chirped, her voice eerily cheerful, shifting into coyote form. I slipped free of the restraints. Asul tossed the cuffs into the trunk beside the motionless figure. If this is real, Asul said, why didn't it surface until after the fight? She wasn't exactly cooperative when she lunged at that Fae in the apartment. Tad shrugged. No idea. Maybe because she only had one cuff on, or maybe it wasn't long enough. But you see it now, right, Adam? Took me a minute to be certain. Adam clenched his jaw. His wolf had sensed it instantly, bristling with alarm, but he hadn't wanted to believe it. Z's place sat just under a mile from Kennewick High, a quaint Victorian tucked among older homes from the town's early days as a railroad and river junction. The house could use fresh paint and some porch repairs, its small yard typical for an era when travel relied on horses. A wrought iron fence, intricate enough for an iron-skilled Fae, wrapped around the property. Adam rested a hand on Mercy's shoulder, guiding her toward the house. Even through her sweatshirt, he could feel the silver pulsing in her veins. Tad twisted the ornate brass knob, no key, but Adam suspected some unseen magic at work. Mercy would have sensed it. She always had a sharper eye for enchantment. Inside, the house was modest despite its Victorian bones, original fixtures, polished woodwork, but furniture that had seen better days. A worn couch and loveseat faced a flat-screen TV mounted between built-in shelves packed with paperbacks. A hand-woven rug warmed the hardwood floor. To the right, a kitchenette held a vintage 2-seater table, its chipped edges giving it character. A framed photo hung nearby, a solemn young man, Tad's spitting image, beside a radiant bride with voluminous brown hair, her smile frozen in time. Mercy paused, studying the image. Mercy, Tad called, and she turned away. Adam's control snapped. We get it, he growled, guilt flaring as Tad flinched. Asul stayed silent, observing everything. He didn't object when Adam positioned himself to keep the other wolf in sight. Tad led them up the narrow Victorian staircase to a hallway, stopping at a small half-door, 3 feet tall, likely an old linen closet beside the bathroom. Adam's money was on storage, but in Z's world, nothing was ever that simple. Tad rested his palm against the door, his eyes shut tight. Mercy shifted uneasily, her gaze fixed on the floor as she edged closer to Adam, putting distance between herself and the wall. The scent of her tension hung in the air, and Adam instinctively pulled her closer. Her expression betrayed everything. Fear wasn't something she'd willingly show if she could help it. Her eyes darted along the walls as if unseen threats slithered up from below. This isn't just about following orders, Adam muttered. Whatever they did to her goes deeper. Tad nodded, his hand still pressed to the wood. It takes her will. That's why she obeys, answers, why she can't hide her fear. He softened his voice when Mercy flinched away. It's old magic, but it recognizes me. It won't harm us now. Asul arched a brow, carefully phrased for a fae who dances around the truth. Tad met his gaze, unruffled. Truth demands respect. I don't treat it lightly. Of course, Asul replied, a wry smile playing at his lips. Age makes you assume everyone else tosses important things aside. No criticism intended, just surprise. Adam turned to Mercy, who was staring at something beyond his sight. What do you see? Magic, she whispered. Ancient fae magic, creeping up from below like a cat stalking prey. Her gaze locked onto Tad, and for a heartbeat she looked more fae than he ever had. It's fond of you, but we're not exactly welcome. Tad's smile was faint. It'll mind its manners. The doorknob twisted on its own, and Adam's stomach tightened. He hated things he couldn't sense. Magic was a blind spot unless it screamed at him. When Tad stepped back, the door swung open, revealing a cramped staircase, darker and steeper than the last. The steps spiraled sharply, vanishing into shadow after just a few. Tad entered first, his shirt snagging on the rough wood at the threshold. Asul followed, and Adam nudged Mercy forward the moment the older wolf disappeared. The passage was claustrophobic even for her. She hissed as her knee struck a step, freezing mid-climb. You okay? Adam asked, gripping her ankle. No, she admitted flatly. That's the knee I wrecked in the accident, and there's a ghost. A ghost. He knew she saw them, but she rarely mentioned it. Most were echoes, she'd told him once, lingering sadness. The ones with more presence, sometimes ignorance, was kinder. He'd never pushed for details. Yep, Mercy said, right in front of me. Adam couldn't see past Mercy's silhouette thanks to the narrow spiral staircase, but even in an open space, spotting a ghost wasn't exactly his strong suit. Can you get her to move? He asked. She's a repeater, I think, Mercy murmured, her voice uncertain. He knew what that meant, a ghost stuck in a loop, replaying the same moment like a broken record, oblivious to the living, more like an echo than a person. What's she doing? Crying. There was an edge to Mercy's tone now, something sharper, more like her usual self. Same as when she shows up in Z's window, makes you wonder if she was this miserable when she was alive. Somewhere above them, Tad and Asul were talking, but Adam was too focused on Mercy to pay attention, until Tad's voice cut through. Mercy, quit stalling, get up here. She bolted up the stairs, leaving the ghost behind. Adam followed, but by the time he reached the top, Mercy was standing rigid, her jaw clenched, her hands trembling. You okay? He asked. She shook her head slowly. I was wrong, she wasn't a repeater. Rubbing her palms together, she glanced past him. But she can't follow us in here. Asul's voice was sharp. Who is she? What does it mean if she wasn't a repeater? Adam didn't like the way Mercy looked, pale, sweating, like she'd just run a mile in freezing rain. It means she tried to hitch a ride, she muttered, hugging herself like she was trying to hold herself together. Who is she? Asul pressed. Adam barely kept his temper in check. Give her a damn minute, he snapped, though he forced himself not to glare at the other wolf. He exhaled hard. Mercy, what do you need? Nothing, I'm fine, she lied, her voice steadier than her hands. Just never had a ghost latch onto me like that before, couldn't shake her off. A shudder ran through her. Z's wards kept her out, though. The realization hit Adam like a punch. She'd been in danger, and he hadn't even noticed. Normally, he'd respect her space, but when her teeth started chattering, he pulled her close without thinking. She was freezing, her body tense but leaning into him. Small despite the strength he knew she had. Her breathing evened out, and she pulled back slightly, meeting Asul's gaze over Adam's shoulder. She's a ghost. Seen her around the house before. Our place is haunted. Tad sounded more surprised than alarmed. Mercy bristled. She's harmless. She stepped away, and Adam let her go. Though his hands lingered for a second too long, Adam would have warned her if the ghost had been causing any real problems. The tension in the room eased as he took in their surroundings. The space was tight, barely wide enough for 3 people to stand side by side, but the worn Persian rugs underfoot had to be worth a fortune. Bookshelves of mismatched styles lined one wall. Some looked like they belonged in a museum, while others were just planks propped up on cinder blocks. The top shelves displayed a collection of vintage metal toys, while the rest held an unsettling array of sharp blades. The actual books were stacked in messy piles on the opposite side of the room, some so old the titles were barely legible. Dominating the far wall was a massive mirror, its surface flawless. Mind closing the door, Mercy? Tad asked, stepping toward it. The mirror won't work unless it's shut. Adam moved first, shutting the door before Mercy could. It bothered him that she was still following orders so easily, though he doubted Tad meant anything by it this time. He knew better than to boss Adam or Asul around right now. That was why he'd asked Mercy instead. She ran her fingers along the doorframe. There's magic here, she murmured. Protections, Tad agreed without turning. Keeps out unwanted visitors, ghosts, spies, that kind of thing. Tad rapped his knuckles against the glass 3 times and recited, Mirror, mirror, deep and wise, show the truth behind your eyes, bring the past to light once more, unite the echoes lost before. Asul smirked. Feels like we're in a fairy tale. Not the same mirror, Tad said sharply. That one's long gone and good riddance. Let's not give this one any ideas. Adam couldn't tell if he was joking. The mirror remained stubbornly ordinary, reflecting nothing but their expectant faces. Asul wandered over to the shelves, eyeing the toys but keeping his hands to himself, probably to avoid looking at Adam, which suited him just fine. Mercy crouched by the books, flipping through a crumbling German text before reaching for an ancient leather-bound volume. Adam caught her wrist. Touching a cranky Fae's belongings isn't the best idea. It's calling to me, she insisted. Exactly why you shouldn't listen. He held her hand firmly, a silent reminder. A prisoner obeys, whether the command comes from a person, a ghost, or something far worse. He wondered if the ghost would have backed off if Mercy had fought back. Adam studied the mirror again, but their tired faces were the only things staring back. Tad, what's taking so long? He asked, keeping his voice low. The young man held up a finger. Keep it down. The wrong ears might be listening on the other side. He'll get here when he's ready. Asul's gaze swept the room, his nose wrinkling. This place reeks of magic and metal, not exactly what I'd expect from a Fae's hideout. Mercy leaned into Adam, her voice barely above a whisper. Z's different. He's a metalsmith, iron-touched, Seabolt a Delbertsmitter. A sharp tension coiled through Asul's frame. The dark smith of Drontham, his voice came out strained, like the words were fighting their way free. Tad finally tore his eyes from the mirror, distracted by Asul's reaction. Adam figured that was fair. Asul was a lot more interesting than their own reflections. Yeah, Tad confirmed. That's him. Asul turned toward Adam, then quickly looked away as if afraid to hold his gaze. You really want to call him? Do you even know what he's capable of? Before Adam could answer, Mercy cut in, her tone light but firm. He's not like that anymore. No more random killings, no more cursed weapons that wipe out cities just because he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Tad smirked. Besides, he likes Mercy. That buys us some goodwill. Exhaustion hit Adam like a brick wall. Between the last few days and the effort of keeping himself in check, he was done. He sank onto the rug, pulling Mercy down with him. She let out a surprised yelp but didn't resist as he settled her in his lap. No telling how long we'll be waiting, he muttered. Might as well get comfortable. His fingers brushed her knee. She'd been favoring it since they got here. Car crash didn't help, she admitted, nestling against him. Neither did that fall from Sylvia's place. Honestly, my face hurts more than my leg. Tad suddenly bolted for the door. Be right back, he called over his shoulder before vanishing downstairs. Asul's eyes narrowed. He just left us here, in the middle of his father's stronghold. Adam's voice stayed easy, but there was steel beneath it. Because he knows I'd tear your throat out before you could make a wrong move. Tad trusts us. And if you think this is Z's real power base, you're way off. The guy's got stashes like this all over. Paranoid, sure. Smart, definitely. Asul didn't argue, probably for the best. They both needed space before things got ugly. Tad returned, arms full, a deck of cards in one hand, a poker chip carousel in the other. Mercy inhaled sharply, and Adam shot her a look. Normally, she'd jump at the chance to gripe about werewolf quirks, but this time, she stayed quiet. He waited, curious, but she just smirked and reached for the cards. Adam gently turned Mercy's face toward Tad, knowing she'd be the best one to explain the situation. Until he and Asul had gone through the proper introductions on his own territory, a carefully structured ritual to avoid unnecessary conflict, Asul would be quick to take offense. Both of them had been deliberately avoiding too much direct interaction. Mercy, Adam said, why don't you tell Tad why poker isn't the best idea? Mercy flashed a grin. Adam and Asul haven't been formally introduced yet, she said, and even if they had, poker's not exactly a safe game for werewolves. She paused, tapping her chin. Actually, it's too good of a game for them. It'd probably end with someone getting stabbed. Tad looked between the two werewolves, weighing his options. How about something simpler? 7-Up, War, or Gin Rummy? I know you play that. Warren taught me when I was little. Adam shook his head. Tell him Mercy. No games between dominant wolves who don't know each other well, she said, her tone practical. There was a chess match in Brand's pack once, ended with a pickaxe in someone's leg. Adam and Warren can play because their hierarchy's settled. But Daryl and Warren, they only team up for CAGT on pack game nights, never against each other. Tad raised an eyebrow. So no poker, no gin rummy, and definitely no chess unless I want to lose a limb, and I had no idea you were into CAGT. Mercy smirked. Werewolves don't play for fun, we play to win. She was adorable, but also terrifyingly good at the game, so much so that the pack split her and Adam onto opposite teams just to keep things fair. Tad exhaled dramatically. Guess I'll stick to solitaire and let you all figure out your dominance issues. Adam let himself slump against the wall, eyes half-lidded in that old soldier's trick, not quite asleep but not fully alert either. Any shift in the room would snap him back to attention. Tad settled in front of the mirror, shuffling cards for Spider Solitaire. He lost every round, never once tempted to cheat. Meanwhile, Asul busied himself examining Z's trinkets, keeping his distance. The Moor wasn't what Adam had expected, far more composed, far less volatile. He moved with the careful grace of someone who knew how to navigate a room full of predators. Bran had sent him for a reason, and Adam was starting to see why Mercy wasn't asleep, but she stayed still in Adam's lap, savoring the quiet closeness between them. She always sought comfort in these private moments, and he let himself relax into it, the warmth of her presence soothing the restless predator inside him. His wolf clung to the illusion that as long as she was in his arms, no harm could reach her, and maybe, just maybe, he could keep himself in check too. When her fingers brushed over his skin, he felt the familiar sting of silver, but he didn't pull away. The pain was nothing compared to the ache of needing her touch, and after everything she'd endured for him, maybe he even thought he deserved it. She shifted slightly, scanning the bookshelves again, and Adam cracked his eyes open just enough to make sure she wasn't reaching for that strange little green book that had caught her attention before. The shelves were a chaotic mix, modern textbooks next to ancient leather-bound tomes with faded German lettering. But then Mercy tensed, yanking her hand back as if scalded. "I burned you," she murmured, guilt sharp in her voice. Tad glanced up from his cards, and Asul flicked a look their way before turning back to the weapons on display. Adam exhaled, flexing his fingers where the silver had seared him. "Werewolf, remember," he said, keeping his tone light. "Already healing." He wanted to reassure her, but the words stuck in his throat. If he told her not to worry, would she listen, or would it just be that cursed Fey influence forcing her obedience? The thought made his stomach twist. A Mercy without choice wasn't Mercy at all. She curled tighter against him, tucking her hands safely away, and he pretended to close his eyes while still watching through his lashes. "The better to see you with," his wolf murmured, amused. And see, he did, because Adam never missed details, especially not potential threats. That was why he noticed the hunting knife had moved. It had been tucked in the back corner earlier, but now it sat precariously close to the edge of the shelf, its dark, slightly rusted blade glinting. When he looked at it sidelong, faint runes flickered along the metal, vanishing the moment he focused directly. But before he could dwell on it, something else caught his attention: the mirror. Something was wrong with it. A ripple, a distortion, like it was weighting the shadows, deepened in the corners until the mirror no longer reflected the room, its surface shifting into something resembling a photograph of thick gray silk rather than polished glass. Adam tilted his head, watching as the darkness spread. When the entire mirror had turned opaque, frost erupted from its center, spiraling outward like delicate lacework. The ice spread until it covered every inch, then a single dark line traced down the middle. Calloused, long-fingered hands emerged, pushing the gray curtain aside and scattering a dusting of snow onto the rug. Z stepped through, his presence sending a ripple of tension through the room. Tad abandoned his half-finished card game, while Asul shifted into a ready stance, muscles coiled. Mercy barely glanced up before greeting him with a dry, "Hey, Z, been a while." This wasn't the Z Adam knew. The illusion of a frail old man had vanished, revealing sharp features carved from time-worn oak, his body thick with the strength of a blacksmith. His white gold hair spilled over his shoulders like sun-bleached wheat, though his outfit, black jeans, a stained flannel shirt, and scuffed steel toes, clashed with the otherworldly aura. Asul bared his teeth, but Z waved him off with a scoff. "Relax, pup, if I wanted trouble, you'd already know it." His gaze flicked to Tad. "So, what mess have you dragged me into this time?" Tad exhaled. "Where do I even start?" Z folded his arms. "Last I heard, the pack was missing, Mercy was babysitting, and Kyle was in trouble. Seems you've at least got one wolf back." "Adam got himself out," Mercy corrected. Z's eyes narrowed at her lips. "Silver?" he asked, stepping closer. Adam rose, pulling Mercy up beside him. She shrugged. "Coyote said to rewrite the rules, so I drank it out of him." Z stared at her, then muttered something under his breath about reckless coyotes, and stubborn humans. Adam planned to confront Coyote the next time their paths crossed, though he doubted it would make much difference. Mercy retraced her steps, recounting how Stefan had helped her free Kyle and how she'd ended up escorting Asul to Sylvia's place. "So I sent Jesse and Gabriel to take the kids to Kyle's house," Mercy explained. "In Marsilia's car, which now has a dent and a corpse in the back," Z added dryly. "It's not as bad as it sounds," she insisted. "Actually," Adam cut in, "it's exactly that bad." Z turned to Tad. "You recognize these assassins?" "Sliver and Spice," Tad replied, steadying himself against a bookshelf as a hunting knife wobbled precariously. He snatched it before it hit the floor, scowled at it, and wedged it back into place. "Stay put," he muttered. Z's grin flashed, familiar and sharp. "Good luck with that. That blade has a habit of wandering when things get interesting." "How'd you know it was them? They're experts at staying hidden." Tad pulled out a twisted scrap of metal, what remained of the phase sword. "Here, Sliver was using this on a Sil who fought him off with a Walmart baseball bat, had to drop the glamour just to keep up." There was unmistakable admiration in his voice. "The Moor doesn't need enchanted steel to handle trouble," Mercy murmured, earning a sharp glance from Adam. Z took the fragment, and in his grip, it reshaped into a sleek 2-foot blade, black as midnight. "Of course he did," Z grumbled, though his irritation faded fast. "He outmaneuvered me for 3 weeks in the dead of winter in the Alps. A Spriggan wouldn't stand a chance, even with a blade like this." "Sliver escaped," Tad said, but not before Adam showed up and snatched the sword right out of his hands. Z's focus sharpened. "You didn't bring me here just to tell me this." "Right," Tad agreed. "Mercy, touch your toes, then spin around 3 times. Adam's growl was involuntary. "Stop giving her orders," he warned, his wolf bristling beneath his skin. The last time she'd been ensnared by this kind of magic, it had ended in violence, a memory that haunted both man and beast. Z's voice turned thoughtful. "Peace and quiet, the Fairy Queen's gift. I'd heard it resurfaced. Did Sliver and Spice take it?" Adam gripped Mercy's shoulders, halting her mid-spin. "You don't have to obey him. Stop." Asul's voice cut through the tension. "No, the restraints were stashed in the trunk alongside the deceased woman, most likely Spice if they had to guess." He frowned. "Did she name herself after that old band?" Tad chuckled. "Only if they were performing back in the 1800s. Sliver's on her own." Z's voice took on a sharp edge, like a predator catching a scent. "Fascinating." His expression softened as he turned to Mercy. "Stealing someone's free will has always been an uncommon Fae ability," Z explained. "Easier to cast when the victim's guard is down, asleep, or content." A chill ran through Mercy. "I hate being controlled." Adam pulled her close, fury boiling inside him. He wanted to hunt down the man who'd hurt her before, erase the memories haunting her now. His anger must have shown, because Mercy squeezed his arm gently. Z met his gaze with a grim nod. They both despised that she'd been ensnared by magic like this again. "Peace and quiet was crafted as a gift," Z continued, "for a fairy queen who took the wrong Fae's son into her court. They dealt with fairy royalty before, not true monarchs, but manipulators who thrived on power and amusement, bending humans and Fae to their whims. Adam had no patience for their kind. She didn't last long," Z added. "The cuffs lose their hold on Fae quickly, though humans they're not so lucky." Z tilted Mercy's face toward his gray eyes unnaturally vivid. "The mother who made the gift just wanted her child back. When the queen died, everyone was freed. Beware of fairy gifts," Mercy muttered, "and Greeks bearing them," Z finished dryly. Adam cut in. "How do we break it? Killing her didn't work." "True love's kiss," Mercy said, though the question hadn't been for her. "But I can't kiss Adam, the silver burns him." Adam shot Z a questioning look. The old Fae shrugged. "It's a legitimate counter to many Fae spells." "Fine." Adam cupped Mercy's face and kissed her, ignoring the searing pain. He focused on her, the woman who baked cookies for grieving neighbors, who glared at him when he got overprotective, who stubbornly tore apart engines just to spite him. His lips split against hers, but he didn't pull away. This time, he'd fight through the pain. Adam embraced the pain briefly before pushing it aside, focusing instead on the warmth and softness of Mercy against him. Breathing in deeply, he let her familiar scent, burnt oil, sharp citrus soap, and something uniquely her, wrap around him. This was his Mercy, and he wanted all of her, every part. The kiss deepened, and he pulled her closer, willing the heat between them to ignite something in her too. She responded, melting into him, her body strong yet yielding. But then, without warning, she stiffened, fighting against his hold. He kept her there for just a second longer, savoring the struggle, proof the spell had shattered. Mercy wasn't one to be overpowered, though. His reluctance to hurt her worked in her favor, and with a quick twist, she broke free, putting distance between them. "Damn it, Adam," she snapped, her voice raw with fury. He was still catching his breath when she lashed out again. "You don't get to let me do this to you. Look at you, skin and bones. 20 pounds gone in 2 days. Too much shifting, not enough food, and now you're burning through energy just healing every time I touch you." Her anger choked her words. Z's dry voice cut in. "Or you could V just forced her. Works better than true love's kiss with this kind of magic." Adam's lips were blistered, his face reddened like he'd spent too long in the sun because of her. The realization twisted inside Mercy like a knife. "Never do that again," she whispered, her whole body trembling. The shock of the magic breaking, the horror of what she'd done, it left her raw. The coyote in her snarled, desperate to lash out, to bite, to release the frenzy clawing at her. "I can't touch you without hurting you. Don't let me." Her voice cracked, dissolving into a whine before she forced herself silent. Instinctively, she stepped back, putting space between them. The remnants of that filthy magic clung to her, and she couldn't bear the thought of tainting anyone else, especially not Adam. The old scars of trauma whispered in the back of her mind, but she shoved them down. This wasn't about her. It was about Adam, the blood on his chin, the fading burns. Silver, not magic, she knew that. But the two still felt tangled. The Fae's curse and the marks on her mate Skinsy met my gaze, his expression softening. The silver, that's something I can help you with, Mercy. My pulse still raced, a mix of anger toward Adam, the fading rush of magic I hadn't fully believed in until it vanished, and a flicker of something darker, a memory. Tad's words echoed in my mind, reminding me of stolen willpower, of that hollow indifference I'd felt before. Z's eyes darkened, as if he could see exactly where my thoughts had wandered. Just the silver, he repeated gently. The rest is behind you now. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. The idea of being touched made my skin crawl, even though I knew it was irrational. Okay, I managed. Adam waited until I met his eyes. You broke free the second something happened that you didn't want, he said, his voice steady. You were never truly under its control, not once you decided to fight back. His words grounded me, pulling my scattered thoughts into focus. He'd be fine. His lips were healing slower than usual, but then again, he'd been through hell these past few days. He needed food, rest. Mercy, he said again. I nodded, not trusting my voice just yet. Too much was still raw, and we weren't alone. Usul broke the silence, maybe to shift attention away from me, or maybe just out of curiosity. Why didn't the cuff work right away? He asked. That coyote who jumped in to fight that Fae wasn't exactly lacking willpower. Tad hesitated before answering. It activated when Adam returned, he said. Stealing someone's will isn't easy, with Huon's cup before. His voice trailed off, his gaze flicking to Usul, who may or may not have known about that night. The night I'd been powerless, unable to resist. Tad cleared his throat. The cup worked differently. It used the act of drinking to imply consent, and it was a stronger artifact. Peace and quiet is a two-part spell, each weaker on its own. The first part lulls the wearer into a blissful haze, like the best high imaginable. That makes them vulnerable for the second part, which enforces compliance. And the magic lingers even after the cuffs are removed, so they can be reused. I rubbed my wrist where the cuff had been. I hadn't felt anything, but then I'd been distracted. If she'd used the other cuff first, would I have just let her take me? Instead, the magic had ambushed me, striking when I was weakest, when the relief of having Adam back had left me open. Will it come back if I let my guard down? I asked, my stomach twisting. I was safe. Adam was here. Nothing had happened except for the ghost's chilling attempt to take control. What if Z hadn't built those wards into the doorway? The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through me. The room felt too small, like a cage holding back the restless coyote inside me, until I locked eyes with Adam. His steady gaze was an anchor, a silent promise of safety, even if part of me knew I didn't really need it. If the ghost had taken over, he would have handled it, just like he had with the Fae magic that turned me into a puppet. No, Z said firmly. Magic doesn't cling to you so easily, Liebchen. That was its one shot. You'd have shaken it off in a few days anyway. The Fairy Queen's gift was flawed, her own downfall, relying on it too much. I exhaled, the tension in my gut loosening. Z turned to Tad, and destroying an artifact, not simple, no matter how powerful. The Grey Lords wouldn't take kindly to that. He studied the black blade before handing it back. Here, my son, keep it for now. It's useful, but be warned. It's a hungry thing, prefers magic for dinner, and has a nasty habit of turning on its wielder. Tad grinned, working some quick magic to shrink the blade back into a plain steel hilt before slipping it into his jeans. I know the stories, he said. Good. Z's attention shifted to me. Now, Mercy, this won't be fun. He glanced at Adam. But if we don't do it now, we might not get another chance. The mirror gate's unreliable, and Ariana, well, her magic isn't what it used to be. Tad's got the power, but not the know-how. I snorted. Since when is magic ever fun? Just get it over with. I wasn't about to let fear stop me, not when this was my shot at fixing the silver problem. Closing my eyes, I steadied myself as Z's hands pressed against my skin. At first, his magic was just a hum, oil, hot metal, the rhythm of machinery. Then came the tingling in my feet, shifting fast into a sharp, burning sting like fire ants marching up my legs. Ow, ow, I hissed through clenched teeth. Adam's voice was tight. It didn't hurt her when she did this for me. I bit back another complaint. Pain was nothing new. Z pulled back, frowning at the silver disc in his palm. There's more in you than I thought, Mercy, and we're not done yet. Adam gave a slow nod. I checked the bedroom floor first. He must have swung by Kyle's place before tracking me to Sylvia's. The silver that came out far exceeded what they pumped into me, maybe 5 doses worth, but nothing close to the mess I found. Usul crossed his arms. Conservation of mass suggests she pulled from more than just you. How's the pack holding up? Tad snorted. Funny hearing physics from a werewolf. Magic laughs at science, especially when a guy your size shifts into something twice as heavy. Adam rubbed his temple. They're better than expected. Most are still rough, but Warren and Daryl are nearly recovered. He paused, considering. If that much silver had spread through all of them, we'd be burying bodies. Z's brow furrowed. Some still suffering? Yeah, Adam admitted. Z motioned Tad over. Put your hand here. Time for a crash course in extraction. Thrilling, I muttered, though the tension in my shoulders eased. Nothing like being a live demo. The second round hurt worse than the first, like trying to sit still with a hornet's nest under my skin. Adam's scowl didn't help, so I flashed him a grin just to watch it darken. Z coached Tad in Old German, which sounded like a drunk Viking reciting Shakespeare. By the end, Tad clutched a tiny silver pellet. I was massaging my screaming thighs, and Adam paced like a caged tiger. Asul had wisely exiled himself to the corner with a book, avoiding the alpha's simmering rage. Tad's gonna need backup, I gritted out as another cramp seized my back. Unless you plan on wrestling down a pack of werewolves. Adam moved behind me, fingers digging into my knotted shoulders. I groaned as the tension melted. Wolves heal faster, Z said. Their bodies fight the silver naturally, this just speeds it up. Adam's grip tightened. I'll make sure Tad stays in one piece. I shot Z a sidelong glance. So the Fey world domination plan's still on. He nearly choked laughing. Obviously, he wheezed, wiping his eyes. Asul abandoned his book, ears perked. But I pressed. Z grinned. Liebchen, he said, like that explained everything. If they could just align their blades for more than a few seconds, they might actually seem intimidating. But the truth is, everyone's exhausted from scraping by and desperate for something more in this iron-drenched world. He shrugged. Who knows what's coming? All I'm sure of is that nothing stays the same. I glanced at Coyote, then back at him. Someone once told me change isn't good or bad, it just is. Behind me, Adam let out a low, skeptical growl. The older you get, the more change scares you, even if you think you're calling the shots. Especially then. And let's face it, some of these Fae have been around since dirt was new. Z dipped his head toward Adam, the motion regal in a way his human disguise could never pull off. True enough. I'd love to say there's nothing to fear, but that'd be a lie. Too many Fae despise humans, for the iron choking the world, for the loss of the old Underhill, even for how easily they fill their cities with children. He sighed, weariness etching deeper lines into his face. Hate's a waste of energy. Asul barked a laugh. Hearing you say that, never thought I'd live to see the day. Z arched a brow, amusement flickering in his gaze. Wasteful, he repeated, then paused like he'd caught a distant sound. But potent. Someone's at my door, duty calls. He gripped Tad's shoulder. Stay out of trouble. You too, Tad replied. Z stepped through the mirror's inky surface like it was just another threshold, murmuring words that resonated in my bones, not my ears. The glass shimmered back to normal. Asul studied the reflection. Never thought he'd be the one to bend. Tad smirked. He loved my mother. Love trumps even the grumpiest, hate-fueled Fae. Love's useful, Asul mused. Powerful too, just rarely convenient. Adam snorted. Speak for yourself. I've found it pretty damn handy. I elbowed him. That's not what you said last week. He chuckled as we descended the stairs, the ghost from earlier wailing in my ear again. This time I wasn't half-dazed from Fae magic. Beat it, I muttered. Adam's hand settled on my back. Mercy, not you, the ghost. His growl made me grin. The spirit shrieked, her face inches from mine, but no one else flinched. Guess ear-splitting screams were just another perk of being me. For years, I'd assumed ghosts were just spectators in my life. Turns out, they're terrible at taking hints. That's when I encountered a vampire with the terrifying ability to absorb the powers of those he fed upon. He drained a walker like me and gained even greater abilities. Focusing on the ghost, I channeled a bit of alpha energy from Adam, not that I really needed it, and repeated firmly, leave. She vanished instantly, followed by the sound of shattering dishes downstairs. Tad had already rushed down, while Asul moved silently like most older werewolves. By the time Adam and I reached the kitchen, Tad was sweeping up broken glass while Asul observed. The ghost had apparently knocked over every dish left drying by the sink. Tad shot me a look as he dumped the pieces into the trash. I thought you said she just cried. Turns out, I admitted, when I passed through her without my usual stubborn resistance, she didn't fully take control, but she did anchor herself more firmly here. She'll probably be harder to ignore until it fades. So we've got an actual ghost now. Told you that already, I said. Awesome. He set the dustpan aside with a grin. Haunted houses are kind of fun. Tell me that when her sobbing keeps you up all night, I shot back. But if she gets too out of hand, let me know. I might be able to shoo her away. I hadn't tested that much. Ghosts had so little free will, bound by the rules of their existence, that forcing them seemed cruel. As long as they didn't possess me or harass my friends, I left them alone. Out of hand, huh? Tad smirked. Guess that word-a-day calendar I gave you last Christmas is paying off. Indubitably, I deadpanned, still drained of magic and swearing off word games with Adam or Asul. Seriously, what even was a quickwit-libbit? I drove us to Kyle's place for the meeting with the cantrip agent and the others. Adam only raised a brow when I insisted on driving, proof he was exhausted. He shut his eyes the second we hit the road, and the ride stayed quiet, probably for the best, given the tension between two dominant wolves from different packs. Marcelia's car was already in Kyle's driveway, but I had to park my Corolla down the block. The street was packed, including a short bus plastered in Bible verses. Mostly Romans, but some Revelation and Proverbs too, complete with chapter and verse citations. As I paused to read one, Adam chuckled. Elizavetta's doing. I mentioned we needed transport for the pack, and she showed up with vans and that, said her nephew borrowed it from his church. He mentioned they needed to relocate a few items. They left this here for us to use while we get everything settled, he explained. I glanced at Adam. Good thing Kyle's old neighbor isn't around anymore. He hadn't called me first. Instead, he'd reached out to Elizaveta, who hadn't even bothered to return my call. That guy used to lose it if I parked my beat-up rabbit in front of Kyle's place. Can you imagine his reaction if he saw this bus? Adam leaned in, his voice low. I tried you first, but your phone was dead. Elizaveta was my next call. Logically, it shouldn't have mattered. Elizaveta was the practical choice. She had connections, resources, people who could make things disappear. He'd thought of me first. Annoyed at myself for caring, I turned my attention back to the bus. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, I read aloud, tapping the faded lettering on the side. Wonder if Elizaveta noticed. No mention of werewolves, but I'm sure it's implied. Adam didn't even look up. Wives, submit to your husbands, he shot back dryly. Let your women keep silent in the churches. I grinned. Ah, Paul, always full of wisdom. It is good for a man not to touch a woman. Adam laughed, pulling me in for a kiss. I tensed. What if Z missed some silver? But the sound Adam made was more amused than threatening, so I relaxed into it. Do they always do this? Asul muttered to Tad. Tad sighed. They could flirt using a grocery list. We've learned to tune it out. Get a room, you two. Adam gave me a playful swat. Respect your elders, pup. At Kyle's place, I finally got a good look at the damage to Marcelia's car. Not as bad as I remembered, but still noticeable. She'd be furious, rightfully so. I just hoped she'd take it out on me and not drag the pack into it. They'd had enough drama already. Don't stress, Adam said. We'll handle it. Can't make her hate me more than she already does, I pointed out. Tad snorted. Might speed up her hating you, though. Adam's voice was calm. She won't touch Mercy. She knows better. Asul circled the car, pausing at the trunk. The body's still in here. He scanned the driveway. Armstrong's rental's gone. Said he had more to coordinate with his team. He'll be back soon. Adam turned to him. Tell me about him. We barely had time to meet. Asul's tone sharpened. I'm not one of your wolves. Adam exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Apologies, he muttered, his gaze fixed on the car rather than the other werewolf. Old instincts. We should sort this out before things get messy. You've been decent, and I appreciate that. I'll work on keeping my temper in check. Mind filling me in on what you know about the cantrip operative? There was a heavy silence as I watched Asul, waiting to see if he'd accept Adam's olive branch. His eyes flickered between gold and amber, a clear sign of how little restraint his wolf had left. Finally, Asul exhaled. Charles gave his word on this one. Lynn Armstrong is Cantrip's fixer, the kind who gets things done. Charles says he's solid. As long as we stick to our own code, he won't cause trouble. Even with dead Cantrip agents on my record, Adam asked, voice low. Tell him everything, I cut in. Better yet, wait for Tony and Sylvia and lay it all out for the pack. We're not the ones hiding things, they are. Asul shook his head. Run it by your lawyer first, then give them just enough truth to keep the peace and not a syllable more. If we do that, we'll need time to spin it right, I pointed out. Adam's jaw tightened. No more games. Maybe it's time they learn what happens when they push us. A little fear might have saved Peter. He shoved the door open, and chaos spilled out, shouts, movement, a whirlwind of noise that died the second they recognized him. Enough, Adam ordered, and the room froze. Wolves, security, even the swarm of hyperactive kids who only seemed like 24. Good, where's Kyle? We need to get this circus in order. The drawl creeping into his words betrayed his exhaustion. Mary Jo's voice floated from the back. I'll grab him. She vanished upstairs, her borrowed sweat swallowing her frame, her complexion sickly like she'd just survived a bender. Jessie pushed through the crowd, balancing Maya on her hip, her hair still damp from a shower. She leaned into Adam, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Welcome home. He crushed her in a hug, then loosened his grip to tousle Maya's curls. I rode in a car with a dead person, Maya announced solemnly. Adam shot me an amused look. Guess we're airing all our dirty laundry today. It's a secret, Maya insisted. He chuckled. Not from your mom, kiddo. You really shouldn't hold on to those, he said. I tell Mom everything, she shot back. How very responsible of you. Jessie took a step back, mischief in her eyes. So I heard you actually survived this time without Mercy swooping in to save you. He couldn't help but smile. Brat, don't forget who's footing your tuition. She flashed him a grin. Maybe I'll just drop out, get knocked up, and flip burgers for the next 40 years. Before he could fire back, she spun around and jogged off, leaving him speechless. The laughter that followed wasn't just from her joke, it was relief, pure and simple. Adam wasted no time restoring order, and I lingered watching pack members come and go like restless shadows. They needed to see for themselves that he was okay, and I got it. When he and Asul vanished to settle their dominance dispute, I slipped into the kitchen. Werewolves burned through energy fast, and Adam looked like he hadn't eaten in days. Kyle's kitchen was a disaster, dirty plates piled high, and an entire counter buried under trays of half-eaten sandwiches, as if a catering order had been abandoned mid-party. I tossed clean dishes into cabinets and started the dishwasher. Dominance displays take time, after all. Grabbing a sturdy paper plate, I stacked it with 4 thick roast beef sandwiches, the meat still pink in the middle. By the time I stepped back out, the house had quieted. Adam was the only wolf left, gently but firmly trying to usher out his security team. The house isn't secure yet, one argued. With all due respect, Mr. Brooks hired us. Jim Gutstein, I recognized his voice from phone calls, stood his ground. Mid-50s, built like a linebacker, his exhaustion was obvious even to me. And tired stubbornness, that just digs in deeper. Before Adam could escalate things, I cut in. Here, I said, shoving the plate into his hands. Eat. Then I turned to Jim. I'm Mercy, Adam's wife. Nice to finally meet you. I nudged him toward the door, forcing him to step back unless he wanted to shove past me. His team followed. Go home, I said, keeping my tone firm but kind. Adam's fine. He's grateful. He'll call you Monday. Leave a couple guys if it makes you feel better, but you need sleep. Jim scowled, but one of his men clapped him on the shoulder. She's right, Gutstein. Go crash. Go ahead and give him hell if you want. Chris and Todd have the place locked down, and trust me, it's crawling with werewolves. The boss already said another full-scale attack isn't likely, so we're good. Good night. I cut in before Jim could bulldoze his way into another argument. I shut the door behind me, leaving them outside. Adam stood alone in the entryway, plate in hand, watching me with an amused half-smile. Feeling bold, I pointed toward the kitchen. Eat now, I ordered. He chuckled, exhaustion flickering in his eyes. Yes, Alpha Coyote, care to join me? The others can wait. It wasn't just about the food, the offer hung there, quiet but unmistakable. I could have played dumb, ushered him to the kitchen, and busied myself with dishes while he ate. Instead, I glanced around. Big house, but between the werewolves, your daughter and her boyfriend, the cop, the Fed on his way back, and the Sandoval girls. Good luck finding privacy. Adam's grin told me I'd made the right call. Leave that to me. We slipped out to the garage, scaling a rope ladder into the attic. Sunlight streamed through skylights, painting the teal walls and deep blue carpet in warm gold. No furniture, no lights, just quiet. How'd you know about this place? I asked, securing the trapdoor behind us. Warren said he and Kyle could guard their room, but stealth might suit us better. His voice roughened as he set his plate aside. Let me see you, Mercy. I need to know you're all right. I undressed, hyper-aware of every bruise, every scrape. My knee throbbed, probably a mess of purple beneath the swelling. At least the silver was gone from my lips. Turning away, I stepped out of Kyle's sweats. Mercy. I glanced back as he tugged off his shirt. A deal, he said. I won't hide if you don't. The idea of Adam hiding anything stunned me silent. By the time I recovered, he was already undressed, leaving me scrambling to match him. Funny, I felt less exposed with him bare too. His fingers traced my injuries, feather-light. When he paused at my cheek, I shrugged. Car wreck. His frown deepened. Okay, fine. The wreck, then the ground when that Fey assassin tackled me. We kept going like that, his fingers traced over every scrape and bruise, and I'd recount how each one happened. When he was done, he rested his forehead against my shoulder and yanked me close. You're going to be the end of me, he muttered. I wish you weren't so stubborn, so reckless, so convinced you always have to play hero. Tough break, I said, not sounding sorry at all. My husband threw himself into danger to protect the pack earlier, and just today he stood up to some fey creature he'd never even seen before. You know how unpredictable they can be. Adam exhaled sharply. My wife was about to charge at him. Somebody had to keep her from getting herself killed. I smirked. You know what Jesse's mom would have done if the feds had taken the pack while she was still your wife. Lawyered up and bylaid, I guessed. He chuckled. Fair point. Then she'd spend the next year complaining to anyone who'd listen about how unfair her life was. But my second wife got knocked around while you handled business, I shot back. She protected what was left of the pack, he corrected. Got my daughter to safety, sent word to Bran, who actually showed up with backup, stood between my kid and anyone who tried to hurt her. I rolled my eyes. Sounds like a real saint. She kept me alive long enough to save the others. He leaned back, studying me. And right now I'm tempted to turn you over my knee just to make you act like her for once. I glared. Try it, see how long you stay breathing. He collapsed onto the carpet, more from exhaustion than choice, laughing until it faded into silence. Too bad he wasn't getting any pity from me after that threat. I crossed my arms. When he finally looked up, all humor was gone. You don't get it, Mercy. Last time you were in a wheelchair for months. You fight like one of us, but you don't heal like us. You're smart, you're careful, and you've been lucky. That's what terrifies me. Luck doesn't last. There's a thought, I said, dropping down beside him and swallowing the sarcastic remark on my tongue. Pretend I'm Coyote's kid if it makes you feel better. Coyote's always got luck on his side. Adam shook his head. Coyote's not lucky. Coyote's reckless, and everyone around him pays for it, including him. But he wakes up fine the next day and finds new people to drag into trouble. Because Coyote can't die. But you can. He didn't say it, but we both knew. I drummed my fingers on the floor, then leaned. Well, this Coyote's ready to go right now. Are we going to be friends, Wolf? I asked, watching his reaction. He tilted his head, fingers brushing my chin. Depends. Are you still determined to throw yourself into danger every chance you get? I hadn't been the one courting death. Apparently, I was still annoyed about that accusation. Turning away, I nipped his finger, intending it as a reprimand. He didn't take it that way. His eyes flared gold, but he didn't pull back. Guess that answers that, he muttered, though his kiss was anything but resigned. Afterward, we lingered in the quiet, not quite asleep, but too comfortable to move. I tucked my face against his neck, breathing in his scent, then pressed a soft kiss to his skin. Peter's gone, he said abruptly. I shifted my weight against him, grounding him. Yeah, I was supposed to protect him. Werewolves get 10 years after the change, I reminded Adam. Humans get 70. Peter had more than that. He lived longer than you ever will. It wasn't a short life, and his end was quick. It wasn't enough, not now. But later, when the wound wasn't so raw, maybe it would help. My fault, Adam said, too steady for someone who wasn't hurting. If I'd attacked them when they came for the pack. You thought they were feds, I cut in. He knew this already, but if he needed to hear it again, I'd say it. If werewolves start slaughtering federal agents, we won't last long. You made the right call. I was there. It could have been any of you. Jones wanted blood and nothing would have stopped him. Jones is dead, Adam said, tension easing beneath me. He wasn't a fool. He'd faced loss before. Not surprised. A dry laugh escaped him. I didn't kill him. I lifted my head, studying his face. Now that surprises me. I took out the others. Let Honey handle Jones. His gaze held mine, testing. His first wife had run from even a glimpse of what he was. Good, I said. Saves me the trouble, he laughed, the sound loosening the last of his stiffness. Not that Adam was ever truly soft. I love you, he murmured. I know, I said deadpan. Who wouldn't? Another laugh, and then he rolled us over, pressing close. I tried not to, he whispered against my ear. Didn't work. I exhaled softly, savoring the way he shivered. Obviously not. He smelled like safety, like everything I'd ever needed. His voice dropped lower. I promise I won't spank you. A pause. Unless you ask, I laughed against his shoulder, letting him feel it. You're not actually suicidal, that's why. We found comfort in each other again, the rough texture of the rug beneath me contrasting with the heat of his body. He dozed off mid-bite like a kid who'd fought sleep too long. I doubted he'd rested at all since the pack was taken. He didn't even flinch when I slipped away to get dressed. The room might have been finished, but winter still seeped through the walls. Adam, being a werewolf, thrived in the cold. Me, not so much. Bundled up, I settled beside him, keeping watch. The peace didn't last. Less than half an hour later, the garage door creaked open. Warren's voice carried up, tense but controlled. Boss, you'd better get down here before Kyle decides to turn the rest of the pack into target practice. Adam's eyes snapped open at the sound, sharp despite the exhaustion. He flashed me a tired grin. Got it. Tell him to hold fire. I'm on my way. Warren steadied the rope ladder as Adam descended, then caught my arm when I followed. We moved everyone to the basement rec room to give the Sandoval girls some space, he explained. The place was massive, pool table, a door leading outside, but still cramped for a group this size. Kyle's house wasn't built for a werewolf crisis. They wouldn't start anything on purpose, Warren added, rubbing his temple. But tensions are high. Silver poisoning doesn't help, I muttered. Tad can handle that at least. Adam nodded. Once they're clear, most can go home. Even if our enemies regroup, we've bought ourselves breathing room. Warren gave a rough chuckle, and I finally got a good look at him. He'd been my first friend here long before the pack. You're holding up better than I expected, I said. To my surprise, color rose in his cheeks. Kyle fed me, he admitted, sheepish. Adam rolled his eyes. Of course he did. Warren's smile faded as he coiled the ladder. Mercy, next time you see him, let him know I owe him. I'll pass it along, but he did it for Kyle. A sharp nod, then he vaulted onto the shelving to secure the trapdoor. No jokes, no teasing, just grim efficiency as we headed downstairs. The basement was too quiet. Daryl and Oriel left, Warren said, catching Adam's glance. They're mostly clear of silver. Daryl's got that conference call with the Beijing team Sunday. Tad folded his arms. The stronger wolves shook it off fastest. Honey perched on the edge of the pool table, her legs tucked beneath her. Though her usual confidence was dimmed by grief, her sharp tone cut through the room. Samuel claims you used your mate Bond to draw the silver out of Adam, and through him the whole pack, she said, lips pressed thin. Didn't believe it until Kyle pointed out the silver scattered across the floor. Her glare locked onto me. What kind of unnatural creature are you? Normally, I'd have fired back with something just as biting. But Adam tensed beside me, and I rested a hand on his arm before he could retaliate. Honey had never been my biggest fan, especially after I'd shaken up the pack's hierarchy, forcing them to reconsider how they ranked their female members. She clung to the role Peter's status had given her, refusing to embrace her own dominance. She wanted to be soft, refined, everything a proper werewolf lady should be, not the powerhouse she truly was, and she hated me for exposing that lie. Still, I wasn't afraid of her. She wasn't the type to escalate things beyond words, and right now, grief hung heavy over all of us. I'm Adam's freak, I said flatly. You'll have to deal with it. Adam ignored Honey entirely, his focus shifting. Kelly, he called, come here. Kelly wasn't someone I knew well, quiet, broad-shouldered, usually radiating quiet strength. But tonight, he moved like a man carrying an invisible weight, staggering forward until Warren guided him into a chair. Tad positioned himself behind him, securing Kelly's arms with a firm grip. This might sting, Tad warned. I snorted. Might, it'll hurt like hell, but you'll live. Kelly's eyes flashed gold, fangs bared in a half-snarl. Coyote. Some wolves still couldn't stand having me in the pack. I grinned back, all teeth. Coyotes are survivors, he muttered. At least he wasn't one of the haters. So are wolves, I shot back. Tad rolled his eyes. Less talking, more bracing. He pressed his forearm against Kelly's skin, and the air crackled with sudden, searing magic, wild and fey, burning my nose. Kelly howled, body bowing off the chair as Adam and Honey lunged to pin him down. Then pop. Tad recoiled, horror flashing across his face. I didn't mean, Kelly collapsed limp. The room held its breath. Did you get the silver out? Adam asked, easing his grip carefully. The werewolf stayed still. Honey let go of Kelly's legs like they were burning and scrambled backward until she bumped into the pool table. Warren released his hold too. Tad held up a small palmful of pale gray powder. Adam gave a satisfied nod. Good, Kelly. The burly man rolled his shoulders, inhaled deeply, then exhaled. I'm good. His gaze flicked to me. Appreciate the heads up. No problem, I said. Mine took a little longer to shake off. He tilted his head slightly, expression unreadable. Coyotes are stuck. Noted, Tad worked his way through the pack, extracting silver from those who needed it, Ben included. Kelly got the roughest treatment, though Tad's technique improved with each extraction. Once Z's son finished, Adam dismissed most of the wolves to their homes where they could guard their families and recover. Honey stayed. Adam wasn't keen on letting her out of his sight just yet. Werewolves could spiral after losing a mate, and as her alpha, he had to keep her from snapping. She'd shifted to her wolf form but seemed steady, all things considered. Warren, naturally, remained. It was his place. Ben stuck around too, stubbornly ignoring Adam's orders until a quiet conversation changed his mind. I had a hunch it had to do with the way Honey kept glancing at me when Adam wasn't watching. With the crowd thinned, the house finally relaxed. I sure did. Kyle called in pizza, and we were halfway through when the doorbell rang. Agent Armstrong walked in, looking like he hadn't slept in days. Jesse and Gabriel herded the younger girls toward the hot tub after confirming Kyle and Warren had swimsuits in every size, a perk of Kyle's job as a divorce lawyer. His massive house, complete with Disney-themed rooms for kids in crisis, was practically a sanctuary. Honey got babysitting duty, and I pulled Jesse aside. Keep Maya from trying to ride her like she did with Sam, I warned. Jesse's eyes widened, but she nodded solemnly. She knew Honey well enough. Even on a good day, she wasn't pony material. The rest of us gathered in the upstairs theater. Armstrong balked at Tony and Sylvia's presence, but Adam's reply could have iced over hell. They stay. Truth was, it wasn't about them. It was about Armstrong trying to take charge. Adam, fresh out of captivity, wasn't having it. He rearranged the seating, dropping onto a love seat at the head of the makeshift war table. Adam abandoned any pretense of human limitations, effortlessly hoisting the massive piece of furniture without breaking a sweat. I sank onto the couch beside Adam, eyeing Armstrong's ashen expression with concern. The last thing we needed was another target on our backs. Warren shot Adam a wary glance before settling into the opposite love seat, dragging Kyle down with him. Tad had been halfway to the pool when Adam called him back after Armstrong objected to Tony and Sylvia's presence. Following Adam's silent command, Tad perched awkwardly between the couple on the remaining couch cushion. The room had officially run out of seating, a deliberate power play, judging by Adam's stony expression. Ben, now human and sporting Kyle's ridiculous "taste this rainbow" sweats, surveyed the situation before casually dropping to the floor at Adam's feet. That left Armstrong stranded like the last kid picked for dodgeball. Asil strolled in late, took one look at Ben cross-legged on the carpet and Armstrong shifting uncomfortably, then vanished downstairs. He returned with 2 dining chairs, placing them pointedly near Warren before claiming the seat farthest from Adam. Armstrong took the hint and occupied the other. Everyone's heard Mercy's official statement. Adam began without preamble. So let's start with last night. His version of events was polished, strategic omissions and all. He claimed sole responsibility for the cantrip agent's deaths, though every werewolf in the room knew better. The lie was a shield, and I understood why he wielded it. I thought about handing them over, Adam said, his gaze lingering on Sylvia, but their hit list included every human connected to my pack, even kids. Sylvia's mouth twisted. Gabriel's name being there doesn't make me right for pushing him away. Doesn't make you wrong either, Tony muttered. Armstrong looked sick. Children, seriously. Like Jericho, Adam replied flatly. My fingers tightened on his knee. They wanted scorched earth, no survivors, no witnesses. The proof burned with the winery. He paused. Though their own people filled 3 graves in that vineyard first. The unspoken truth hung heavier than the silence. Some stains never wash out, no matter who holds the knife. Maybe they protested. Maybe they were just collateral damage. We didn't take any lives until our escape. The cantrip agents in those graves had been dead for days before we were captured. Asil leaned forward. How did they manage to grab all of you? Adam exhaled sharply, but it didn't seem to steady him. He stood and started pacing. We thought they were government operatives, so we held back. That's a mistake we won't repeat, Agent Armstrong. Feel free to spread the word. The weight of his anger filled the room, silencing everyone, even me. Then he rolled his shoulders and forced his tone lighter. Either way, we didn't harm anyone when we were taken. Those bodies, 2 women and a man, belonged to cantrip or the mercenaries they hired. Armstrong cleared his throat. Rogue cantrip operatives, Mr. Hoffman. My agency had no part in this, and we find it just as disturbing as you do. Warren's laugh was bitter. I'm sure you do. Normally the calmest of the pack, his fury was unsettling. Adam studied him. Warren. It wasn't a rebuke, just a question. Do you need to step out? Warren turned his face slightly away. You need Kyle here in a legal capacity. Not as our attorney, Adam said. Not yet, but his presence helps. I'd like him to stay. Warren nodded. Then I stay too. I can handle it. Adam turned to Tony. Sylvia's here because Gabriel was targeted. You're here because the police deserve the truth, but this won't go to human courts. I won't allow it. Tony crossed his arms. I serve the law, Adam. There will be justice, Adam said. Just not in your courts. I answer to something older, the same power that kept werewolves in check long before humans knew we existed. If I've overstepped, I'll pay for it with my life. Armstrong's gaze flicked to me. Those wolves in Minnesota who killed that predator, dead within days. Natural causes, they said, no autopsies. I shrugged. Some forces don't need paperwork. Kyle cut in, less polished than usual. I'm a man of the law too, Tony, but justice isn't always found in a courtroom. Werewolf justice is faster, harsher, but fairer. Humans aren't built to judge creatures like them. His voice dropped. And sometimes, neither are we. If the authorities had attempted to detain those men in Minnesota, it would have ended in bloodshed. I'm satisfied knowing justice will find its way in this situation. The room fell quiet for an extended moment. Even if I accept it was self-defense, Tony countered, you just admitted to killing federal agents. I don't have the authority to overlook that, Adam. Kyle spoke quietly. Agents who ambushed innocent people without cause. Adam's a security specialist. I'd bet he has the whole attack recorded. Adam gave a short nod. Gutstein confirmed it tonight. Clear footage of several cantrip agents, and we have Peter's remains. Where is he now? I asked. Secure, Adam replied. They buried him in the vineyard alongside their own dead. We recovered him and arrangements are being handled. Tony crossed his arms. Suspicious deaths require autopsies. Adam met his gaze. We'll discuss it. Nothing suspicious. He was executed right in front of me. Bullet straight through the forehead. The weight of his words left the room silent. Adam's expression alone could have frozen the air. Armstrong finally broke the tension. I have the authority to declare cantrip, and the federal government satisfied that Adam acted in self-defense. Mr. Brooks is right. This would be a political disaster if those agents' actions went public, even if they were rogue. He exhaled sharply. And it'd be just as bad for the werewolves. In today's climate, no judge would rule self-defense. A jury trial, either verdict could spark riots, maybe even open violence. His gaze drifted, then locked onto mine. I swore an oath to this country. I've watched fear and hatred twist good agents into breaking theirs. I won't let this go to court. Tony threw his hands up. I agree. Self-defense checks out, and Adam might fare better locally than you think, but there are still bodies. Adam's voice turned icy. The buried cantrip agents were executed with the same gun that killed Peter. You ran ballistics, Tony asked. No, Tony's frown deepened. Then how? He cut himself off. Never mind, but that's not all. Adam's face went blank. There won't be more. After we got out, the winery burned down. Another heavy silence. Tony sighed. I can live with separate justice. I've worked with you. My department's called you in and you've never let us down. I've seen you diffuse violence with words, and I've never caught you in a lie. I'm siding with Armstrong. You got some thoughts on this, I said. If Armstrong's willing to work with us, we might just convince the department to go along with our plan. Armstrong frowned. You mentioned a fire at the winery. Adam sank into a chair, dragging his hands down his face. Yeah, we handle our own problems. Fire tends to clean things up nicely. Tony chimed in, his voice flat. Teeth and thicker bones usually survive a fire. Honestly, I doubt you'll find either, I said, feeling a little guilty. Adam had left out Elisavetta's role in all this. That's not something you need to worry about. Armstrong shot me a sharp look but didn't press it. Instead, he shifted gears. What about the mercenaries working with the renegades? Any leads? None, Adam replied. They're out of the picture now. As far as I see it, there are only 3 key players left. Usul lifted a finger. First, the money guy, another finger. Second, the traitor in Senator Campbell's security team, a third finger. And third, whoever handed Cantrip the mercenaries' info and those werewolf dossiers. Adam nodded. I've got someone digging into the informant. He's confident he can trace the mercenary contact without sparking an international mess. Earlier, Adam had reached Charles on Kyle's landline. Charles had a knack for uncovering secrets no one wanted found, and honestly, the guy was terrifying. But, Adam added, the damage from the leak is already done. Tracking him down isn't urgent. Armstrong crossed his arms. Let's get one thing straight. Are we talking about eliminating him? Adam shook his head. Killing him would cause more problems than it solves. Despite recent events, we don't make a habit of killing humans, Agent Armstrong. Armstrong's eyes narrowed. You don't consider yourselves human, Usul smirked, but Adam just shrugged, saying humans who aren't werewolves gets old fast. We're as human as we can be. Tony leaned forward, elbows on his knees. So that leaves the financier and the potential assassin in Campbell's detail. Adam stretched out, the tension in the room easing. Proof humans could read body language too. Let's tackle the senator's problem first. I've already sent word through security contacts, but it might carry more weight coming from you, Armstrong. Just remember, this traitor might just be in it for the money. If he's a hired gun, taking out the Cantrip operatives might be enough. But if he's got an agenda, Adam raised an eyebrow, then he won't wait long to make his move. You can inform the senator that I'd be glad to provide a few skilled werewolf security specialists to protect him. No strings attached, no cost. Armstrong smirked slightly. Ever met the senator before? No, sir. I have. He might actually accept your offer. He's not as anti-werewolf as people think. He just draws the line at them snacking on civilians. Put that way, he didn't seem so terrible, but I'd heard his speeches. Adam gave a slow nod, his tone cautious. I'd prefer he takes the offer. If anything happens to him now, werewolves will get the blame. I'd rather see him and his family safe for years to come. Kyle cut in. That leaves the money trail. Adam turned to Armstrong. Any leads on the funding source? None. Alexander Bennett, the guy in charge, probably the one who shot your man. His finances are clean. Same for anyone linked to him, and good luck tracking them down. Finding anti-werewolf extremists in Cantrip is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Bennett vanished without a trace. One associate had a heart attack, another's probably ashes here, unless she eloped or something. We're checking everyone, remote workers, vacationers, ex-employees. Honestly, leaving the bodies would have made my job easier. Warren, silent until now, spoke up. We grabbed driver's licenses. No IDs for the ones buried with Peter, but you'll ID them from the remains. Adam shot him a look. With all due respect, boss, you weren't exactly in a state to think about evidence, but some of us figured knowing our enemies might help. He turned back to Armstrong. You'll get copies. Originals stay with us. Armstrong looked ready to argue but backed down under Warren's stare. Tony sighed. One last thing. Adam, you'll need a press story that doesn't make my bosses lose their minds. Adam nodded. Jim Gutstein's calling in favors. I'll handle the press tonight from Kyle's office, spinning Mercy's version. Armstrong offered. Let me help. I've got experience making monsters sound mundane. Sylvia crossed her arms. Great. Now explain why Maya told me she carpooled with a corpse. Asul raised a hand. That one's on me. Armstrong groaned. More bodies. I thought Sylvia's place was clean. Tad glanced at me. Someone sent hitmen after Jesse and Mercy. They were expecting you, Mercy. Looking back, I realized they were already in position before I even arrived at Sylvia's to keep an eye on the kids. Tad cleared his throat, offering an apologetic grin. I sensed them the moment I got there. That's why I lingered close enough for the kids to notice me. After a while, when nothing happened, I figured maybe someone in the apartment complex was like me, half Fae, not bound to the reservation. Armstrong frowned. I thought all Fae were required to go. That's what we were told. Tad shook his head. Not all of them. Only the ones powerful enough to be useful. But these assassins, like Agent Armstrong's people, were outlaws. The door burst open, and Sophia Sandoval rushed in, her bright green swimsuit dripping. Mercy, Gabriel says come quick. Someone smashed your car, the trunk's all crumpled. I was done for. Marsilia would murder me for wrecking her car, and honestly, I couldn't even argue with her. Everyone in the room surged outside, partly out of concern, mostly just to move. Even though it wasn't quite 5, the fall evening had already swallowed the sun, leaving the rear of the car in shadow beyond the streetlight. My night vision is sharp, but shifting from artificial light to darkness still takes a second. Not that it mattered. Gabriel intercepted me before I reached the car, pulling me aside with urgency. His voice was low and rushed. We've got a problem. We'd just gotten the kids out of the backyard hot tub. Jesse and Mary Jo took them upstairs to change, but Sophia stayed to help me cover it. Then we heard the crash. At first, I thought it was just a hit and run. He gestured toward the trunk, where a bizarre inward dent bulged upward. I sent Sophia to get you so I could close it before she saw the body. No driver sped off, just a woman jogging down the street, moving fast. I almost chased her to ask if she'd seen anything, but then I noticed how weird the trunk looked. He leaned closer, whispering, "The body's gone, Mercy." The noise we heard, that was her punching the trunk lid to escape. All the werewolves, Asul, Adam, Ben, and Warren, who'd been scanning the street for the culprit, snapped their attention to us. Asul yanked the trunk open. She was dead, he insisted. I'd swear to it. Yeah, she was Fae, but I've killed them before. She was gone. Earlier, I could smell her starting to rot. I couldn't help it, I laughed. Zombie Fae, perfect, just what we needed. You all enjoy that thought while I try to track her down. I'll sleep great tonight. Mercy, Adam said, his voice sharp. I won't go near her, I assured them. I'll just track where she's headed and come back for you. By the time any of you shift, she'll be miles away. As curious Sandoval kids started spilling out of the house to see what the commotion was about, I hesitated before shifting, then remembered too late that Armstrong and Tony had no idea what I was. Adam helped untangle me from my sweatshirt when my coyote form got caught in the fabric. Brian, my foster dad, always said, no point dwelling on spilled milk. Besides, Tad had taken advantage of the chaos to swipe the Fae cuffs from the trunk. I spotted him tucking peace and quiet under his shirt. Small victories, nose to the ground, I took off. Asul wasn't wrong. The scent was strong, tinged with decay. Adam kept pace beside me, still human. Guess he didn't trust me to hunt a zombie alone. Coyotes are fast, and I'm faster than most. Even a werewolf in human form has limits, but Adam matched my pace effortlessly. Maybe I wasn't pushing myself. Having backup if things went south, worth the slower speed. We almost had her. Sophia couldn't have gotten far. How quick could a reanimated Fae assassin move? But when we reached Bombing Range Road, named for the old WW2 training grounds, the trail vanished at the pavement. Night had fallen early, but darkness never slowed me down. The road stretched empty in both directions, no undead woman sprinting along the shoulder, just headlights streaming past. She caught a ride, Adam said, barely winded as I sniffed the asphalt. Either someone picked her up, or she flagged one down. Neither option sat right. After everything lately, a corpse walking off might take the prize for creepiest development. Then again, maybe Marsilia would be too fascinated by the zombie to remember her ruined car. Unlikely, but a girl could hope. Adam studied the road. If you hadn't held back for me, you might have caught her. Maybe, or maybe that would have been worse. Warren's truck rolled up, the passenger door swinging open before it even stopped. Any sign of her? Warren asked as we climbed into the truck. I slid into the middle seat, shaking my head. Nothing. Looks like she caught a ride, could have gone anywhere from here. Warren turned the truck around, silent for a long moment before finally speaking. That's unsettling. Zombie crisis or not, the media still needed their story. Tony had already briefed his boss with the official version Adam and Armstrong cooked up, one that conveniently left out Cantrip's role entirely. Instead, the blame landed on a shadowy group of hired guns, supposedly paid to provoke the werewolves into attacking Senator Campbell. The goal, make the pack look like monsters while taking out a political enemy. Adam, of course, looked nothing like a monster. On camera, he was all charm and confidence, the kind of guy who could sell you a bridge without breaking a sweat. But when some of those mercenaries got caught holding Kyle hostage, their employer panicked. A few bullets later, those loose ends were tied up permanently. Armstrong made sure those deaths became public, twisting the narrative just enough to work in their favor. The remaining mercs bylaid, torching the winery on their way out and giving Adams pack the opening they needed to escape. Now, officials were investigating, though good luck finding either the mercenaries or the puppet master behind this mess. The hope was that the public would swallow the half-truths and move on. Meanwhile, Adam, Tony, Armstrong, Kyle, and Warren were en route to Kennewick, stopping by Adam's place first so he could suit up for the press conference. The rest of us stayed behind, holding down the fort. On the bright side, between the missing dead woman and the media circus, no one had mentioned the fact I'd turned into a coyote. Maybe they all assumed I was just another half-fae, like Tad. Then Ben knocked on the door of the upstairs bedroom where I was reading James and the Giant Peach to the youngest Sandoval kids. Kyle's emergency stash included a whole box of books, and we just hit the part with the giant bugs. Sophia groaned as I closed the book. But it's getting good. Can you take over? I asked Sylvia. She frowned. Who's Marsilia? The woman who owns the car I've been driving, I said. Her eyes widened. She'd seen the state of it. Sissy, wise beyond her years, piped up. Is that the vampire Mercy? Vampires, Sylvia gasped. There are vampires too. Then, with dawning horror, you stole a vampire's car and wrecked it, I cringed. Officially, vampires don't exist, and if you don't believe in them, they'll leave you alone, so best not to believe in them. Maya nodded seriously. My friend Penny asked me about vampires. I told her no, but I did say I rode a werewolf once. Her mom said lying was bad. I wasn't lying that time, but sometimes a little white lie doesn't hurt, right? Mercy, next time they show up, can you come over and back me up? Tell them I'm not making stuff up. Maya was either destined to conquer the world or unleash chaos on an unimaginable scale. Maybe both. She was supposed to start kindergarten this year, so we still had a little breathing room before we needed to start worrying about her global domination plans. You stole a vampire's car. Sylvia repeated, her voice sharp with disbelief. Stole is a bit dramatic, I said. It was in my shop for an oil change when things got messy, and I needed wheels that couldn't be traced. It'll be fine, just don't go around talking about vampires. They're big on secrecy. Mercy, Maya insisted. Got it, Sylvia said. I'll make sure the kids keep quiet. Mercy. Maya's frown deepened, her voice climbing higher. You have to tell Penny's mom so she doesn't think I'm lying. I'll talk to Penny's mom, Sylvia assured her. Now quiet down so I can read about giant beetles and spoiled bananas. They finally settled, and Ben trailed me downstairs. Asil and Honey in wolf form were waiting at the bottom. Ben must have filled them in before fetching me, which saved me the trouble. I gestured at Honey. Stay out of sight, okay? Too many guards makes it look like I'm scared, which, let's be honest, I am, but I don't need to broadcast that. Bad for the pack's image. Ben and Asil can come with me to the door. No guards would make it seem like I don't respect her, which was also true, but not helpful. I touched the lamb pendant around my neck, reassuring myself it was still there. Faith-based objects worked against vampires, and for me, the lamb was as good as a cross. Adam had upgraded my old silver one to gold with emerald eyes. Silver wasn't exactly werewolf-friendly. It was sturdy enough to stay put when I shifted, and on the same chain, I wore one of Adam's old dog tags. Wedding rings and grease-covered hands don't mix. Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself like I was stepping onto the mat at a dojo. The man on the porch was a stranger, though my nose confirmed he was a vampire. I didn't know all of Marsilia's people by name, but I recognized most by sight. She'd been short on powerful vampires lately. Maybe she'd been recruiting. This one didn't seem new. Fresh vampires had less control, and he carried himself like he'd been around a while. Chinese, if I had to guess, with a lean frame. He wore black jeans and a gold silk shirt with a mandarin collar, embroidered with dragons in a shade just darker than the fabric. The night air had turned chilly, but if he felt the cold, he didn't show it. The vampire on Kyle's porch couldn't have been much older than 20 when he was turned. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who'd seen centuries pass, though his face still held the remnants of youth. His greeting was formal, a slight bow, the kind exchanged between martial artists before a match, eyes locked rather than lowered like the old-world vamps preferred. I mirrored his gesture. Thomas Howe, he introduced himself, his voice smooth and unreadable. Marsilia, mistress of the Tri-Cities Seethe, extends an invitation to you and your mate. The choice is yours, of course. But she believes tonight's meeting could resolve certain, pressing matters. She has information about recent events you might find valuable. Ben scoffed under his breath, staying just out of sight in the foyer. Too convenient. What's her angle? Howe's gaze flickered toward the sound, though his expression remained neutral. Do the wolves speak for you, mate of the Alpha? His tone was polished, almost amused. I shrugged. Ben's got a point. Last I checked, Marsilia wasn't the forgiving type, especially after I wrecked her brand new luxury car. If she's offering intel on top of letting that slide, why not just call? Howe turned slightly, eyeing the Mercedes parked in the driveway. For a moment he was utterly still. When he faced me again, there was something unreadable in his eyes, not quite a smile, but close. Ah, I suspect she's unaware of the car's condition. I crossed my arms. A day ago, I might be leaped at the invitation. But with Adam and the pack safe, we didn't need vampire favors anymore. Tell Marsilia I'll have the car fixed. Maybe in a few months, when she's cooled off, we'll talk. Howe exhaled softly, his lips pressing together. She's concerned, Ms. Hauptmann. The one behind the pack's abduction is a threat to everyone, not just your people. Normally, the car would be an issue, but Marsilia has lived long enough to know when to prioritize. A vehicle means nothing compared to what's coming. Asul shifted beside me, tension threading through the air. That was new. If it's that urgent, I said, why not just pick up the phone? Or skip the theatrics, Asul murmured. Phone calls can be overheard, and this is sensitive information, Howe said, deliberately ignoring Asul. Information that could save lives in your pack. He hesitated, and though his expression remained neutral, I could almost feel his amusement. Besides, Marsilia prefers not to rely on phones, or, he added with a glance at Asul, messengers when she can pull your strings directly. That sounded exactly like Marsilia. Vampires don't breathe unless they're speaking, they don't sweat, and their hearts only race when they've fed. It makes them nearly impossible to read. I sure as hell can't tell when they're lying. Can this wait until tomorrow night? I asked. Howe's response was measured. I think you'd regret delaying. The fact that he offered an opinion at all surprised me. I might not be able to gauge a vampire's age or power, but I know when someone isn't just another pawn. He seemed to catch his slip, because his next words were more guarded. You're to bring Adam and as many of your pack as you see fit. The invitation changed things. If Adam was included, it was less likely to be a trap, unless Marsilia already knew he wasn't around. More importantly, it meant she probably needed the whole pack's involvement. She wants the wolves to handle this so she doesn't have to, I guessed. No, Howe corrected. She will act, but success is more likely if she coordinates with your pack. Now that was interesting. If Marsilia was worried enough to involve us, then Howe's tension made sense. Adam isn't here right now, I told him, and he wouldn't be for a while. Howe's jaw tightened. Unfortunate. Without my usual advantage scent, I had to rely on body language. Either he was a master at faking it, and most people, even vampires, aren't that good, or he genuinely didn't like the news. Still, he said, it would be wise for you to come, Mercy the Walker. Walkers, descendants of Coyote, Raven, and other old spirits, aren't exactly popular with vampires. For one, I see ghosts, and ghosts love lingering near vampire dens, exposing their killers. I'm also resistant to most magic, especially the kind vampires rely on. When they first arrived in the Americas, they nearly got wiped out by my kind. If disease and war hadn't already taken most of us, vampires might not even be here. Of course, resisting their magic doesn't mean I stand a chance against one in a fight. Howe's dark eyes locked onto me, waiting. Marsilia wouldn't risk killing me. The pack would tear her apart if she tried. But that didn't mean she wasn't playing her usual games. Declining Marsilia's invitation wasn't just a personal choice, it was a statement. Under werewolf law, which wasn't all that different from vampire rules when it came down to it, backing out would hand Marsilia a victory and paint the pack as weak. Predators respected strength, and showing fear now would ripple through the pack, leaving them vulnerable. I could stall until Adam returned, but that wouldn't solve anything. He hadn't slept more than an hour since breaking free, and exhaustion clung to him like a second skin. I was bone-tired too, aching to retreat upstairs with the Sandoval girls and their absurdly oversized fruit book. But Peter was gone, and I wouldn't risk another loss, no matter how much the vampires made my skin crawl. Waiting for Adam wasn't caution, it was cowardice. This was my fight, not his. Fine, I said. I'll go, but I need to get things in order first. I know the way to the Seethe. Howe shook his head. The mistress insisted I escort you. I'll wait. It could take a while, I warned. He dipped his head. Patience is a virtue. Suit yourself. I shut the door and turned to the wolves. Asul's gaze lingered on Dick and Jane, Kyle's infamous foyer statues, now sporting their latest accessories. The hat's a nice touch, he remarked. Which one? Jane's new cowboy hat, complete with a ridiculous ostrich feather, clashed with Dick's ski hat, its pompon dangling precariously low. Asul's grin softened his ancient features, making him look decades younger. Kyle usually decks them out for Christmas, I said, but he's been preoccupied. Ben crossed his arms. You're not seriously going. Marsilia won't touch me, he scoffed. After what you did to her car, Peter's dead, I snapped. Fine, Tad, you're both on house duty tonight. Ben stiffened. I'm not dragging him into vampire territory, and Honey shouldn't be alone with the kids, not tonight. Not when grief could unravel her control. Honey slinked in, golden fur bristling, a growl rumbling in her throat. I'm in charge, I said, heading for the stairs. You're coming with us, save the attitude. Asul chuckled. Does the pack always obey you so eagerly, little coyote? Always. His laughter followed me as I shot him a glare. Or they'll be kicking themselves for ages. We hadn't stocked up on phones yet, which meant no quick way to reach Adam. Rule number 1 of marriage. Keep your partner in the loop. I dialed Tony, but Sylvia picked up. He'd left his phone with her. Kyle's line went straight to voicemail, so I left a vague message and paused to strategize. Armstrong probably had a cell, but I didn't have his contact. Using the landline, I called Kyle's office and left a recording saying I was meeting with Marsilia, careful not to give too much away. Next, I tried Stefan, no answer on his cell or home line. I left more detailed messages, then set the phone down just as Asul and Tad walked into the kitchen. Tad shot Asul a look. Mercy needs something decent to wear if she's facing Marsilia. Stick around, I need to talk to her first. Asul smirked at me but didn't argue as Tad led me upstairs to his borrowed room. He pulled that strange hunk of metal from his pocket and summoned the blade his father had forged. The cuffs are already toast, he said, offering it to me. I'm no swordsman and you're walking into enemy territory with nothing. Asul's a wild card and Honey's got it out for you. You might need backup. Asul answers to Bran, he'll have my back, I countered, refusing the sword. Sure, I'd taken a few karate classes, but I'd also heard the legends about the Dark Smith of Dronheim. Yeah, and Honey's about as reliable as a chocolate teapot, Tad muttered. Maybe I should tag along. I shook my head. I can't leave the kids with either of them. Honey might snap and take someone out, better a vampire than a kid. And Asul, he's unpredictable. If things go south, his reaction could be worse than hers. This meeting shouldn't be risky. Assuming Hal wasn't lying. Can you tell when someone's lying? Not with vampires, he admitted. Tricky bastards, I agreed, dodging the fact that I couldn't either. But Hal seemed dead serious about Marsilia acting, which means whatever's happening must threaten the vampires directly. She wouldn't lift a finger for us unless there was something major in it for her. Wording it as I think kept it from being a straight-up lie. If Tad believed I could read Hal's honesty, he'd argue less. Still, I was pretty sure Hal hadn't been bluffing. Asul had asked earlier, who benefits if the pack vanishes from the Tri-Cities? Not Marsilia, I'd told him. She gained too much from our presence. Nobody wanted to cross Adam, and the occasional cooperation between him and Marsilia made people think we were tighter with the vampires than we really were. Adam let the rumors slide. It kept the troublemakers at bay. The thought sent a chill down my spine. If her enemies wanted to hurt her, they might target the pack to weaken her position. She'd already fought off one challenge to her territory, with our Columbia Basin pack standing by her side. I'll be fine, I assured Tad. Honey might not be my biggest fan, but she's fiercely loyal to Adam, and she's the strongest fighter we've got here. I need you to stay back and watch over the kids. Ben can handle security if it comes to that, but I'm not sure how he'll do around children. Normally, I wouldn't trust him near kids. His temper and colorful language weren't exactly kid-friendly. But his loyalty to Adam was absolute, and I knew he'd protect them, even if they picked up a few new words along the way. Tad exhaled sharply. Fine, but take this. He offered the sword again, its dark presence clashing with the cheerful Thomas the Tank engine decor. I hesitated. I know about your dad's collection. A dry chuckle escaped him. Yeah, he went through a phase. This one's called hunger. It needs your blood to bond, then it's yours, until it finds someone it likes more. I know you've trained, but you're right, it's a last resort. And since you're not Fae, it won't stick around long. His expression darkened. But it can kill vampires like nothing else. Eats magic too, spells, enchanted objects, though it's sluggish about it. He met my eyes. And that Fae assassin, still out there. I don't know if this blade will stop her, but it's got a better shot than bullets or claws. Reluctantly, I took it. Just a cut to bind it, he instructed. Arm or leg, careful, it bites deep. I pressed my forearm to the edge, and pain crackled through me like live voltage. Tad's brow furrowed. That's not how it's supposed to work. Without hesitation, he nicked his finger and pressed his blood to my wound. Then he guided my grip on the sword, letting it taste our mixed blood. This time warmth spread through me, smooth as silk. "There," he murmured. "Now just think about sheathing it." The blade vanished instantly, leaving behind a dull, unremarkable hunk of metal. "If the Grey Lords are pissed about the walking stick," I said, feeling the metal's magic hum through my arm like a low-voltage shock. "Trust me, you'll want to hand it back the second you're done. I plan to return it to my dad ASAP. This isn't some minor trinket like peace and quiet. Hunger is a big deal, and the Fae won't take kindly to you holding on to it, especially after you handed another artifact over to Coyote." I snapped my head up to meet his gaze, and he just flashed me that infuriating grin. "Dad filled me in. Had to tell a few of the Fae since they already knew you had the stick, and they're desperate to get it back." I was about to shove it into Kyle's sweatpants pocket when Tad stopped me. "You're seriously not wearing those to see Marsilia, are you?" "Good point," I muttered, heading for Kyle's closet. I dug out a pair of snug jeans and a navy blue sweater Tad insisted on, hoping I wasn't swiping Kyle's go-to outfit. Downstairs, Honey, still in wolf form, and Isil were waiting. Isil tossed me a coat, solid, warm, and most importantly with a pocket deep enough for the Fae artifact that sometimes turned into a sword. No way was I keeping that thing jammed in my back pocket. Isil took Warren's truck with Honey sulking in the passenger seat. The feeling was mutual. I wasn't her biggest fan either, and the fact that she was grieving Peter, who I actually liked, just made it worse. Let them deal with each other. I took Marsilia's Mercedes, figured we'd return the truck and leave her car with her. One less problem for me, though the trunk was a lost cause after Tad had to wrestle it shut, leaving it looking like it had lost a fight with a dump truck. I'd already moved my gun to the truck, but I wasn't planning to use it. If things got bad enough that I needed bullets against vampires, I might as well save one for myself. Thomas Howe led the way in a plain white Subaru with California plates. I assumed we were heading straight to the Seath, until he took the wrong exit at the Keene roundabout, steering us away from the Tri-Cities. I hesitated, circling the roundabout again. Maybe he was just lost, but when I caught up he'd pulled over, waiting. Fine, if he wanted to drag us out to the middle of nowhere, I'd play along for now. Not thrilled, but not enough to bail. I fell in behind Howe, Isil trailing MEAS. We sped past the sprawling hayfields without slowing down, then veered onto a remote back road. I realized we weren't headed to Marsilia's territory. I pulled out the phone I'd taken from Gabriel's sister and dialed Sylvia. "Change of plans," I said. "We're on Highway 224 near Benton City. I'll update you when I know more." Sylvia promised to stay by her phone. The landscape shifted as we climbed the bluffs above the Yakima River, vineyards and orchards stretching for miles without a single house in sight. When Howe turned onto a rough gravel path between rows of apple trees, my mind kept circling back to vampires, old ones, powerful ones. Marsilia had been in a kind of undead slump, making her vulnerable. That explained why some upstart had tried to take over her seath, but she wasn't the type to act without reason. If she wanted to meet the pack, she needed something, and then it clicked. The mercenaries' deaths, the ambush, it all traced back to the vampires. A vampire wouldn't fear the police, but Bran, Charles, that was a different story. If the pack had been wiped out, the Marok would have hunted down everyone involved. The thought sent a chill through me. The road got worse, the gravel giving way to uneven dirt as we rolled through acres of withered grapevines, too dead for just seasonal change. Marsilia's sleek city car groaned in protest. Vampires had all kinds of unsettling abilities. Stefan could vanish in a blink, a secret that made him a target. James Blackwood could steal powers from his victims. Who knew what this one could do? Maybe raise the dead, though why anyone would want my assassin shuffling around was beyond me. Then the scent hit me, not the usual burning leaves, but something thicker, sharper. A house fire. I grabbed the phone again. "Sylvia, tell Adam we're heading to the place where he was held, the burned-out winery." Her voice tightened. "Is there trouble?" "Maybe," I admitted, though I was more annoyed Howe hadn't mentioned our destination. Or maybe she just has a dramatic flair for meetings. Or maybe I'd walked right into a trap. I exhaled slowly. "Also, tell Adam I don't recognize the vampire who brought us here." The guy introduced himself as Thomas Howe, driving a Subaru Forester with California plates reading daytime. I spelled it out for her. On a vampire's ride, those plates could mean anything from dark humor to wishful thinking. "Maybe Marsilia isn't behind this at all," I muttered, the idea leaving a bad taste in my mouth. "I'll fill them in." I ended the call and kept tailing the vampire. The backside of the scorched winery came into view, confirming my gut feeling. The blaze had been intense, only stone foundations and charred splinters remained. Elizaveta didn't do things halfway. The three-quarter moon cast an eerie glow over the ruins, like something out of a low-budget horror flick. Then there was the ghost lingering near the vineyard across the dirt path. Normally, I'd ignore spirits, they're everywhere, but this one looked familiar. I hit the gas, closing the distance until recognition hit me like a punch. Peter, our Peter. He stood by one of the vineyard posts, arms wrapped around himself, staring at the mostly deserted parking lot where the building used to be. I killed the engine, cut the lights, and stepped out, my earlier paranoia about Marsilia or How luring me here forgot. Ghosts are just echoes, usually mindless. But this wasn't just any ghost. It looked like Peter, and even if it wasn't really him, I couldn't walk away. Not when he seemed so lost. As I moved around the car, How's backup lights flared. Warren's truck rolled up behind me, and Peter, solid, shockingly real, turned and locked eyes with me. "Get out of here, Mercy," he urged, voice tight. "There's someone bad here." He jerked his chin toward the ruins. "Peter," I called out, aware of Honey and a soul climbing out of the truck. "He can't reach me," Peter said, though he didn't sound convinced. "But he's calling, like Adam does, but wrong." He shuddered, taking a step toward the lot. "Who's calling you?" Peter shook his head. "Most ghosts show up as they died, bloody, broken, but not him. No bullet wound, no dress clothes from that last Thanksgiving. Just his usual jeans, work boots, and flannel. At first he'd been faint, barely there. Now, if I didn't know better, I'd swear he was alive." Hal stepped out of his car just as Asul and Honey arrived. "Mercy?" Asul asked, glancing around. "Who's there?" Honey let out a quiet whine, her gaze locked onto something unseen. Peter's breath hitched as he dropped to his knees, his face twisted in grief. "Honey," he whispered, voice breaking. "My princess, I'm so lost." His trembling hand brushed through her fur, but she shivered and instinctively backed away, pressing against Asul's leg. Even without knowing what she'd touched, her instincts warned her. Ghosts weren't meant to linger. "Peter," I said firmly. Honey yipped, ears twitching as if she sensed him again. He leaned in, fingers grazing her nose before his expression twisted in pain. "I won't go," he muttered, clutching his head. Then in an instant, the man was gone, replaced by a wolf, ears flat, tail tucked. Peter might have fought, but his wolf knew submission. I wasn't about to let him slip away. "Peter," I snapped, yanking on the fragile threads of pack bonds that somehow still tied him to me. They trembled under my will, but held. He froze, trembling, caught between whatever called him and the command I'd woven into him in life. This time, I didn't just use pack magic. I reached deeper, with the part of me that saw ghosts, the same force that had banished spirits before. "Come here." He turned, padding back to sit at my feet like a loyal dog awaiting orders. His eyes begged me to fix this, but Peter wasn't the only one watching. The other ghosts, silent sentinels I'd barely noticed, now turned toward us, drawn by whatever pull I'd unleashed. They moved slowly, straining against unseen chains. I crouched, cupping Peter's muzzle. Instinct made me exhale against his nose, an old gesture of trust. Charles' words echoed in my mind. "Magic wants to use you. Your only choice is yes or no." So I said yes, and the ghosts kept coming. "Peter," I said, reaching through Adam, through the pack bonds, through every part of myself. Cold reason told me this wasn't just a ghost, not the kind I understood. Ghosts didn't stare back with sharp eyes, didn't react to the pull of the pack. But when I searched the way I'd been learning to, I saw them, those shimmering threads, glowing brighter under my focus. Adam had once told me pack bonds were souls woven together. I couldn't see souls, but I could see those ties, and they were still anchored deep in Peter, even now, and that was the problem. His soul shouldn't be here, trapped in this half-life, vulnerable to whatever force was trying to drag him away. My senses were wide open, and that's how I spotted it. A creeping shadow wrapped around him, slashing at the bonds like knives. Asul's hand landed on my shoulder, his gaze locked onto Peter. Honey pressed against me, her body rigid as steel. "Peter," I said, voice steady, "you're ours. You belong to this pack. You're mine." The weight of Honey beside me grounded me. I swiped at the dark mist, and it shattered under my fingers, but not before I caught the sting of magic. "Vampire work. You need to leave," I told him. Whatever kept his soul here, whatever danger lurked, he wasn't safe. His eyes flicked to Honey, still watching me. "She loves you too," I said. "Peter, go, now." Then he vanished, and something dimmed in Honey's expression. "He's okay," I assured her, checking the bonds. Peter wasn't alive, not like the others, but he was still held tight within the pack. A wave of relief hit me so hard I swayed. "He's safe." Hal studied me. "They weren't wrong," he said. "You do talk to the dead." "Who's trapping them?" I asked. The ghosts around us were frantic, mouths moving in silent pleas. The darkness around them was thicker than what had tried to take Peter, maybe muffling their voices, or maybe I just couldn't hear them without the pack's connection. Hal glanced around. "Bound, maybe he's ahead of us. Are we done here?" Asul's voice dropped to a growl. "Who's behind this?" Hal didn't flinch, but then he didn't know Asul. "Not my place to say. If you're finished, we should move." I scanned the dead, 3 women, 14 men. One wore a sleek black dress, the rest in sharp suits like they'd stepped out of a corporate meeting. Their eyes begged for answers. I didn't have. The men wore crisp suits and ties, while the women were dressed in tailored skirts and blazers. If they were trapped here like Peter had been, then they weren't just apparitions, they were something more. But unlike Peter, I had no connection to them, no idea how to free them. Then I spotted Jones, or rather, Alexander Bennett, as Armstrong had called him, the same man I'd glimpsed through Adam's memories. It shouldn't have shocked me to realize I was looking at the spirits of others who had died in this place, but somehow it did. Maybe because I'd grown so numb to ghosts that I'd stopped thinking about the lives they'd once lived. And this one, Bennett, had murdered Peter. Yeah, I muttered. I'm done. I felt no duty to save them from whatever held them here. They'd taken Peter from us and would have slaughtered the rest, even little Maya Sandoval, who'd once shared cookies with a werewolf. Let them rot in limbo forever for all I cared. Their hollow eyes followed us as we headed back to the cars, their voices now silent. I slammed the door shut, fired up the engine, and trailed Thomas Howe out of the lot, phasing right through a few lingering spirits on the way. No fey magic weakened me this time, no ghostly possession like in Tad's hidden stairwell. Just a faint, icy whisper as I passed through them, leaving them in my rear view. I knew I'd have to deal with them eventually, no matter how furious I was. This wasn't about what they deserved, it was about who I refused to become. There's always a line you can't cross, and I'd found mine. Part of me wanted to turn back right then, but Marsilia was waiting. If there was any way to fix this mess, I'd have to do it later. The lot was nearly empty when we arrived, save for one familiar car, the Seath's sleek black sedan. I recognized it because I handled their maintenance instead of paying the usual protection fees most supernaturals owed the vampires. As the Alpha's mate, I could have refused, but keeping the peace mattered. These small interactions gave us neutral ground, a way to coexist without bloodshed. Maybe it made the Tri-Cities a little safer. Seeing the car meant Marsilia had called this meeting, which should have eased my mind, but all I could think about was whoever had bound these ghosts and nearly trapped Peter's spirit too. I parked on the far side, the Mercedes gliding smoothly into place. Stepping out, I tugged my coat tighter and started toward the winery, the weight of unfinished business heavy on my shoulders. Marsilia appeared beside my back left passenger door as if she'd always been there, though I was certain that spot had been empty when I parked. I suppressed a flinch. The leader of the Seath was striking, her golden hair muted by the night but her sharp features illuminated by the moonlight, making her dark eyes seem endless. For once she wasn't dressed like royalty, just a snug, long-sleeved black shirt and olive-green cargo pants. The real shock was the scuffed combat boots, well-worn and completely unlike her usual polished style. I pulled the car key from my pocket and held it out. She studied me, then the dent in the driver's side, before circling the Mercedes with slow, deliberate steps, saving the mangled trunk for last. "Next time I'll think twice before trusting you with anything valuable," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. The old Marsilia was back, the one I had no problem disliking right back. "Funny," I shot back, keeping my tone icy. "You're not exactly great at protecting what's yours either. At least this car can be repaired." Unlike Stefan, who might never fully heal because of her negligence. And if I'm right, this damage, I gestured at the wrecked Mercedes, along with Peter Jorgensen's death, is all thanks to vampire games. Her silence confirmed it. "An assassin came after me," I continued. "She left the first dent when I slammed her head into the door. Then she busted out of the trunk, still dead, by the way." I tapped my nose. "Trust me, I could tell." Marsilia's lips curled into a thin smile. "Perhaps you have a point," she conceded, running her fingers over the trunk's ruined metal. "The blood and claw marks in the back seat are on me, though," I admitted, dialing back the attitude. "I took the car without asking because I needed something untraceable. Adam and I will cover the repairs." Usul and Honey moved to stand beside me. Marsilia sighed. "No," she said, surprisingly calm. "You're right, this was our mess." She patted the trunk like it was a wounded pet, especially this part. "Maybe you know a decent mechanic." She caught my stunned expression and laughed, a sound just slightly off, the kind that made my skin crawl. Ancient vampires didn't do emotions quite right. "Honestly, Mercy, what did you expect? I can be reasonable, it's just a car." She gestured toward the crumbling winery behind her. "Come inside, you should hear why your pack was attacked." "Because someone saw the werewolves as your allies," I said, piecing it together. "They wanted you vulnerable." The rest fell into place. "They hired mercenaries and rogue cantrip fanatics so Bran would waste time chasing feds and hired guns, while the real enemy slipped away unnoticed. People tend to underestimate Bran, and honestly he prefers it that way. But here's the thing, Marsilia, someone in your own Seath is gunning for you, and it's one of your own kind." She gave me a slow, dangerous smile, the kind that made my skin prickle. "Clever little coyote," she murmured, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "You've managed not to die." Impressive. Then her attention snapped to Asul, her fingers tracing his jawline with a hunger that made my stomach twist. "And what have you brought me? A new plaything." Marsilia had a weakness for werewolves. Asul flashed a grin but kept his gaze averted. Smart move. Staring down a vampire was a quick way to lose your mind, and he knew it. "You're charming," she told him, her voice like velvet. "Likewise," Asul replied smoothly, "though vampires take some getting used to." His teeth gleamed in the dim light, and her smile faltered. Stefan materialized from the shadows, his voice dry. "Marsilia, you're losing focus." She barely glanced his way, still fixated on Asul. "And if I am, what's the harm? Mercy might beat everyone else to killing you," Stefan said, sounding almost bored. Marsilia's fangs flashed as she rounded on me, her eyes burning crimson. "You think you can take me down, little coyote?" Her voice dropped to something inhuman. "You think I'm that weak?" I held her gaze, refusing to flinch. "I'm not the one making threats, but if you come after my wolves, you'll have to deal with me first." Asul smirked beside me, just slightly. Marsilia dismissed him with a flick of her wrist. "Your wolf would enjoy the fight," she said, misreading his amusement. "Maybe you should let him choose for himself." I stepped between them. "Back off, Marsilia." Not that Asul needed my protection, but somewhere along the way, I'd stopped seeing him as a threat and started seeing him as one of mine. Sure, any werewolf could turn deadly if you let your guard down, but that was just life among the pack. The key was never being stupid enough to forget it. Stefan's voice cut in, smooth as silk. "She protects what's hers. You could learn from that." I shot him a glare. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Marsilia let out a hiss, and I rolled my eyes. "We were actually getting somewhere before you decided to help." Stefan chuckled, sounding more like himself. "Is that what you call it? Sounded like Marsilia was trying to steal your wolf." Asul bared his teeth in silent amusement. "No," I corrected. "She thought she was." Then, just like that, Marsilia shifted, not in form but in presence. The seductive predator vanished, replaced by something far more unsettling, a woman who looked exhausted, almost afraid. Mask had slipped, and what lay beneath was far more dangerous. "Stefan, you're absolutely right," Marsilia admitted, her voice surprisingly sincere. "Mercedes, I owe you an apology. Tonight calls for us to work together." I blinked. Marsilia actually apologizing. The underworld must have frozen over. "Great," I said, crossing my arms. "Now, are we finally getting answers, or is this another round of power plays and dramatic pauses?" "Come inside," Marsilia said, gesturing toward the ruined winery. Her tone was calm, almost weary. I followed, acutely aware of the others trailing behind. Without Stefan, I wouldn't have let Hao get that close. Honey was unpredictable, and Asul, well, I liked him, but trust was another matter. Stefan, though, he was the only one I'd bet my life on in a room full of vampires. Marsilia reached the crumbling foundation and vaulted down into the basement like it was nothing. I jumped after her, landing with a flex of my knees to absorb the impact. The concrete still sent a jolt through my soles, but I gritted my teeth. No way was I complaining in front of her. Honey landed gracefully, barely making a sound, while Asul touched down like a shadow. The basement was a mess, charred beams overhead, debris hidden under layers of ash. Every step kicked up soot, and the air reeked of smoke, thick enough to taste. The moon had vanished behind clouds, leaving only faint starlight to guide us. Marsilia moved like she was gliding across a polished floor, while I stumbled over a chunk of broken tile. At least Asul tripped too small comfort. The place felt wrong, too empty. Marsilia loved an audience, but tonight it was just us, and that smell, burned plastic and something sharper, clung to the back of my throat. "Seriously," I coughed, "why not talk outside where we can breathe?" Hao answered instead. "There's a reason, but it's not your concern yet." That word set my teeth on edge. I stopped dead, turning to face him even as Marsilia walked ahead. "Oh, I think it is my concern," I said, voice low, "and I'd like to know why we're standing in a fire pit instead of somewhere that doesn't reek of bad decisions." Asul and Honey watched my back, which took some nerve, considering I'd just turned away from the mistress of the city herself. "Who's got Marsilia spooked?" I asked, pushing my luck. "Who's keeping the dead from moving on?" Taunting a centuries-old vampire while she stood behind me wasn't exactly genius-level thinking, but then again, smart coyotes don't fall for werewolves or walk into vampire meetings. "You've seen him before," Stefan said, his tone steady even as his lips curved. If Marsilia had been about to strike, he wouldn't have been smiling, so I let my shoulders relax a fraction. "Remember the leech pulling Estelle's strings, the one who talked Bernard into mutiny?" Back when Stefan had been exiled from the Seethe in a brutal spectacle, also he could play impartial witness. "Glove guy," Marsilia's laugh was chilling, the kind that made you think of fairy tale queens right before they ordered an execution. That sound had me spinning around to face her again. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Honey's raised hackles and Isol's rigid stance. "Glove guy," Marsilia repeated, savoring the way it unsettled me. "Oh yes, Merced's glove guy. He's been building his empire for years, swallowing city after city. Thinks he's the vampire equivalent of Bran. Bran's not a bad benchmark," I shot back. "His rule might be iron-fanged, but it kept the peace for humans and werewolves alike." "A vampire version of Bran isn't Bran," Stefan murmured, suddenly right behind me. I hadn't heard him move. Casually, I shifted so my back wasn't exposed, with Honey and Isol flanking me, leaving all the terrifying vampires, Stefan included, in my line of sight. They noticed, but no one called me on it. Maybe Marsilia really did want an alliance. "Definitely not Bran," Howe agreed. "He calls himself William Frost. No one knows how old he is or where he crawled out of. I first heard whispers when Portland's master vanished." Seath searched for weeks, but you already know, Ms. Hauptmann, how weaker vampires wither without a strong master to sustain them. That's the real leash every Seath leader holds. Portland's vamps were starving when they begged me for help. By the time I arrived, though, they'd already been rescued. His mouth twisted around the word. William Frost had them under his thumb. He even invited me to join his little empire. Politely, of course, if you count politely as with an unspoken threat. I declined. Since I had no interest in ruling either, he let me walk away. Mostly. Howe wasn't one of Marsilia's lackeys. He'd said she sent him to fetch me, but if he'd come, it was because he chose to. The way they stood, the way they spoke, equals. Stefan's hand settled on Howe's shoulder, a silent show of solidarity. You couldn't have known. Stefan actually liked Howe, something that surprised me, considering how few vampires Stefan tolerated these days. Howe gave a dismissive wave. "What's done is done." I didn't want to seethe, and Frost could have it, though the guy gave me the creeps. He locked eyes with me, hesitated for a second, then held his gaze steady. Most people would have been affected by a vampire's stare, but not me. He tested it anyway, and when it didn't work, he gave me a slow, respectful nod before glancing toward Marsilia and Stefan. "Let's be honest, Ms. Hauptmann. None of us are saints. Good people don't end up as vampires." I knew Frost was trouble, and I still left Portland's vampires to him. His lips twitched, but it wasn't a real smile, just a shadow of amusement. "You've probably heard about the cops in Portland having issues, too many dying on duty. Bran relocated the pack to Eugene for safety. Honestly, I think he was more concerned about the police than the vampires, and he wasn't wrong. Frost isn't stupid enough to challenge Bran yet." I'd caught wind of the move. Packs don't usually uproot unless the alpha takes a job somewhere new. At the time, I hadn't dug into why they left Portland. "So Bran's keeping an eye on him," Howe shrugged. "Bran's your territory, not mine. If he is watching Frost, he's not making a move. My guess, he's got bigger problems than vampire drama." "Didn't mean to step on any toes," I said, though my tone probably gave me away. He caught it and smirked, tipping his head slightly. "Frost didn't head north to Seattle. Too many wolves with solid control there. Plus the local seethe is barely hanging on. He'd have needed reinforcements from Portland to take that city. I couldn't recall Seattle's alpha off the top of my head. I'd have to check with Bran. Then he went for Lowe's Angels. The vampires there are." Howe trailed off, searching for the right word. "Pathetic," Marsilia cut in. "Weak. Their so-called master folded the second Frost flexed his power. William Frost, whoever he really is, has something rare. He's a necromancer. Or he was one before he turned," Howe mused, his face unreadable in a way that reminded me of Charles when Anna wasn't around. "A witch with a knack for the dead. If that's true, he must be ancient. The witch bloodline with those abilities was among the first wiped out during the old conflicts in Europe." He wasn't referring to human wars, but the brutal feuds that decimated witch families and fueled the Inquisition, along with its more subtle cousin, the witch trials. "By necromancer," I said cautiously, "you mean he commands the spirits here, and somehow brought that Fey assassin back to life?" Howe nodded. "At minimum, he has that power, and no one else would have reason to. James Blackwood, the former master of Spokane, had controlled ghosts by draining the abilities of those he fed on, including a walker. Even other vampires feared him, not for his ghostly influence, but because he was utterly unhinged. But a witch was different, more dangerous if Elisavetta's power was any indication. A necromancer wouldn't just command ghosts or corpses, they'd wield authority over all forms of the dead. No wonder Marsilia was uneasy. "Could he control vampires?" I asked. Howe gestured to the vampires around us. "Not us, but the young or weaker ones, vulnerable." Was that why Marsilia had left her seethe behind? Why meet here instead of her usual haunt? A cold thought struck me. Was she worried Frost might interfere? Before I could ask, Marsilia cut in. He dominates Oregon. The master of Portland was the sole threat he eliminated. The rest were too spineless to resist. Nevada's his, though it was never vampire territory. California too, except San Francisco. Frost still fears Howe, and Howe tolerates no rivals in his city. Your lieutenants, Estelle and Bernard, I pressed. He turned them to weaken you. Why hasn't he done that elsewhere? Howe smirked. Marcilia's different. She once bound the master of Milan for centuries. Any vampire with half a brain knows not to provoke the Lord of Night's attention. A flicker of amusement crossed Marcilia's face before vanishing. He might be furious with me, but he'd relish vengeance. Her laugh was ambiguous. Even she might not have known if it was bitter or satisfied. Though he'd savor mourning me even more. Stefan's voice softened. Only deep love fuels that kind of wrath. Frost isn't wrong to fear you. Even now Milan's court whispers your name. Marcilia ignored him, which told me everything. Frost can't take my vampires unless I break our laws, she said firmly. And I don't make mistakes. If Bernard and Estelle had started an uprising, Frost might have pretended he was rushing to my rescue. But I cut off his pawns, leaving him scrambling for a new strategy. Howe's gaze shifted to Marcilia. Meanwhile, he kept expanding his influence. I turned a blind eye until one of my own came to me. She'd been under Seamus's protection. Reno, Stefan murmured. Seamus was ruthless but fair, sharp as a blade. The best a vampire master can be, Howe agreed. His voice darkened. Constance, she was strong, and Frost shattered her. Whether she escaped or he released her doesn't matter. She found me, called me a fool for ignoring him, warned me that if I kept looking away, he'd gather enough power to wipe me out. His expression tightened, voice dropping to a whisper. She repeated it like a broken record, the only words left in her. Terrified of shadows, of tight corners and open spaces, scared of rats, completely unhinged. His nostrils flared, a habit I'd seen in Charles, though with a vampire who didn't need to breathe, who knew what it meant. A raindrop hit Howe's cheek as he tilted his face upward. Constance couldn't feed without slaughtering, and the hunger never left her. I cared for her, and I had to end her. Even if she'd said nothing, her death would have forced me to see what was happening beyond my city. For a second, I thought he was crying until another drop landed on my own skin. The drizzle was turning colder, my breath fogging the air. I could have crushed Frost when we first met, Howe admitted. But like your alphas, a master vampire grows stronger with every follower, and Frost has an army now. Marcilia wiped rain from her brow. I'm the last in Washington, standing between him and Seattle. Stefan exhaled sharply. This isn't just about vampires, Mercy. He wants to expose us, not like the wolves or the fae. Imagine every small town realizing monsters are real, and not the charming kind from Jesse's romance novels. The Inquisition would seem tame in comparison. Asul, who'd survived it, shot me a grim look but stayed silent. He was playing his role perfectly. Any werewolf might. V caught his tells, but the ancient vampires didn't stand a chance. He was my hidden advantage, and every instinct screamed I'd need it. Though honestly, being near Marcilia made my gut chant, get out now. Marcilia's lips curled. Oh, it won't be quite the same as the wolves' grand reveal. Bran keeps the darker nature of werewolves under wraps, while the Grey Lords would have everyone believe the Fae are harmless like Tinker Bell. But the Necromancer, he wants humanity to see vampires for what they truly are, unleashing our full terror to remind them who really rules the food chain. He doesn't just aim to control the vampires, he wants to dismantle human governments and seize power. I've had my share of vampire nightmares. There was one particularly brutal one who'd reminisce about the old days, when vampires slaughtered freely and fed without restraint. Sure, they still kill now, but not every time. Most deaths in their collections are accidents. The thought of returning to that chaos, no thanks, and from the look in Marcilia's eyes, she wasn't keen on it either. Bloodshed would go both ways. Howe sighed. I reached out to Marcilia after Constance warned me. Turns out Frost had already spoken to her. So here I am trying to clean up my mess. Since I failed to kill him the first time, I figure he's my problem now. Marcilia tapped her boot impatiently, her expression tight. I called Ayacapo. He was amused. She sounded almost resigned, though she'd never admit it. When you live centuries, even catastrophe starts to feel like entertainment. I told him as much. He hung up. Oh, he'll avenge me, just not until I'm already dead. Ayacapo, I frowned. As in Ayacapo Bonarata, the so-called Lord of Night. Stefan's voice turned dry. Wonder if anyone in his court even remembers his first name. I thought of Asul was that his first name or last. Given his age, he might not even have one. Howe crossed his arms. If Frost wins this challenge, Ayacapo's own rules will tie his hands. Stefan smirked. Rules never stopped him before. But you're right, Frost might not realize how flexible our old master is with his own laws. People focus on the horror stories, not the loopholes. Marcilia gave a sharp nod. Frost can't just murder me and take my seed, or he'll remind Ayacapo that his job includes pest control even overseas, and he's not subtle enough to steal it quietly. So here we are, stuck with a direct fight. Problem is, he's not entirely sure he can beat me. Stefan studied her, his expression unreadable. Marsilia's no amateur. Her reputation isn't just for show. She's lethal too much for even the necromancer to handle alone. The werewolves battle for dominance, sometimes to the death, to claim the alpha title, right? Issel gave a quiet nod. Bran discourages it, but yes, our kind has similar struggles, just with more rules and strategy, I explained. Frost wouldn't challenge Marsilia alone. He's bringing 2 others, forming a triad. She can also choose 2 allies to stand with her. How cut in. Except Frost gets to pick 2 former masters, and Marsilia doesn't have anyone strong enough left to oppose him. Constance was powerful, and even she couldn't fully resist him. She wasn't completely under his control, not until the end, but compared to Stefan and Wolf, she was still stronger than anyone Marsilia has now. And Stefan isn't hers to command, I pointed out. Marsilia shot me a sharp look, her eyes narrowing when I didn't back down. And Wolf, that'd be a disaster. She finally broke eye contact. He's got power, sure, and he can fight brutally when he wants, but Stefan interrupted. He's more unpredictable than ever. Marsilia turned to him, arms crossed. I've always wondered if he wasn't tangled up in Estelle's schemes. She certainly thought so. For a second, she looked almost fragile, like a teenager. Honestly, I did ask him if he was up for the fight. He said it wouldn't be advisable. A rare, mischievous grin flickered across her face. Then he called Ayacapo and chewed him out, said he was getting too old and lazy if he couldn't be bothered to crush Frost. Stefan let out a dry laugh. Sounds exactly like Wolf. How tilted his head. I've heard Wolf made Ayacapo, Marsilia shrugged. Wolf's older, and Ayacapo could never control him any better than I can. Doesn't mean much, Stefan smirked. Ayacapo couldn't control him at all. That sent both him and Marsilia into brief laughter, though Stefan's faded fast. He rubbed his jeans absently, gaze darting toward the shadows. I followed his line of sight and realized he was watching for Frost. It's tonight, I said, feeling slow for not catching on sooner. The basement's layout had already been sizing up in my mind as a battleground. He's coming for you, here. Marsilia's eyes darkened, but she still looked deceptively young. I knew better. This was the same vampire who'd tortured Stefan's people to death. No helpless girl, a predator who'd outlasted most of her rivals. And now I was one of them. Stefan was my ally, but he wasn't hers anymore. You wanted Adam as your second, I pressed. How long have you known about this fight? Issel leaned in. When was the challenge made? Marsilia's voice was steady. 2 weeks ago. He set the time. I chose the place. That gave Frost enough time to orchestrate the attack on the wolves. They were supposed to hold them until after your fight, I pieced together. Then what? He swoops in as the hero, kills the humans, and unites vampires and werewolves. I'd assumed he wanted them dead, but maybe he had a different game in mind if he joined forces with Adam. Not that Adam would ever be foolish enough to fall for that. If Frost swooped in as the savior, Bran might not realize he had a new threat until it was too late. Issel let out a low growl that sent shivers down my spine, then voiced my exact thoughts. At least until he's strong enough to challenge the entire werewolf pack, because Bran would never let Frost have his way. Marsilia tilted her head, her tone dripping with amusement. That was likely part of Frost's strategy. She seemed distracted, her usual sharp edge dulled. But he had a bigger goal in mind. Who does the pack protect, Mercy? Who would be left defenseless if the pack vanished? I froze, staring at her. I knew who she meant, but the why made no sense. Stefan cut in, his voice grim. He wants you dead. When his hired guns failed, he sent fey-blooded killers after you. Wait, he knew about the assassins. Stefan huffed in frustration. Don't give me that look. I'm not part of the seed anymore. How do you think Marsilia convinced me to show up? Howe stepped in, rubbing his temple. We only found out about the assassins tonight after they'd already failed. Me, I threw my hands up. That's insane. Why target me? Marsilia's lips curled into a slow, unsettling smile. I'd kill you if the pack wasn't shielding you. I groaned. Okay, but someone who doesn't even know me. I'm not exactly a major threat. Yet here you are still breathing, she said, bitterness creeping into her voice. Before I could argue, a familiar, mocking voice cut through the tension. Like Coyote, you just refused to die. William Frost leaned against a rusted I-beam, grinning like this was all some grand joke. He dropped down, dusting ash off his sleeves. Really, Marsilia, this grimy pit for a showdown. No spectators, how underwhelming. Marsilia stiffened, her glare sharpening. Frost chuckled. Ah, that's what the Lord of Night told you, wasn't it? Marsilia, you disappoint me. Stefan coughed. I've heard that story. But not really, he said, sounding almost guilty. It was in Italian, much more poetic, but I can translate for those who don't speak it. He shot Frost a look, just subtle enough to make the insult sting. He said, "My beautiful, deadly flower, my bright dagger, you pushed too far. I'll wither without you, but this must end." I heard that part myself. The rest came from a contact in his court. The Duke of Milan wrote a ballad for her, so heartbreaking that it makes grown men weep. And the painting he made the night she was exiled still hangs over his bed, a warning to every lover that none will ever match her. His grin turned sharp, fangs glinting. "He won't be happy with you, William Frost. But don't worry, you won't live long enough to care." Frost's smirk vanished. "Feels like that scene from The Princess Bride," I muttered. "You know, never challenge an immortal Italian when your life's at stake." Only Stefan laughed, either the only one who got the reference or the only one who thought I was funny. Frost ignored me completely. "I've arranged an audience," he announced, clapping his hands. The crumbling winery walls suddenly filled with figures, silhouettes perched like gunslingers on a ridge. It should have looked ridiculous, but the synchronized way they dropped down, landing as one with a single thud, sent chills down my spine. I'd seen vampires move like that before, puppets to their master's will. Didn't make it any less unsettling. A fine dust kicked up around their boots, swirling like smoke before settling again. The air smelled like charred wood and something metallic, making it impossible to pick out how scent. Where the hell was he? Frost spread his arms. "These are mine. If I die tonight, they die with me. Seems only fair they get a front row seat." He scanned the room. "So it's just you and the soldier. Who's your third?" Marcelia's smile was all teeth. That's when I realized we were missing someone. I racked my brain, trying to remember the last time I'd seen Hal. Long before Frost's dramatic entrance. The urge to turn and search was strong, but I kept still. No point giving anything away if he'd vanished. There had to be a purpose. The jagged remains of old walls jutted up in uneven patches, some reaching waist-high. Maybe he was crouched behind one of them. Frost let out another laugh, and his followers echoed him in perfect sync, their faces mirroring his cold amusement. A growl escaped me before I could stop it. Frost's gaze snapped to me, sharp and calculating, proof he'd been watching me this whole time. "Don't tell me you're dragging the coyote girl into this," he said, his voice eerily matched by his vampires, their words a synchronized whisper. "What's she supposed to do other than die?" Stefan's carefully blank expression told me I wasn't the only one unnerved. "I've managed not to die so far," I shot back. "Maybe stop worrying about my health." My words barely carried over the vampire's chatter, but Usul caught them. He flicked a subtle hand signal, one I recognized from Adam's commands to the pack. "Get out," but something told me walking away wasn't an option. Marsilia had wanted me here for a reason. "I've heard the rumors about you, Frost," Marsilia drawled, sounding utterly unimpressed. "Dismissed them as petty gossip, but here you are proving them true, a showman wasting power on theatrics. All this talk of revolution, of vampire supremacy, yet all you have are puppets. Cut their strings and what's left?" Frost's smile thinned. "Marsilia," he purred, "raise your right hand." Her jaw clenched, fingers curling into fists. "Pay attention, coyote." Stefan's voice brushed against my ear, though he stood yards away. My gut twisted. That shouldn't be possible. Our blood bond was severed when Adam claimed me. Stefan's glare flicked toward Marsilia. Frost repeated, slower, "Raise your right hand." Then I felt it, the oily pulse of his power, slithering through the air like Adam's alpha command, but twisted. I squinted, tapping into the part of me that saw pack bonds that let me track Peter. Instinct surged, sharpening my vision, and suddenly I could see it. Frost's magic was a web of dark threads, sticky and foul, latching onto Marsilia. More tendrils stretched to his puppets, binding them in a grotesque puppet show. The air reeked of control, of something far worse than dominance. This was corruption. I couldn't shake Marsilia's earlier remark about puppets. It colored how I saw Frost's magic now. His vampires moved like marionettes. Thin strands of his wool wrapped around their limbs, a delicate net of control woven over their heads. Maybe Marsilia saw it too, but the vampires weren't the only ones bound. Faint, shimmering threads spilled from his fingers, slithering across the floor, creeping up the walls, vanishing into the shadows. Puppet Master. The title stuck in my mind, capital letters, and all proof I'd spent way too much time around vampires. Marsilia had named him the Necromancer, which was worse. Names held weight, and I wasn't about to give him more than he'd already taken. Frost worked fine. Glove guy if he really freaked me out. I watched his thread slink toward Marsilia, testing, probing. If I could break Peter's bonds, maybe I could sever these two. As if sensing my thoughts, Marsilia's crimson gaze locked onto mine. With a sharp flick of her wrist, Frost, no, glove guy, lurched forward. The threads he'd sent after her snapped, dissolving into nothing. He commanded his vampires effortlessly, but Marsilia, not a single twitch. She fought back, and his minions had already faltered, yet 30 vampires still danced to his tune. Her defiance proved one thing: she wasn't just the city's mistress. She was a force. The way she looked at me, knowing, deliberate, told me she could have ended this sooner. She wanted me to see his magic. Marsilia understood walkers better than I did. Exiled from Milan centuries ago, she'd arrived in a land untouched by Europeans. She'd seen walkers slaughter vampires, dozens of them. This past summer, on my honeymoon, I'd finally met others like me. We'd been emailing since, swapping scraps of knowledge, but the truth was, we were all stumbling in the dark. Too many walkers had died before passing on what they knew. Stefan reaching out hadn't been an accident. He'd never have let slip he could still speak in my head unless she'd ordered it. He knew how much I'd hate it. So did she. She despised our friendship. This was a lesson, how to fight a necromancer, and a not-so-subtle push to sever my ties with Stefan. A wasted effort because Frost was right. She'd choose me to stand with her, and if he was also right about my odds, well, dead women don't keep friends. Frost was uneasy about facing Marsilia alone. The other vampires had made that clear. That's why he'd insisted on a 3-on-3 battle. He didn't trust his chances against her one-on-one, but he figured he could find 2 stronger allies than hers. He was probably right, which was why she'd switched tactics. If Adam had been here, she might have used him instead, a werewolf immune to necromancy, but she'd adapt. The challenge and its terms are yours, Marsilia said smoothly, as if she hadn't just provoked him. You pick the time and the 3-way fight. My choice is the location and the referee. I choose here. It's spacious, isolated, and fitting since it's in my territory, but technically yours. Owned by Frost. Of course, if he was the one bankrolling things. Marsilia paused, glancing around the ruined space. Almost poetic, considering one of my associates wrecked it yesterday. Adam would have been amused to hear himself called her associate, but I kept my expression blank. For the efficient, she continued, as tonight's master of ceremonies, I nominate Stefan Uxello, the soldier. One of Frost's vampires immediately objected. Unacceptable. He's loyal to you. The referee can't be yours. Stop tracking the magical threads binding Frost to his followers. It gave me a headache, like staring at one of those optical illusions until your eyes crossed. I couldn't tell if Frost was puppeteering the protest or if the vampire had spoken up on his own. I don't belong to Marsilia's seethe, Stefan said flatly. He's telling the truth, Frost confirmed, smirking. I saw it myself. She treated him so poorly he walked away and she couldn't stop him. A true soldier wouldn't serve someone like that. We can trust him. What a slimy move. He wasn't wrong, but that didn't make him any less of a snake. I could see the flicker of pain in Stefan's eyes, even if no one else noticed. Here he was, stepping up for her again, acting like his past grievances meant nothing. My role is to enforce the rules, Stefan said, voice steady. William Frost, you've chosen a 3-on-3 duel, 2 fighters each, with you and Marsilia as captains. The battle ends when one captain is permanently destroyed. Hold on, I cut in, feigning innocence. But both captains are already dead. Every eye turned to me, the vampires with icy disdain, honey, like I'd lost my mind. Which fair, I was losing it. I knew Marsilia planned to throw me against some deranged vampire, and fear always made me mouthy. The more terrified I got, the faster the sarcasm spilled out. Asul grinned. He of all people understood crazy. The fight, Stefan clarified gently because he knew me too well, is until one captain is gone for good. Does that answer your question, Mercy? Once the elimination happens, the rest of the teams can stop fighting or keep going if they prefer. Captains can pick anyone they want for their team, and those chosen can't refuse. The only rule is they have to be nearby, meaning within 5 minutes of this room. But take it from me, a reluctant fighter won't give you the same edge as someone who's all in. After teams are set, you'll each go to opposite corners and have 5 minutes to strategize before the fight starts. Asul caught my eye, and with a boldness that didn't surprise me, repeated his earlier signal. 5 minutes was manageable, especially if Honey and Asul could buy us time by slowing the vampires down. My gaze shifted to William Frost, gauntlet boy, and I thought about the destruction he was planning. The first casualties would be the humans in those cities, but they wouldn't stay victims for long. They'd arm themselves, fight back, and wipe out the vampires, the fae, the werewolves, at a terrible cost. I couldn't let Frost win. No matter what it took, I had to stop him. I shook my head at Asul, and he gave me a slow, respectful nod. Stefan stepped forward, his posture rigid, like a soldier reporting for duty. Once the fight begins, anything goes, powers, weapons, whatever you can get your hands on, but outsiders stay out. That includes you, William Frost. No extra vampires jumping in, willing or not. Break that rule and I'll kill them myself. And if cheating swings the fight, the Lord of Night will overturn the victory. Frost smirked. You're splitting hairs, but he didn't seem bothered. Stefan dipped his head. The rules aren't mine, I just enforce them. Marsilia, as the challenged, you get first pick. I choose Mercedes Athena Thompson Hauptmann, made of the Columbia Basin Pax Alpha, she said, like it was inevitable. Honey let out a low, warning growl, maybe at me, maybe at the situation. Asul just watched me, his expression knowing. Fine, I said, keeping my voice steady. I wasn't a match for a necromancer, but Frost's fear of me, that was something I could use. If he'd tried to take me out twice, I must be more of a threat than I realized. Asul grinned. Mercedes, you're finally going to get me killed. Bran never managed it, but your mate, oh, he'll have no problem. I scowled. I don't need Adam's permission for my choices. His smile didn't waver. Mercedes might understand the situation logically, but emotions don't follow reason. You're a woman, Asul said quietly. This is a man's world. I shot him a sharp look. So you're saying I should back out? He clenched his jaw and turned away. Frost scoffed. Sentimental but irrelevant, she doesn't have a choice. Honey's growl cut through the air, sharp enough to make Frost flinch. When she locked eyes with me, her snarl deepened. He paid the man who murdered Peter, I reminded her. The growl stopped, but her fangs gleamed long, white, and deadly. Werewolves don't just have fangs, they have weapons. I already agreed, I told Stefan. Let's move this along. Stefan studied me, his expression unreadable. Don't die, he said finally. Asul scoffed. A little late for concern, vampire. You should be made sure Adam was here. At least he'd stand a fighting chance. Marsilia's voice was smooth. Werewolves are explicitly barred from participating. I frowned. But you invited Adam too. Her smile was cold. He isn't like you, Mercedes. Do you really think I, who once ensnared the Marok's son, couldn't manipulate your mate into letting you fight? She trapped Samuel, sure, but Adam, never. He was too cautious, too aware. Even if she had caught his gaze, I could have broken her hold. But that was something outsiders didn't know. Mating bonds are unpredictable, fiercely private. Her arrogance made me question her intelligence, and not in a good way. Stefan met my eyes, unflinching. She couldn't have asked Adam. Werewolves are excluded from territorial disputes like this. He wasn't just repeating rules, he was admitting he'd known and hadn't warned me. The sting faded fast. If Marsilia was right, if I was the better weapon, then this was where I needed to be. First pick Frost, Stefan said, impatient. Frost grinned. Seamus, former master of Reno, now my second in command. Silence. No one stepped forward. He'll be here, Frost assured us. And he's vicious. I've only made him worse. Marsilia, Stefan prompted. Thomas Howe, she said, master of San Francisco. From the shadows beside Frost, Howe materialized like smoke. Delighted, he murmured. Frost recoiled, his icy blue eyes widening in shock. He regained his composure in an instant, offering Marsilia a casual salute. You've been keeping yourself occupied, I see. Well, I've got a little surprise of my own. Let's wrap up the formalities. I call my final companion Wolf, or as some prefer, the Wizard. His grin at Marsilia was anything but friendly. You know what they say, keep your enemies closer. You've had him by your side all this time, but tonight you slipped up. You could have called him, but instead you went with this grimy walker. He spat on the ground, aiming in my direction like it was some grand gesture, as if I was supposed to care. Sticks and stones, I murmured under my breath, just loud enough for everyone to catch it. If Frost wanted to play petty, I could match him and then some. Stefan turned away, but I caught the slight shake of his shoulders. Yeah, he was laughing. Then Wolf landed behind me without warning, his sneakers slapping against the tile. I spun to face him, keeping Frost in my peripheral vision. Vampires, terrifying, and I had a mental ranking of the worst ones. Some were already dust. Others should have been, but at the very top of the still-breathing nightmare list, Wolf. There was something about him, maybe the way he always knew how to crawl under my skin, or the vacant, unsettling look in his eyes. He could have passed for some awkward teenager stressing over prom night, with his scuffed red Converse, faded jeans, and oversized sweater. His hair was buzzed short, military style. In one hand he gripped a heavy chain, the other end wrapped around the neck of another vampire, massive, easily the biggest in the room. The guy was on all fours, teeth clicking in a strange, rhythmic pattern. The others had already looked away, but I couldn't help staring. He lunged at me with a guttural snarl, hitting the end of the chain like a rabid pit bull. Logic said he should have yanked Wolf right off his feet, but Wolf didn't play by logic. He held the chain effortlessly, scratching at his stubble with his free hand. Hey there, Mercedes, Wolf said, way too casual. So they dragged you into this mess. I've always wondered what your blood tastes like straight from the tap. Walkers have such a distinctive flavor. Like spring flowers blooming too soon, my mother used to say, Wolf murmured. Marsilia opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. The silence between them carried the weight of unspoken grief. Don't be angry, Marsilia, Wolf said, his voice earnest. But you know how it is, vampires like us have to watch each other's backs. He hesitated, then shifted to an old-fashioned cadence. It pains me, truly, yet this is the right path, and you'll understand soon enough. Stefan cut in, sharp and precise. 5 minutes, starting now. We gathered in our corner while I huddled. Asul looked mildly uninterested while Honey kept her gaze locked on Frost. how blended into the shadows despite his compact frame, and Marsilia, all business. Fighting vampires without supernatural slayer strength. Yeah, I was in trouble. Did you catch his magic? Marsilia asked briskly. Stefan told you to pay attention. I saw it. Your job is to shut it down, however you can. Walkers resist vampire magic, even the kind rooted in witchcraft. She sounded way more sure of this than I felt. You stopped him pretty easily, I pointed out. Her lips twisted. Because he wasn't trying. He overplayed his reaction when the spell broke, wants me to underestimate him. She glanced back at Frost, who was lecturing Wolf. Wolf, though, only had eyes for Marsilia. Noticing me watching, he shot me a wink. Hal rubbed his ash-stained hands on his gold shirt. Marsilia's black ensemble, of course, was spotless. Meanwhile, my clothes already looked like I'd rolled through a coal bin. Some things never change. Frost has a pattern, Hal said quietly. The few who have seen his fights and lived to talk, some ended up like Seamus. He didn't look at the collared vampire, but the weight of his attention was there. Seamus played guitar, loved Tennyson, could recite entire poems for hours. Why aren't more vampires here? I asked. He doesn't control all the seeds, right? Where's the resistance? Vampires cooperate about as well as rival alphas, Hal said. The Eastern Masters think Frost has reached his limit, an illusion he's carefully maintained. Marsilia scoffed. And most of them are thrilled at the idea of vampires feeding openly. Idiots. I can't stand idiots. Asul raised an eyebrow. You're not exactly rushing to strategize. 2 minutes left. Marsilia met his gaze, and for a heartbeat, raw hunger flickered in her eyes. Hal inclined his head toward Asul, a silent acknowledgement. Marsilia and I had already hashed out our strategy. She'd handle Frost, while I took on Wolf and Seamus. Ms. Hauptmann's role was to shield us from Frost's mind games, though with any luck, he'd be too distracted to pull any tricks, leaving the so-called Alpha's mate to watch from the sidelines like some cheerleader. The title Alpha's mate grated on my nerves. Back home, I was just Mercy, but if one more person called me that, I might actually snap. It sounded like some ridiculous chess term. Marsilia scoffed. Don't underestimate him. He came here knowing he failed to kill you last time. I clenched my fists. He's got trapped ghosts here, one strong enough to move objects. The memory of Peter gently brushing Honey's hair flashed through my mind. And let's not forget the undead Fae assassin. If he reanimated her, it wasn't for decoration. Zombies don't get a say, they obey whoever controls them. Marsilia waved a hand. Ghosts are just spooky distractions. You deal with them. We'll handle the real threats. Hal cracked his knuckles, grinning. This should be fun. As the fight erupted, I hung back, my knee aching and my pulse hammering. Fear coiled in my gut. God, I muttered, not caring who heard. If you're listening, no wheelchairs this time. Broken bones are optional, but I'd really prefer not to test my luck. And for the love of everything, don't let that vampire walk out of here alive. Stefan caught my prayer. He didn't turn, but his lips twitched as he stepped aside, positioning himself near Asul and Honey. Smart. If things went south, he'd make sure the wolves got out, not that Asul needed babysitting. Then the vampires clashed, and the noise hit me like a freight train. I'd sparred plenty, but this was chaos. The fight between werewolves was eerily quiet, the hush demanded by secrecy, even though their existence wasn't exactly a secret anymore. Public brawls were still off limits, so I stayed put in the basement. Hal had made it clear that stepping outside meant automatic disqualification, not that skipping the fight would save me. If I tried to bail, Stefan would be the one to finish me off. That's why they needed a strong master of ceremonies, someone to keep the rules intact and call the match when it was over. I settled onto a crumbled section of wall, my back pressed against the cold concrete. Frost probably wouldn't make his move right away. Unlike human or werewolf fights, vampire battles could drag on forever. No need for breath, no pulse to slow them down. They kept going long after anyone else would have been out cold. It took serious damage to knock a vampire unconscious. The air was thick with soot, kicked up by the fighters in swirling clouds that made the uneven floor even more treacherous. Only patches of tile remained, and even Marsilia wasn't immune to stumbling. Thank God Asul had the foresight to grab me a coat. Once I stopped moving, the chill set in fast. My fingers brushed against Z's tiny magic blade in my pocket, Tad's warnings echoing in my skull. No way was I pulling that thing out unless things got truly desperate. Still, fidgeting with it helped distract me from the fear gnawing at my gut. The fight was a blur, too fast to track everything at once, but I kept my focus on Frost. Even so, I caught glimpses of Hal in motion, and damn, I wished my old sensei could see him. But Seamus, he stole my attention first. Most vamps look human enough, their monstrous side hidden unless they let it show. I'd only seen that side a handful of times, once was more than enough. Seamus, though. His monster was front and center. His eyes glowed, not like a flashlight but like dim Christmas lights, or a Siamese cat's eyes if they actually emitted light instead of just reflecting it. On a cat, it's eerie but cool. On a vampire, pure nightmare fuel. His lips peeled back, stretching his face into a canvas for fangs and those unsettling, glittering eyes. His nails lengthened into claws, nearly as deadly as a werewolf's. There was nothing left of the man he'd once been. Wolf had unchained him, though the collar stayed on. If Seamus wasn't twice Hal's size, he was close. Fast, too, and just as vicious as promised. After the first hit, Seamus was dead set on turning Hal into paste, but Hal moved like liquid, always just out of reach. Flow like water, Sensei Johansson used to say, usually with a sigh. He'd gotten close, sure, but Hal, I'd never seen anything like him. Hal moved with liquid grace, dodging razor-sharp claws that missed him by a hair's breadth. A fraction closer, and he'd have been shredded like paper through a shredder. He pivoted, halted, leaned back untouched. It was mesmerizing. I should have been focused on Frost. I scolded myself, but my eyes kept drifting back to Hal. Then the ghosts arrived. I sensed them before I saw them, that familiar coyote prickle crawling down my spine, the faint buzz at the tip of my nose. Trusting my instincts, I widened my vision, scanning the room. The spirits huddled against the far wall, keeping their distance from the vampires. Ghosts, like most cats except my stubborn Medea, had no love for the undead. They weren't doing much, just lingering, but I could see the sticky threads of magic binding them to Frost. Despite the distractions, Hal's fluid movements, the spectral audience, I kept Marsilia and Frost in my sights. Who knew Marsilia packed such a punch? Her footwork was crisp, her strikes precise, like a seasoned boxer. Frost, meanwhile, fought with a rough and ready style, something cobbled together from military training but amped up for vampire speed. Behind them, Frost's entourage stood watching, and when my ghost-adjusted vision caught them, I nearly lost my balance. Vampires don't have souls, but something about his followers was off, twisted, wrong. I glanced at Stefan, my vampire, standing protectively in front of Honey. No soul visible, but he looked right, steady as ever. Marsilia, too, was different from Frost's crew, whole where they were frayed. Hal had mentioned a broken informant. Was this what broken looked like? Then Marsilia swung a metal bar, the kind you'd wedge under a door, and cracked Frost across the jaw with a force that would have made Babe Ruth proud. He went flying, landing in a boneless heap. She held the bar ready, waiting. Vampires don't need to breathe, and Frost wasn't moving, but that didn't mean he was down for good. One of the cantrip ghosts drifted closer to him. At first, I thought it was random, toss a dozen spirits into a basement and they'll wander. But the longer I watched, the clearer the bindings became, sticky as spider silk, tying them to Frost. And that's when I realized this wasn't just a fight. It was a trap. The basement was pitch black, scorched from the fire, yet somehow I could still see the eerie web trapping the ghosts. It wasn't just darkness, it was something thicker, more unnatural. One of the ghosts drifted toward Frost, a glowing strand of magic coiled around its throat like a leash, pulsing with energy. Marsilia had loosened her grip on the iron bar, shoulders relaxing until Frost moved. His jaw hung wrong, twisted, but he was fast, too fast. 1 second he was still, the next he lunged. He didn't just bite the ghost, he consumed it, his whole body stretching open like a gaping maw before snapping shut again. A flash of light burst from him, and when it faded, the wounds Marsilia had given him were gone. She swung at him again, but he was quicker now, stronger. The ghost hadn't just healed him, it had made him worse. He tore the bar from her hands, sending her stumbling back. The fight had been loud before, Seamus's roars, bodies hitting concrete, bones cracking, but now the clang of metal added a sick rhythm as Frost drove Marsilia toward me. He wasn't fighting to win, he was toying with her. I couldn't help her, not yet. 13 other ghosts were still trapped, and if Frost got to them first, we were all dead. One hovered beside me, trembling. I grabbed her wrist, my fingers slipping through at first until I focused, forcing her into solidity. "Tell me your name," I demanded, layering my voice with borrowed alpha command. "Janet," she whispered, the sound humming through my arm. "Janet," I repeated. "Leave," she tried, but the web held fast. Panic flared in her eyes. I clawed at the strands, but they wouldn't budge. She wasn't packed, no magic there to break her free. Desperate, I yanked out Z's sword, willing it to shift. For me, it wasn't the sleek black blade Tad had wielded, just a plain katana with a tacky purple and red hilt. I slashed at the net. Nothing. Maybe in daylight, when vampire magic weakened, it could have devoured the spell. I even stabbed her just once. The blade shivered, tasting her terror, but when I pulled back, she was still trapped. With a frustrated growl, I sheathed the sword. Then the clanging stopped. I looked up just in time to see the iron bar sail over the basement wall, landing uselessly out of reach. Marsilia shoved her dislocated shoulder back into place with barely a wince and lunged at Frost again. Without the iron bar, he wasn't as terrifying, but she was still injured. Then, with a chilling ease, he snatched up another ghost and consumed it. The act was over before I could react, even if I'd known how to stop him. His smirk sent a shiver down my spine right before he struck Marsilia's wounded shoulder. Frantic, I yanked off my necklace, the one with the tiny golden lamb and dog tags. If the symbol of the lamb had shielded me from vampires before, maybe it could break Frost's dark magic. Please, God, I whispered, pressing the charm against the spectral net. The threads recoiled, writhing and dissolving until the ghost stood free. I touched the lamb to her forehead. Janet, I murmured, be at peace. A brilliant flash swallowed her, leaving only warmth behind. Yes, I yelled, half in shock, half in triumph. My little charm had outdone even Z's blade. Stefan caught my eye from across the room, and I grinned. Holy relics, Batman, I called. Looks like we've got backup. Dodging the chaos, I moved to free more ghosts, but Frost wasn't making it easy. He kept trying to reach me, forcing Marsilia to fight harder to keep him back. Two spirits slipped through my fingers when he got too close. I wasn't stupid enough to underestimate how fast he could end me, not after watching him and Marsilia tear chunks out of each other. I just freed a guy in a navy suit and a Gryffindor tie when a soul's warning shout spun me around. Frost was right there. Then Wolf plowed into him like a derailed subway car. My bad, Wolf drawled, dusting himself off as I bolted away. But if you keep this up, you're gonna get wrecked by friendly fire. I grabbed another ghost, focusing on the lamb instead of his face. Alexander, he said. My head snapped up. Peter's killer. Of course fate wouldn't let him be one of the ones Frost devoured. You murdered my friend, I spat. Yeah, he admitted like it was nothing. Werewolf, nasty creatures. No, I corrected coldly. Alexander Bennett, just a pathetic coward. Mercy, Wolf called from the shadows, sounding amused. Are you seriously bickering with a ghost? Bold choice. He looked like he'd been through a woodchipper, streaks of soot and blood blending in the dim light. Howe and Seamus were worse off, locked in a deadly dance near the wall. Wolf had abandoned them to spectate my ghost therapy session, though he didn't interfere. Then Howe ripped off his gilded shirt and charged straight at the bricks. The fabric hung suspended for a heartbeat in Howe's grip as his body twisted midair, his feet finding traction on the brick wall. The shirt landed over Seamus's face just as Howe flipped backward, slamming both boots into the vampire's spine and smashing his skull against the concrete. If I made it out alive, I'd kick myself for not filming this insanity, not that cameras ever did supernatural speed justice. Vampires weren't dramatically faster than werewolves or me overall, but their micro-movements blurred into streaks on video. The earlier mist had paused its descent, but as the ghost yanked my necklace-tight fist, fat raindrops resumed their assault. Please, Alexander rasped, Peter's killer now pleading. I'm exhausted. Tell me about it. My teeth chattered as icy water seeped through my jacket, the kind of cold that turns rain into glittering sheets of black ice underfoot. I swallowed blood from a split lip and kept scrubbing Frost's residue off the floor, the ashes freezing into jagged crystals instead of dissolving. Alexander, I barked, because mercy shouldn't sound gentle. Go, then, because some debts demand payment even when nobody's keeping score. Be at peace. His departure left no satisfying vortex of damnation, just another flicker of light. Disappointing, but I had bigger problems. My ghost tally was off, maybe because Frost snatched one during the chaos. The last spirit, a woman in a sequined dress, vanished as the brawl escalated into a hockey game from hell, bodies careening across the ice-slicked pavement. I faceplanted twice, scaling my vantage point, my jeans now frozen to my skin like a bad decisions tattoo. Give me a dry Arctic blizzard over this bone-deep damp any day. Then the assassin I'd written off grabbed my collar and yeeted me into next Tuesday. Stars exploded behind my eyes as my skull cracked against concrete. Through the ringing in my ears, I registered the Fae's broken neck silhouette, except now there were two identical killers crouched where I'd just been, their heads cocked like curious crows. She lunged at me, and before I could think, my frozen fingers pulled Z's blade from my pocket. The sword slid into her like a scalding knife through butter, smooth, effortless. I hadn't even summoned it. Shock flashed across her face, mirroring my own. Her body crashed onto me, heavier than expected, the weight of her lifeless form pressing me down. Only her head twitched, eyes wild but unable to turn. The eerie double vision made my temples throb. If I hadn't been terrified she'd rip into my throat, I might be shut my eyes. I wedged my left arm between her gnashing teeth and my neck, but she didn't strike again. Hunger, she rasped, voice hollow. You hold the sword. Where is my sliver if you have his hunger? Her jaw worked against my skin, words garbled, breathless. For all I knew, she was whispering curses or confessions. I'd bet on curses. Then it hit me, the double image wasn't from a head injury. It was her ghost, frayed and barely tethered to her corpse by oily, fading threads. My left arm pinned her back, my right, gripping the sword, was trapped between us. Since she wasn't attacking, and honestly, Z's blade scared me more than she did, I shifted my left arm down, trying to ignore the clammy rot of her flesh brushing my cheek. The stench clung to the air, thick and sour, no matter how shallow I breathed. Fumbling with my numb fingers, I reached for my jeans pocket where the necklace was stuffed. The denim, damp and stubborn, resisted. I hooked the chain with my fingertips, but the lamb pendant caught on the fabric. A sharp tug freed it, only for my frozen grip to fail. The necklace sailed out of reach, clattering somewhere distant. I tensed to move, but the slightest shift of the sword made her limbs jerk violently. "All right, Hunger," I muttered. "Got any bright ideas?" Switching to German felt right. This was Z's sword after all. "Also, Hunger, Kernen sei nicht etwas tun," the blade hummed in response. Magic prickled under my skin, buzzing where her corpse pressed against me. The sword's hilt grew warm, then searing. Spice's body shuddered as the heat intensified. A nasty thought wormed in. What if Hunger preferred dead Fae over a living coyote? I'd heard stories of its fickle loyalty. Gritting my teeth, I clung to it even as the metal scorched my palm. If the hilt was bad, the blade itself was worse. A white-hot brand searing through the dark, the Fae crumbled into dust on top of me in an instant, mixing with the charred remains of the winery and the slushy ice beneath us. I shoved myself up in a panic, letting the sword clatter to the ground. The undead Fae was gone, just a dark stain on my soaked jacket and jeans that refused to wipe clean. The blade had melted through the icy crust when I dropped it, but now it lay half frozen again in the mud. Its eerie glow vanished. I hesitated. Touching it meant another round of searing pain on my raw hands, but leaving it for the vampires wasn't an option. The moment my fingers closed around the hilt, the cold bit deep, and the sword resisted shrinking back to size. That's when Frost slammed into me, sending me skidding across the frozen ground. I barely had time to register the impact before muscle memory kicked in. Years of monthly drills with Sensei had my body moving before my brain caught up. Pain, exhaustion, irrelevant. Right now, I was nothing but motion and steel. I might not bench press cars like a werewolf, but speed was my weapon, and I used every ounce of it. Frost lunged, I dodged. He feinted, I countered. The sword kept him just out of reach, and step by step, I forced him back. A quick glance around revealed the wreckage of our allies, Marsilia dragging herself forward, Wolf motionless in the filth, Stefan locked in a grapple with Asul, shouting, "Back off, furball, or I'll put you down." Honey's glowing eyes tracked my every move. None of it mattered. There was only the dance, the blade, and the vampire who couldn't quite keep up. Then I got lucky. A sideways leap, a flick of the sword, and Frost's arm bloomed red. I grinned, but the distant howl of a wolf broke my focus. My footing faltered, and suddenly Frost was on me like a freight train. His shoulder drove the air from my lungs, his grip twisted my wrist, and the world flipped as he slammed me into the ground, his weight crushing me into the ice. The sword still weighed heavy in my grip, but my wrist was useless, frozen in pain. Frost's breath was hot against my skin, his lips nearly brushing my ear as he whispered, "If you'd lost me this fight, I'd have made sure your death lasted days." His body pressed into mine, eerily intimate, like a twisted embrace. Marsilia's mistake was thinking age hadn't dulled her edge. She's not the bright blade she once was. In a flash, I shifted, my coyote jaws clamping onto his face. Bone grated against my teeth before I tore free, taking his eye with me. His scream shattered the air as I transformed back, clothes clinging awkwardly. No time to adjust. I couldn't risk losing Z's sword or giving Frost an opening. My fingers closed around the hilt just as he lunged. Instinct drove the blade up, piercing ribs like wet paper until it struck his heart. He gasped, words dying as a dark wolf slammed into him, tearing out his throat in one brutal motion. The wolf's golden eyes met mine for a heartbeat before returning to the carnage. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the icy ground. Adam was a blur of fur and fury, claws rending Frost's chest until the vampire's heart hit the dirt beside me. The metallic stench of old blood clung to my tongue. I spat, scrubbing my mouth with Kyle's shirt. Adam wasn't done. He shredded Frost's neck until the head rolled free, a macabre trophy. Marsilia's voice cut through the haze. "Adam," she swayed unsteady. His answering roar shook the room, primal and furious. My bones ached, my face throbbed, and every burn screamed now that adrenaline had fled. I pushed up to my knees, only for Adam to turn that rage on me. I didn't have a choice, I croaked. He would have ended everything. Adam's snarl sent a chill down my spine. Guilt twisted in my gut. If our roles were reversed, I'd be just as livid. Stefan's dry remark snapped me back to reality. Technically, as master of ceremonies, I should execute him for meddling. I'd almost forgotten we weren't alone. The fight had narrowed the world to just us. Blood, teeth, and survival. The Night Lord probably won't bother punishing me for an outcome he wanted in the first place. Besides, he nudged Frost's corpse with his boot. You just finished what was already inevitable. Adam was excessive. He prodded the body again. Strange. I expected him to be older, but the truly ancient ones crumble to dust when they die. The sun will take care of the rest. A soul crouched next to me, keeping a watchful eye on Adam. You all right? I flexed my fingers and toes. My hands ached like hell, but everything still worked. See, I said with forced cheer. No wheelchair this time. Last supernatural brawl I got into, I ended up rolling around for weeks. Wolf's laughter echoed from where he leaned against a half-destroyed wall, its cracked cement exposed beneath scorch marks. I hadn't meant to be that funny. Asil ignored him. I like you, he said, but since Adam can't say it, you're not a monster. If you keep throwing yourself into fights armed with nothing but stubbornness, no amount of magic will save you. I opened my mouth to argue. Who was he to lecture me? But then I caught sight of Adam. He wasn't growling anymore, just breathing hard like he'd sprinted miles instead of just finishing off Frost. My throat burned and my eyes stung, and it wasn't from the lingering smoke. I get it, I said quietly. But I can't, my voice cracked. I can't just stand by when the people I care about are in danger. That's not who I am. Sure, I tried to be smart about it, called for backup, didn't charge in blindly, but some lines you don't cross. Good and evil exist, Adam. You know that better than anyone. If I don't stand up, then what's the difference between me and— I jerked my chin toward Frost's remains. Hal wiped soot from his face, looking oddly composed despite the chaos. Safety is an illusion. A man could hide his whole life and still end up just as dead. Adam exhaled, then carefully stepped over debris before settling beside me. His fur was damp and chilled from the rain, but underneath he radiated warmth. How heartwarming, Marsilia drawled just before Seamus lunged at her. There was a sharp crack, and suddenly Wolf stood over her instead, Z's sword in hand. Seamus lay in two pieces, already dissolving into ash. I glanced at my own hands, half expecting to find the blade still there. Wolf studied the sword, then locked eyes with me as Seamus's remains merged with the wet soot on the ground. Mercy, you're feeding that fey relic your own blood and not sharing any with me, Wolf asked with a theatrical pout. The room held its breath until he chuckled and flung the sword toward me. I snatched it midair before Adam could get hit. This time the blade shrank obediently in my grip, almost like it feared Wolf as much as I did. Slipping it into my jacket, I watched him help Marsilia up. I did miss the old days, he mused, voice tinged with nostalgia, when we could lose ourselves in the hunt, but maybe it's better this way. Scooping her into his arms, he glanced at Stefan and Hal. Frost's vampires are yours to handle. They survived him, but they're mindless now, he exhaled, eyeing Frost's corpse. You've left a mess for the rest of us. Lucky for you, you're already dead. Turning to Marsilia, his tone softened. Let's get you home. You need food, a bath, and sleep. Then he vaulted through the basement window, vanishing with her into the night. Was he ever really on our side? I muttered. Stefan just shook his head. Hard to say. I've seen him wipe out a room twice this size without breaking a sweat. Tonight, no fire, no explosions. Then again, he claims he forgets spells half the time. How cracked his knuckles. Not my problem. If he were mine, I'd put him down, but Marsilia's circus, Marsilia's monkeys. Outside the ruined winery, Stefan and Hal finished off the remaining vampires slumped against the walls. Marsilia's Mercedes had disappeared, leaving only the Seed's backup sedan in the lot. Since Adam hadn't driven, we squeezed into Warren's truck, werewolves in the bed, the rest of us crammed inside. Later, we held a funeral for the rabbit. Perched on a pyre of scrap wood, she looked every bit the battle-worn relic, or just a heap of rusted metal. I'd salvaged every usable part before the pack hoisted her up, those pieces now nestled in the skeleton of another junker rabbit parked between my old place and Adam's. Yeah, I could have stored them elsewhere, but after one too many lectures about fighting vampires, this felt like petty victory. I'd terrified Adam, hell, I'd terrified myself. And yet, when he'd burned his lips breaking that fey spell on me, I'd been furious. Right or not, we were both stubborn. Just like me helping Marsilia had been right, even if it meant another argument. Some things never change. That's why the old junker only ended up with a couple of tires strapped to its trunk instead of something more embarrassing, like neon pink graffiti, or my personal favorite idea, a solar-powered blinking light I'd picked up during a chaotic Black Friday sale. The bonfire raged long after the last marshmallow had turned to goo, and the hot dogs were nothing but charred sticks. Even with the towering pile of firewood, the car wouldn't have burned completely without Tad's help. 2 weeks had passed since Frost's death, and Adam's TV appearance had only solidified his heroic image, not that it needed reinforcing. Lucky for him, no one had snapped a photo of him tearing into Frost's body. Tony assured me the cops had bought the simplified version Adam, and Agent Armstrong fed them. Kyle didn't even complain about the ruined shirt, and he helped us search for his car without a word. Honestly, I think he was relieved we didn't find it that night, sparing his pristine leather seats from soot and bloodstains. Warren filled me in as we drove through winding back roads, past endless vineyards and orchards. Apparently, Adam had bolted from Kyle's office mid-meeting, leaving everyone else to deal with a persistent reporter. Taken off in Kyle's Jaguar, forcing the rest of them to call a cab. Later, Adam admitted he'd only had a vague sense of where I was, just that I was at the winery with the vampires. The roads kept twisting wrong, so he ditched the car and shifted. It took us 3 days to track down the Jaguar, and only because a local reported an abandoned luxury car in their vineyard. When I finally saw Tad again, I handed the sword back immediately. "What did you do to it?" he asked, frowning. "It feels off." "Terrified," I offered. "More like traumatized," he muttered. "Wolf, you know, the unhinged vampire. He used it to kill another vampire." Tad winced. "Yeah, that do it. Ask my dad about Wolf sometime. Nightmare fuel." Tad had moved back in with his father but stopped isolating himself. He started helping me at the shop again, and I hadn't realized how much I'd missed having someone around I actually liked. Closing the shop was still a possibility, but not anytime soon. Peter's funeral was held on a cold but sunny morning, as soon as we could arrange it. The pack grieved quietly, no speeches, just the weight of loss we all carried. Honey didn't want formal words, and I agreed. Some things didn't need to be said. Asul left right after, and so did Agent Armstrong, who'd stayed despite never having met Peter. "Remembering the victims matters," he said quietly as we stood by the graves. "It keeps me grounded." Adam insisted Honey stay with us a few more days before returning to her place. Meanwhile, Mary Jo was preparing to leave her apartment and move in with her. Firefighter meets princess, a pairing that seemed doomed from the start. Not that either of them cared for my opinion, given I was a coyote in a werewolf's world. Maybe their mutual dislike of me would be enough to make their living arrangement work. Outside, the last embers of the rabbit's fire faded just as the snow began to fall in thick, silent flakes. "Come inside," Adam murmured. "Jessie's the only one left, and she's already asleep." The roughness in his voice and the brush of his lips against my ear made it clear sleep wasn't his priority. "Tonight," I said as we walked toward the house, "I feel like the luckiest person alive." "Oh," his tone turned sharp. "Because you survived the crash, the assassin, or the vampire, or all three." "You've already lectured me enough," I shot back. Quota reached, and no, that's not why I feel lucky. After leaving the charred remains of the winery and the vampires behind, we finally made it home. The place was worse for wear. The front door had taken such a hit they'd had to replace the frame and part of the siding. But the threats were gone. I left a trail of mud, blood, and ash across the white carpet and up the stairs. Normally, I'd feel guilty about the mess, but tonight, not so much. Besides, Adam, still in wolf form, was tracking in twice the grime. "I'm hitting the shower," Asul announced. "Then I'll crash in the living room to keep watch. Basement bathroom's free," I told him. "Grab some food first, kitchen stocked." He rolled his eyes. "Yes, Mom." Honey flopped onto the leather couch with a dramatic sigh. At least leather could be wiped clean, probably. Adam followed me upstairs, his steps heavy with exhaustion. "You should eat too," I said. He gave me a look, and I dropped it. If he was hungry, he'd handle it. By the time we reached the bedroom, he was already shifting back, slow and deliberate. I stripped off my ruined clothes and tossed them aside, then headed straight for the shower. The ash clung stubbornly, and considering some of it had once been a person, a zombie no less, I scrubbed until my skin burned. When I finally stepped out, Adam was sprawled across the bed, clean and asleep, his damp hair proof he'd used the other shower. I towel-dried my hair, watching him. Peter appeared beside me, unfazed by my lack of clothes. Death hadn't changed his werewolf instincts. "He's a good man," he said, glancing at Adam. "Yeah," I agreed. "He really is." Peter lowered his gaze to meet mine, his lips curving into a knowing smile. "He doesn't buy it, you know, convinced he's some kind of monster." I shrugged. "Doesn't matter what he believes. Truth doesn't bend for anyone." Peter exhaled sharply. "I told Adam everything, where you were, what the vampires had you wrapped up in. You shoved me out, sent me here, but I found him anyway. You were gone before I even knew what they'd ask of me." His eyes darkened. "You're a walker. Of course they'd want you against a necromancer who could leash the dead." The irony wasn't lost on me. Even a ghost had better instincts. "Peter," I said, fingers tightening around my necklace, "it's time. I can undo what Frost did to you." "Good," he murmured, "but let me rest beside her once more." I nodded, watching as he shifted into his wolf form and slipped away without a word. Crossing to the bed, I traced the curve of Adam's shoulder, the skin still damp with sweat. One last night, what if that's all we had? He could have been the one gone instead. As I tugged the sheets free, he barely stirred, but the second I slid in beside him, his arm hooked around my waist, pulling me close. Outside, snow swallowed the last embers of the pyre. Adam propped the back door open, his voice rough. "So, why are you lucky?" I pressed into him, my lips brushing his, smoke, cheap stadium food, and something sweet underneath. Alive, warm, because, I said against his mouth, some things don't need a reason. Author's reflection back in college, I stubbornly stuck with German despite barely scraping by, proof that I'll bail on things I hate, but never on things that challenge me. By graduation, my German was shaky at best, and years of neglect didn't help. So when I made Z German in the early Mercy books, I tossed in a few simple phrases. How bad could it be? Cue an email from a reader in Germany. Love the series, but you're German, not so much. My response, thanks and congrats, you're hired. Since then, Michael Bach and his wife Susan have been my lifelines for Z's dialogue. Even they can't save me from my own typos, though. For Silver Born, they crafted his spells. When Tad needed one in this book, Michael nailed it again. We collaborated on the Incantations English version. Mirror, reflect, find Father's image and voice in the depths of your senses. His words, his form, my words, my form, light, guide, drive together in a connection of your reality. Bind our realities, our being in nature, and Song the wolf staggered out of the cave, his body racked with fever, his mind too clouded to think straight. Someone was hunting him, and for once he had no way to fight back. After years of careful planning, it was just his luck to be undone by something as stupid as a fever. The hunter's magic brushed past him again, unfocused and blind. This land was too wild for spells to work right. They were searching for a wizard, not a wolf. He should stay hidden, but fear and sickness made his thoughts sluggish. Death didn't scare him. Sometimes he wondered if he'd come here hoping for it. No, what terrified him was surviving, becoming something worse. Then the magic swept over him a third time, sharper now. He'd messed up. He'd always known they'd find him eventually, just not like this, weak and stumbling. Desperate, he tried to sink deeper into the wolf's instincts, to disappear inside the animal's simple mind. For a moment it worked, but the fourth wave of magic was too much. The wolf didn't understand fear like a man did. When afraid, it ran. So he ran, paws pounding the frozen earth until exhaustion forced him to stop. Breathing hard, ribs burning, he forced himself to think again. His human thoughts, what was left of them, were bitter. His paws were torn from jagged rocks and ice that never melted, even in summer. He was shivering, sweating, sick. Running wouldn't save him, not from what chased him. He needed shelter, somewhere warm. The thicket ahead looked promising, dry leaves piled under the aspens. But before he could reach it, the ground vanished beneath him. He crashed into the pit, snapping old wooden stakes and his leg. Pain shot through him, sharp and final. Maybe if he hadn't been so weak, he could have avoided it. But luck had never been on his side. He had mastered the art of pushing pain away when using his magic, but this time was different. The fever racking his body made it impossible to ignore the agony. Trapped in the pit with a shattered leg and no magic to escape, he knew no one was coming, not to rescue him, not even to end his suffering quickly. The stakes around him were rotting, forgotten. A slow death didn't frighten him as much as the thought of being captured. This wasn't his trap after all. As his legs gave out once more, the wolf wondered if maybe it wouldn't be so bad to stop running. The damp earth beneath him leached away the last of his fevered warmth, leaving only cold and exhaustion. He shivered, waiting, almost welcoming the end. Meanwhile, Aralorn, scout for the 6th Field 100, scowled at the muddy path ahead. Summer in the Northlands means no snowstorms, she muttered, kicking a rock that landed with a wet plop in the muck. Just endless mud. The so-called trail was barely passable, more suited to deer than soldiers. She took another step, and her boot sank deep into a hidden patch of sludge. With a sigh, she yanked it free, shaking off the thick clumps. Training in this mess is pointless, she grumbled to her horse Sheen, who nudged her sympathetically. We could be hunting Uriah in the Great Swamp, useful work, but no pay means no orders. The supply wagons were a disaster. One had snapped an axle trying to escape the mud, and their own smith had broken his arm in the struggle. That's why she'd been sent to the nearest village, a rare speck of civilization in the Northlands. It explained why their unit had been stationed here instead of miles away in even worse terrain. Sheen snorted, as if agreeing that the whole situation was ridiculous. No point rushing back, she told him, scratching his cheek. Stupidity shouldn't be rewarded. The repaired wagon axle was strapped along the side of Sheen's saddle, with a counterweight tied to the opposite stirrup to keep things steady. It made riding uncomfortable, which explained why Aralorn was on foot, though that wasn't the only reason. If we roll into camp too soon, our eager but green captain will insist on fixing the wagon immediately, she muttered. Then he'll march us another few miles at dusk just to prove a point, leaving us scrambling for a decent campsite in the dark. The captain had potential, no doubt, but right now, his determination to prove himself was overriding basic logic. Someone with more experience had to nudge him in the right direction. If I show up with the axle after sunset, he'll have no choice but to wait until morning, she told Sheen. A quick repair in daylight and everyone gets proper rest. We'll jog the last stretch, just enough to look like we hurried. Sheen's head snapped up suddenly. His nostrils flared as he sucked in air, ears flattening at whatever scent had caught his attention. Aralorn loosened her sword, scanning the area. It wasn't just a person. Sheen would have signaled that with a flick of his ear. Blood, maybe, or something dangerous. The Northlands had its share of threats, bears, wolves, and worse. The stallion let out a piercing whinny that echoed through the trees, loud enough to carry for miles. She winced, hoping the captain wouldn't hear. Whatever had spooked Sheen was lurking in the aspen grove uphill, but it didn't seem eager to attack. No answering growl, no movement. She could have walked past, but where was the fun in that? Dropping Sheen's reins, he'd stay put unless his stomach overruled his training. She drew her knife and slipped into the thicket. The wolf had heard them earlier, caught their scent on the shifting wind. He'd hoped they'd move on. Maybe tonight, he thought, would finally be the end. 3 nights here, waiting, but he knew better. His body was still stubbornly clinging to life. Thirst and hunger took their time. Tomorrow, at the earliest. Lost in the thought, he barely noticed the woman's footsteps until she was nearly upon him. His vision blurred into focus on a rugged woman peering down at him from the pit's edge. Her features were unremarkable except for those striking sea-green eyes, and her mercenary uniform was streaked with dirt, her hands rough with calluses. He didn't care about her, didn't want to. All he wanted was to be left alone to rot. "Damn them all," she muttered, voice sharp with frustration before softening into something almost gentle. "How long have you been lying here, sweetheart?" The wolf tensed as she slid down, knife in hand, planting her boots on either side of him. Instinct kicked in, he bared his teeth, muscles coiling despite the pain shooting through his leg. For a second he forgot he'd given up. Then exhaustion dragged him back down, his ears flattening against his skull. "Easy now," she soothed, tucking the blade away like his snarls meant nothing. "Not as far gone as I thought, so what do I do with you? Just leave," he willed, growling again, hackles rising. But instead of fear, her face twisted with pity. "Poor creature," she murmured, kneeling beside him, her fingers brushing his fur. No fear scent, just leather, sweat, and something faintly floral. "Stupid woman." He snapped, and she dared to clamp a hand over his muzzle. The sheer audacity stunned him into silence. Her humming wove through the air, pulling magic from the earth beneath them. It curled around him, dulling the pain, coaxing the wolf to stillness. Against his will, he relaxed, the mage in him stirring awake for the first time in weeks. He recognized her magic, gentle, not controlling. She wasn't trying to tame him, just ease his suffering. And yet that wasn't why he let her live. He'd killed before without remorse. But now he was tired. Tired of blood, tired of fighting. Maybe that was it. Or maybe it was the way her fingers lingered, careful, as if he were something worth saving. The thought unsettled him more than the knife ever had for years. Nothing had sparked his interest until her. He'd encountered a wild magic user only once before, those rare beings who vanished into the wilderness, avoiding human settlements. Yet here she stood, dressed like a hardened mercenary, defying every expectation. She lifted him effortlessly, though her slight frame shouldn't have had the strength. Still, the pit's edge remained just out of reach, forcing her to lower him back down. "This isn't working," she muttered, scaling the steep walls with a struggle. The square shape of the trap was the only reason she didn't join him at the bottom. When she vanished, taking her magic with her, the absence hit him like a sudden chill. Only then did he realize her presence had dulled his pain, her strange melody weaving through his defenses. The sound of hooves and a heavy thud broke the silence before the horse halted at the pit's edge. Then she was back, rope in hand, dropping down beside him. He braced for the wolf inside him to react, but it stayed unnervingly still as she secured him in a rough harness, careful with his injured leg. "Up we go, Sheen," she called, probably to the horse. The ascent was agony, his body jolting with every pull. By the time he collapsed onto solid ground, he couldn't move, too drained to flee. Or maybe, just maybe, he didn't want to.